Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. Mirage.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
That's right. That's right. It's time for Speaker's Corner. Why in the world is my microphone so loud? That we'll never know. Let's turn down a little bit, shall we? Is that better? A little better. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is Speaker's Corner. It is September. It is the first Thursday of that month. That means it's time for Speaker's Corner, the September edition. Thank you for joining me. Should be a fun one. We've got hopefully some people going to jump on. You can do so by going to tinyurl.com/cornerism. That'll get you on the show. If you want to submit something instead, can't be here live for whatever reason, you may go to tinyurl.com/septemberism, as you see there on the screen. Please, please, please. Hello, Melissa in the chat. Hello, everybody. Let's get on with the show. I think we have already got somebody lined up. How about that? So let's see. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Got the 4-minute clock on there. We're ready to go. Let's go ahead and start one. Let's get it going the right way. Let's get it going early and quick with Alan from Space Audits. Alan, you are on already. Can you believe it?
Yo, what's up, big dog?
How are you? Let me find
Good. How are you?
For some reason, you are in a little tiny square. What happened?
We'll be in the big square. I'm going to do a little mini prez.
Oh, okay. So you're sharing like OBS or something?
I'm going to virtual audio cam or virtual webcam it, so I should
you
just
like
be
a
able
little
to
guy
change
down here. I wonder where.
There we go.
That's a little better. Well, now we're getting multiple. I don't know why that's doing that either. Okay, how about that? That'll work. Are you trying to show? There you go.
Yep, there we go. Sorry, I had it on the main monitor. There we go.
Are we good?
Yep. This is a presentation I did on Tuesday called Battle of the Beams. If you're not familiar with the subject, I'd highly recommend you go over to Taboo Conspiracies channel and search World War II or WW2, and the Battle of the Beams video will come up. You can get a quick 6-minute overview. I'm gonna try and speed run it. So the idea here is that the Germans in 1940 had a radar system. One was set up in Stolberg here. You'll see in this video, this upper right-hand corner is Stolberg. That's 451 miles away from the target over Derby here. And then we have another one that's 333 miles away over at Cleve that intersects over England at a location called Derby. Now, the British got word that the Germans had this radar system, so they sent some planes up to see if they could discover the signal. And what they measured with their planes is a maximum, they measured the equisignal of the beam that put it at 400 to 500 yards at what was it? They measured it at Spalding, so it was about 50 miles shy of Derby. And then there was one in Beeston that's about 50 miles shy of Derby as well, coming from the northeast. So what they found though is that with the equisignal being 4 to 500 yards wide, and starting with a beam size of 10 meters, and then with that divergence all the way out there, that's impossible on a globe, because what happens is on a globe the radar would hit the Earth curvature at 32 miles for both locations. So if you set the elevation height and observer height of these towers to 656 feet, which is way more than what it was, but we just set a uniform at a uniform height for everything.
Okay.
To give the benefit of the doubt to the globe, they all hit at 32 to 31 miles, and which creates a tangent to the sky at that would put the beam at an altitude of 111,000 feet above, in the sky. And the planes flew at 19,000 feet. So for the equisignal to be 400 to 500 yards over at Beeston and Derby, it would be impossible on a globe because the beam would have to diffract down 92,000 feet, which would extend that equisignal to 17 miles wide, which would make the system completely unusable. The whole point of it was to have a small segment area where the two intersecting beams would create a coherent pulse when you're flying through it, so you would know when to drop bombs. So if it extended 17 miles, it would be completely unusable. The only way that this works is on a flat Earth. Now, some people will say ionospheric propagation and sky propagation, et cetera, right? Well, the issue with that is this is very high frequency waves. So, and they started at 30 megacycles to 33 megacycles. So if you were going to say that the ionosphere was, deflecting it back down, you would have to substantiate something that's up there that has a resonant frequency of 30 megahertz or 30 megacycles or higher, because otherwise it's not going to reflect down, right? It's just going to go right through it. And there's nothing to provide that mechanism. So that's an untenable position. And the other position would be that if you just send it with enough power, it'll just like magically work out on a globe. But again, that's not tenable either, because the way that this radar system works specifically was each radar system sends a encoded signal that overlaps with itself, and in the center of that is where the coherent pulse is created. So if you were to hit curvature, and there's just no way that beam would like reassemble at 19,000 feet directly over target. Like it doesn't work at all. You could put, and then to round off the presentation, we put the elevation height at 30,000 feet. So if you were to say that the Germans put a radar system on Mount Everest and tried to use it, it still wouldn't work on a globe. You would be 38,000 feet shy. Wow. So the beam would have to, so instead of being 400 yards wide, the beam would have to be 38,000 feet wide, which is not what happened. The only way the system works is if the lads flew in from a beam that's line of sight all the way. And what they did in the flight manuals, they said, okay, when you get close to shore, that's when you go into the beam, and then you fly in the rest of the way. So the only way that would work is if the beam maintained line of sight from its originating point to over target.
Excellent. And you said
you
did a video called Beam Wars?
Yeah, I did a presentation on Tuesday called Battle of the Beams. Definitely check that out. It goes over this in more detail, because we got all the specifications for the the maximum beam divergence from the Germans rating, what their starting cycles was, what the starting beam width was, where the British measured it, all the breakdown of all of that. So we know exactly how much beam divergence over any distance.
Did you see anybody that brought this up in the past about it being impossible on a globe? Have you seen anybody else talk about that or no?
Yeah, actually, my buddy who I met on Earth Awakenings, he was actually using this argument, and nobody had an answer for it at all. And I was like, yeah, we need to follow up on that sometime. And we just followed up on it, almost a year later.
Nice.
And it's like the most significant argument ever, because it's not one that you could. So if you can't refract this, right? If you were to say refraction, even though that doesn't apply, you would extend the globe radius 19,000 miles. So that's untenable. Then you'd have to argue that both locations, Stolberg and Cleve, have some sort of uniform refraction gradient that would facilitate this. It's not possible. And again, skywave propagation isn't possible. Throughout the whole narrative of it, they were telling people, oh, well, this guy, R.V. Jones, the military intelligence officer that was in charge of the investigation, he had a bunch of circumstantial evidence that the beams existed through things that they found through prisoner interrogation and some documents that were found on downed pilots and some radio transmitters that were overtuned on some downed planes from the Germans. So they had circumstantial evidence that it existed. But when he tried to argue the quote unquote science of it, he says, I was armed with Eckersley's papers to prove how this would work on a globe, and he makes no they never make any specific claims other than that, just to kind of like throw that in there. So we found Eckersley's papers that are published, and none of these are related to how a line of sight beam would work.
Nice find, whoever that was over
Thank
there
you,
at the server Discord. All right, anything else for us?
Nope, that's it. Shane should be coming through shortly to do a little thing on the graticule.
I see him. Let's go to him right now. Let's go. Shane, welcome to the show.
What up, Jaron? What's going on, man?
Another day, another dollar. How about you?
Hanging in there, doing research, playing, prepare presentation, watch presentation, repeat, as we do over at Ethercost.
You guys do a good job over there. Thanks for all your hard work.
Super fun. We love doing it. So today I got a nice little quick, I think 3-minute video if you guys want to take a look.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
You gonna play it or you want me to play it?
I can play it. Let me share.
Sounds good to me, yeah?
How's that? You good?
Yep, I see now, and we're good.
All right, should be in sound too. It's like two minutes. Should be good, and then we can talk like 1 minute afterwards. Should be 3 minutes.
I'll tell you if there's no sound.
All right.
There's no sound. What are we supposed to be looking at?
All right, there's no sound. Okay. How about if I stop?
Wait, but that wasn't a video. That was like I saw something else on the screen now.
No, it was video. Well, it was video code and then me talking.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you talking. You might have to hit that little button.
Video file, huh? Oh, I can send you the file. That's what it wants me to do.
Oh, okay. Well, either way.
My bad. I thought I could do it.
Well, can't you hit when you go to share? Can't you hit share with sound?
Yeah, maybe let's try that.
Try
also share sound. That was already clicked, but let's do that.
Okay, let me add this.
How about here's some sample code.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now we hear it.
We'll take an input of an azimuth and elevation angle to a star, and then input a time, like a date, a time, and then it will tell you where you are on the map, right? And this is the whole relationship between the geographic graticule and the celestial sphere. I say it all the time. It's a 1-for-1 correlation, right? For every point on the geographic graticule at a specific time corresponds to a specific point on the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is the basis for the geographic graticule. They created the globe based on the celestial sphere. And here's how we can backtrack it to show you that they are inextricably linked at the very least, right? So let's say for an azimuth angle. So for us, let's say 90 east, and say the star's at 45, and let's say the time is roughly now. And I'll input it, and it will give me not where I am, but it'll give me a position where the star is. So because of that time, here's the actual position.
Ground position.
Plotted on equirectangular, right? So I can input it and convert it. Azimuthal, same spot, same spot, same spot. So the map is really just the star map, right? If you make an observation of a star, then that'll give you a point on the map depending on the time, because the stars rotate around, right? Based on time. That's why it's important to do the sidereal time conversion and the right angle to hour ascension conversion. Those are super important to understand to see where spherical trigonometry comes in, to see how the coordinate system of a sphere is forced upon every map, and even now, celestial navigation, even though celestial navigation on its own requires a flat baseline and cannot be done on a sphere for sure, and on its own directly does not use spherical trigonometry, it uses basic trig, right? The cosine of the elevation angle will give me the calculated ground distance, right? The sine will give me the calculated apparent height of it. No measurement, nothing. It's all calculated based on optics to the sky.
That's pretty much it. You can stop it there.
Just to provide some
Well said.
clarification on exactly what the script does.
Oh wait, can I stop it? There you go.
There you go.
Right. It actually,
The rest is just like a little bit of script. It tells you that it plots the ground position, not actually your position. But yeah, working on a presentation.
Oops. My bad. I meant to get rid of your screen share and I accidentally kicked you. Come back, Shane. Come back in so you can finish up. My bad. On that one, I just kicked you out because, well, that presentation was too good. I don't like when it's too good. All right, there you go. You're welcome back. Sorry about that. You must have pressed. You must have pressed something wrong or something. It had to be your
I was
fault.
like, did you kick me out or did I kick myself?
No, it was me.
worries.
Definitely me.
I was just gonna tie it up with him doing our presentation on the celestial sphere, not this week, but next week on Ether Cause. So that'll be like a little preview of how.
Oh, nice. When are you gonna do that?
Not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday.
Okay.
The celestial sphere broken down. I'm gonna try and keep it to an hour, right? So people will want to watch it and make it digestible, etc. But
yes,
it'll be the math on how they pretty much created the globe as a model based on the sky.
Okay. Anything else
Good
for
stuff.
us?
Nope, that's all I got.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Also,
Shane and those guys over there, Ether Cause, doing great work. Check them out. Welcome back to the show. We got started with a couple quick presentations, and that is open now. We've got everybody is available to come on Cornerism if you want. T.me/Cornerism. I'm going to put these on the screen for you. Then we've got T.me/Septemberism if you want to submit a video or submit some written work. You can do that as well. We talk about a few things. What do we got coming up this week? Saturday, El Sábado de Domingo? No, that's wrong. Saturday, we've got the VIP hangout that we do on the first and third Saturdays of every month. And this month, we've got Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind joining us. So Sov will be with us on Saturday at noon Pacific. If you want to join us, you can go to wap.com/Jeranism. We do a hangout every first and third Saturday at noon, and we bring somebody from the community to join us. So we've had Dave Weiss and Austin Whitsitt and Rose 777. We've had Conspiracy Music Guru. We've had Don Dussault. We've had Mark Sargent. We've had Patricia Steer. We've had Karen B. We've had Austin Thompson. And now we're on to Sovereign Soul. Sorry, I always say Citizen, which is redundant. Anyway, or which is impossible. It's a double entendre, double whatever you call it. So wap.com/Jeranism if you want to join the VIP. Very cool club over there. You get a free. You get a VIP private chat group on Telegram. And then you get all my videos there. Plus, you get the brand new Jeranism Monday Night Raw, which started this last Monday. It is a new podcast that will be available for VIPs, and it's also for Rockfin subscribers. So if you're on Rockfin, you can just go to my channel. You'll find episode 1 of Monday Night Raw there, and it's a little more raw than normal. So enjoy that or not, one way or the other. You don't have to watch it. It's not required watching. Hate to tell you. Let's see here. What else do we have go on this week? Did you guys check out Reefer Roulette? It was fun. That is a new show that we are doing. Myself, Saab, Mike from THC, and Austin Thompson from the Melodome. So definitely check that out if you have not yet. Let me see if I have it. Oh, I was trying to check if we had anything here. We don't have it. Where is it? Here we go. Watch this real quick. Just to, oh, that's not working either. There we go. Just for fun, just a little intro. Make sure you guys check out the show. It is on Wednesdays at 4:20 p.m. Pacific time. Don't you dare miss it. If you already missed it, what's wrong with you?
From the road clip, Mike from THC, take up and hit. Melodome's casting is higher than the sky. Jeranism the joint, then we pass to the next guy. Then we gonna spin the wheel like conspiracy. Where it stops, wait and see. Hey. Discussion go deeper with the reefer. Light it up. Is it the reefer roulette? Spin the wheel of conspiracy. Is it the reefer roulette? Where it stops, just wait and see. Is it the reefer roulette? It's the reefer roulette. The reefer roulette. We gonna get high in bed. Light it up. And get ready to spin the wheel like conspiracy.
Yeah, we all got real high. You bet. We gonna get high. Yeah, we're gonna get wait. Not in this show, but that show for sure. So if you missed that, check it out. It is Wednesdays, 4:20 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see you next Wednesday, which will be September the 11th. I'm sure there'll be some things on the wheel of conspiracy, otherwise known as walk. I don't know, I made that up. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. All right, we've got anybody lined up here? Nobody yet. We will look over in 1 second at the submissions, see if anybody submitted. So we talked about that. Monday Night Raw, like I said, every Monday prior to 3 p.m., that new podcast will be released. So definitely keep your eye out for that. We've got Crypto Class tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific. That's for VIPs as well. And presenting will be Dave Weiss, presenting his new Dome coin. Dome. Come get domed. Come give dome. Come get dome. Something like that. And tomorrow there'll be no Jeranism show. It's taking 1 week off. And it will be back with the new show. The new Jeranism show starts on that following, I believe it's Friday the 13th, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be the next Jeranism show. It'll be a little bit different than you're used to. It'll be more of a, what do you want to call it? Not programmed. Produced. Produced, I guess is the right word. More of a produced show rather than me ramble for 3 hours. So look forward to that. I saw somebody in the chat say that they didn't get notifications from YouTube about me going live. The best way to get that is to go to t.me/Jeranism show and subscribe there on Telegram and turn the notifications on because I only use it when I go live. So you will only get notified about me either saying I'm going live or what time it's going to be live. And that's something you can join free, easy. And there is no YouTube algorithm hate. All right. We talked about those two. We talked about that. All right. I believe that's it. No Jeranism show tomorrow. What do we got coming up? So Saturday, like I said, be a VIP. Let's check the chat, see who's here since nobody wants to jump on. Will Domecoin be higher value than Bitcoin? That would be a, well, you want me to ask Alex Jones? Alex, are you there? Alex Jones? Can you tell us? I don't know where he's at. Maybe he's not even here. Alex, are you there? Alex, what are the chances that Domecoin is worth as much as Bitcoin?
0, 0,
Oh.
0,
Oh.
0, 0,
Oh.
0, 0.
He doesn't think so. I would tend to agree with him on that one. I don't think so. Salted Cedar in the house. What up, Salted? We've got John Laurie says the wheel poem. I like it. We've got just reading a margin of error less than 1%. Wait till you discover how pi equals 3.14 can be used to calculate things and have a margin of error of less than 1%. I don't know what that means. I still think that the weird thing about pi is 0.318, which is equally as important, and nobody's ever heard of it in their life. If you ask somebody, hey, I've got a circumference of the globe of 24,901, what is the diameter? And they will just have no clue. They won't even know you could just times it by 0.318. They'll have some other formula and do this, the C, cross cancel, a bunch of bullshit. But I think if you just knew 0.318, you would understand circles a lot better. I understand circles now because I realize that 0.318 is the curvature of any circle. That is the curvature. 0.318 of a full, or the diameter, which is easy to figure out because if you're going from North Pole to South Pole and you have to climb a hill, how big is the hill that you climbed because you couldn't go through the Earth? Well, it's exactly the radius, right? So you climbed a radius, and then you have to climb a radius on the other side to get back to where you started, which means the amount of curvature on a circle is equal to its diameter, which is crazy. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. What's the other thing that turned out to be? God, I can't remember. There's something that came out to pi. I was shocked. What was it? Oh, just if you take the curvature of any circle. So like, or you could take the curvature formula. So let's say the curvature formula for the globe Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, right? We know that. So if you just went a mile, measured, well, then it would be 8 inches every time, right? So you could just take 8. Oh, you're not seeing that? ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no? Let's figure that out. That's better there. If we take off the video and turn that one on. There we go. Get over my head. Better. Be right with you. We've got, move this up a little bit. All right, there. So we've got 8 inches times 24,901. Can't get to that 0. Nope. Move it up. 24,901 equals 199,208. And then if we divide that by 12, because we're trying to get feet, the feet is 16,600. And if we divide that by 5280, we get 3.14. So how about that? So that means you could take the curvature of any circle, any curvature formula, and figure out exactly, it just has to equal pi. Isn't that crazy? Kind of things that nobody's going to teach you, but right here on the Jeranism Show on Speaker's Corner. All right, let's get that off the screen. Let me get this lined up for, oops. Get this going here 1 second. I'll get you guys on there. And we'll be ready to rock. We've got coming up first here, I believe, yeah, we've got the good guy, Tony, Corey, Olis. Tony!
Yo, yo.
What's up, dog? That's not a good one there. Let's try that one. It's still not very good. How about that one? There we go. That's a little better. All right, my friend.
Very good. Doing good. I got a big September. I'm going out to 2 different flat meetups. So, yeah, I got that ahead of me.
All right.
And I'm excited.
Where at?
Atlantic City. I'm going out to meet Zulu and that gang.
Very cool.
Out at Atlantic City. And then after that, Flattoberfest. So I'm doing both this year.
Very cool.
Game.
I believe we're going to have a meetup on the 14th, Saturday the 14th, here in Morgan
out by
Hill.
You?
Yeah, Morgan Hill.
Nice.
So should be fun.
Yeah, I'm going to be around a bunch of people too. Feel free to call me,
All right. That sounds good. Well, you have my Telegram, so reach out.
Totally.
Oh, shit, I forgot your entrance music. So,
oh, yeah,
such
I need
a
that.
loser.
I need that.
There we go. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's Tony Corliss. Tony.
Very good. Thank
Welcome.
you. I see myself on just main screen right now. Is that what it is? I guess, yeah, everyone else is doing presentations. So, yeah, you're putting everyone else on.
Well, you're on the big screen. You're on the big screen, yes.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
I'm in the corner. Do you want to see that? Just so you can see. This is what we look like over there. See?
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Everyone can just really see all the junk here in the backyard now.
That's true. We can all see. We were all taking inventory right now.
Yeah. So, hey, I just wanted to bring up, I always, I'll think of something to say. And what I thought of when Shane was presenting, he was talking about taking the sidereal calculation of the kind of like sky as we see it. What do you think on sidereal? I'm just hearing about it. And, I like the Zodiac and stuff. I like the Classic 12, but I hear there's stuff to sidereal. What do you think on it? I'm just learning.
Well, you're talking about the sidereal meaning 23 hours, 56 minutes?
I guess, is that what it means? I've just heard people drop it as like a different read to the Zodiac. Like there's the, I don't know, I guess the classic read or the sidereal read to the Zodiac.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, the way I think of sidereal is just it's the shorter of the day. It's the 23 hours, 56 minutes, which is 4 minutes short, and 4 minutes times the amount of days in a year is equal to 1/2 of a day, which is why the so-called globe is facing the wrong way at the other 6 months later.
And that is why you said that the moon is 50 minutes, because it does keep better time, I guess, than the.
Well, it keeps a better year. It keeps a better year. It keeps a better year because you can't. Gotcha. The sun doesn't really give us good years if we have to add 0.25 days every 4 years.
That's interesting, though. You said that it would. I'm getting a text now from Eric. It vibrated my whole phone. Hey, Eric, what's up?
Of a respect to the distant stars, I'm just trying to see if sidereal means anything other than I think it is. Relating to the stars or constellations measured with respect to the background of fixed stars. So that's basically it. They just move a different speed than the sun does, right? So the sun moves 24 hours, and it takes the stars 23:56. So that's why the sun progresses backwards through the stars.
Yeah, and it's so cool when you and then like the moon, I guess, does the backwards thing too, right? Because it goes like I guess that's one thing where I messed up last week when I called when I was out of town, or last month when I called when I was out of town. I said the moon is behind the sun, and like I guess you can think that way, but then I'm just talking behind like timing wise, like if it does go around like that. Just so even today is the day I talked about where the sun sets and then the moon is just on the same path, just right behind it.
Right. So then tomorrow would be a little bit further behind it. The next day a little further behind it.
Yeah, exactly.
So on and so forth.
Yeah.
Right.
And the thing to today's moon is like, so I guess this is now after a new moon. So the moon totally disappears, then it's the new moon, and then we start seeing it again.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think I've always thought that the moon might go behind the sun, personally.
It could, kind of thinking of it, just talking it out like that on how just,
Well, think about it, too. It takes a couple days till
it gets to it. Yeah.
It takes a couple days till you can see the sliver, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If it's in front, you think you'd see it pretty quickly, not a couple days later. Yeah. But if it's behind it, it takes a day or two till it comes back in front of it. But you don't want to tell people that. They'll think you're crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about, too, though, is when you're seeing the sliver. So right now, it is on its path right behind the sun, but if you try to like block out like the sun with a book or anything, you can't see the moon.
I don't think you
until
can,
the sun sets. Then you can first see like the new moon. Like the moon after the new one, the new moon.
Right.
Yeah.
Got you. What else
I like
new?
learning all this stuff.
Very interesting stuff. So what else is new? How's the baseball field?
Baseball fields are good, and if you remember out in Vegas, I said that I had like a weird sciatic nerve leg problem. So that started on the last day I had to drag my ball fields. So now my ball fields are going to open up this coming week. So they're looking great, and I've just been waiting to get back on my ball fields.
And how's your leg?
It's been a while. Yeah.
How's your leg?
Leg's all good.
Okay.
Totally healed up.
Good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
It had me. I was going to the doctor, and I was not having any solutions, and then physical therapy, and kind of, come on, what is this? I'm still dealing with this problem. I'm young. Why am I? But I don't know. I just went down a road, and it ended up solving my problem. So.
Good. And you're eating healthy, drinking healthy. Everything's good.
No, I'm still, drinking, eating out.
Well, you're
stuff,
young.
so-
I mean, you're young.
I'll give that up.
Try and give it up as
yeah,
soon as you
still
can.
just having
The other
fun.
thing I'm shocked at hearing is I did not know how many energy drinks people are drinking.
I don't drink any of those.
Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
Never.
Yeah, because I heard that and I was like shocked. Somebody was like, "Oh, I drink
Well-
like 2 or 3 a day." I'm like, "What?"
I went through a little phase when the dishwasher guy at Don and Charlie's was selling them for like $2 each, so I'd get one.
Oh,
or-
Don Charlie's,
other than
man.
that-
Oh,
yeah, I know.
it's
And
frog
I swear,
legs.
This one guy,
Mm.
Maruchan. Everyone just called him Maruchan, and he'd sell Monster out in the dish pit. Yeah.
Charlie's in the chat. Charlie, I just saw the other day. I didn't even know that such thing existed. I saw that you can look up your all-time best super chatters, and you are number 2. So congratulations,
Nice, Charlie.
Charlie. Way to go. Number 3 was Run Boston Bear. So thank you guys. Your new
Solid,
team,
solid.
Jaron. What else? Anything else?
Nothing else. And just reminder, Jaron, when I did that Zodiac thing yesterday, you weren't even really sure if you were a goat. Just, dude, you're a goat. Just so you know, there's a bunch of flat Earth goats I found out.
And I read it. Pretty much describes me pretty much verbatim.
Yeah, I could go naming other ones, but you know what? I'll hold. I know a bunch of like.
Should I do another show where I give the 3 things to 3 people and see if they can pick out their own? I think it's a good test.
What do you mean?
So I had a show like maybe 2 years ago where I had 3 people come on. They gave me their birthdays ahead of time, their birth hours and everything. So we we had somebody write up a natal chart for each one of them. Then we gave them all 3 and said, pick which one's yours, and none of them got it right.
I think that's a great idea. I did hear you mention that. I didn't even know you had that show.
Yeah, it's on my channel somewhere.
Yeah, sounds good.
Maybe I'll do it again. I also want to do another remote viewing one because I thought that was awesome when they came on and were able to pick out what I looked at and thought of and put in an envelope. So pretty crazy.
I was hearing about remote viewing from the girl I went camping with. And
Tim, where'd you go? Tim, I was about to go to you. Tim, come back. Tim. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Now I went to like a Freedom Festival thing, and then the girl was telling me about remote viewing, and I was kind of thinking like I haven't really heard of that, but now I'm hearing a bunch about it. So yeah, I'm down for any shows.
Dude, it was crazy. I had this team come on that does remote viewing, and they basically told me a day or two ahead of time, find a magazine in your house, find a page that looks something that's memorizable or memorable, and then think about it, and then don't tell anybody. Put it in an envelope, put a code on the envelope, which I make up. So I was like, what kind of code? They're like, just LN75B. Something so that you can tell them. So that I put that on the envelope, sealed it, called them and said, okay, 75L7B. And like, okay, we'll start looking for it. So they're like looking in the Akashic records, and I'm supposed to be thinking of that and putting it into the sky. And then they came on the show and they drew exactly what I looked at. How did they do that?
I know, that's crazy.
They couldn't have known. So
one other thing I heard you say was when you the rice experiment, how if you just thought something at it, nothing changed. Did you say that? And then if you said something,
I've never
then
tried it with the rice. I tried it with ice.
Oh, okay.
So if you put, I had like a little petri dish, and I would put distilled water in it, and then if I speak to it, angry words or love words, it does freeze differently. But then I tried doing it with thoughts, thinking that would work, but no change. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and nice. Thank you for elaborating that. I stuck in my head.
I love to
I got a lot
elaborate,
of stuff stuck in my head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything else new?
All right, peace out. I'm wearing a dragon shirt. Later, y'all.
Dragons are real. God, what did
Oh,
I
it's
see
a
today?
dragon
What?
year. Might as well wear a dragon shirt.
Oh, later. I saw this thing today about dinosaurs existing in the rainforest in Africa or something. I don't know. I forgot what I was even looking at. But I wouldn't doubt it. I bet you they were around and people offed them, killed them. Let's check who's in the chat. Tim was waiting. Tim's gone. Tim, sorry that we went a little bit over there with Mr. Coriolis, but you don't want to get on his bad side. You'll call the family. See if there's anybody else in the chat. Brian Cash in the house. What's up, Brian? We've got tinfoil sombrero. Walt told me to write a letter on my palm to figure out when I'm dreaming. Haven't tried it. Oh, yeah, that would be like lucid dreaming. That's something that Iru talks a lot about. Titus in the house. We've got Gideon David Sampson in the house. Who else we got here? Melodome in the house. What's up? Austin. Check us out on Wednesdays. Check him out other days. We've got Sue Finelli in the house. Sue, hopefully everything's going well. And if you guys want to get any Moringa, Moringa is available at my shop, shop.jeranism.com. It is the first Jeranism branded product of all the times. Of all the time. And I got one here to show you if I can get my camera up there. Where is my camera? There it is. I need to find it somewhere. So there you go. The first ever Jeranism branded. There we go. Tree of Life raw organic Moringa, and it's got all the little facts on there, and includes. Oh, it's a really bad camera. Webcams are just terrible. Garbage products. All right, there's Tim. We got Tim back. Let's bring him on and continue on with the show. It is the September edition of Speakers Corner. Tim, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jaron, can you hear me?
Hear you great.
Great. So I've got a couple questions, and there's an issue with flat Earth stuff that it's still, I just don't know how it works. I don't understand how it can work. It's the southern stars. It's not the rotation and the direction or any of that stuff. It's the point of convergence and how that makes sense in the south. So as I understand it, Polaris is a real star, and everything rotates. All the stars rotate around Polaris in the flat Earth model.
Right.
And I've looked at Shane's model, Shane St. Pierre's model,
right,
where you've got your dome of vision, and as you move further south, that's why, because of perspective and everything, you lose sight of Polaris. And from his perspective, he's saying the point of convergence then essentially rises from the south, as you can see, and that's why you see another circular star trail in the south, just going the opposite direction.
Okay.
So what I don't understand is how people in South America, South Africa, wherever, is it true that they're actually seeing the same stars rotate around the same center point from different parts of the Earth?
Yeah, I think it is. That's the case. If you're talking about whether or not they're actually seeing them at the same time, no, right? It would be further progressed. Hey, thank you very much. We've got a super chat from David Sampson, donated $10. Thank you very much. Does that make sense? So they're basically, each person would be a little further along, right? So it's the same stars rotating around the same empty spot. There's no star there, and okay. So that's the way. And I think that you have to look at the dome of vision. You have to understand that. And then as far as the point of convergence, so you're saying, why do they converge at a nothing point?
Well, so because what's happening in reality is that there's a real point of convergence in the north, like it's a real physical point of convergence, but in the south it's merely based on perspective and it's just optical, right? It's not real.
Right, because the dome of vision is causing it to do like a circle, right? It's causing it to do what looks like a rotation to us.
So, and then is it also true that, say you're in South America,
okay,
you're going to see the point of convergence move, east to west through the night. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that. It might just stay in that spot, whatever you would consider south. Now, it's not the same spot for everybody because with declination, magnetic declination, they are actually looking towards the same direction, but not completely opposite directions. And the point of convergence is the place that they all rotate around, right? So you're going to see them in different locations, meaning it's the same stars, but just further shifted, each location around the Earth, around the outside.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it's hard for me to grasp because in my mind, what my mind wants to say is that since Polaris is a real star and everything in actuality rotates around Polaris, even as far south as you go, then I would think the stars would continue like if you were at the 90th south latitude, you would have like.
You mean the South Pole?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? I mean, I'm thinking on flat Earth model, right?
Okay.
You would no matter where you're at in Antarctica and flat Earth model, I would think you would see the stars go at that south latitude. You'd see the stars go horizontal when you're looking south if you were that far south. But obviously that's not like in a sense if you were 90 90 south latitude.
Wouldn't they have to be doing that though, instead of turning in the sky? So, for instance, to say that you would think they would go lateral, then wouldn't the stars need to just move lateral and not be turning?
Well, I think I'm trying to make sense of what it seems is the reality from, say God's perspective,
okay,
versus the human's perspective, right? Like from God's perspective, yeah, the stars are moving like in a straight across the horizon, east to west, that far south, right?
Okay.
But yet the human perspective demands that there's a point of convergence, then things circle around. That's what I'm struggling to get my head wrapped around.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and I think that it's probably one of the unanswered questions that we have about the model.
Okay.
Now, whether or not the AE map is correct, hopefully we find that out by December. But that will tell us a lot what happens in December. Because you're right. Thinking about it now, I see what you're saying. You're saying that if you're at a 90-degree point on the flat Earth looking up, then you're saying you would expect the stars to be just going across the top of the sky, not turning around above your head.
Well, especially if you're looking south at that far south, I would think, the stars in reality are just moving east to west because, like everything is moving around Polaris, even that far south.
Right.
But then from the viewer's perspective, we have a lot more video, right, of it from South America, South Africa. And as far as I know, there's less of that kind of thing, video taken from Antarctica.
Oh yeah.
But either way, you're seeing this convergence, this circular pattern, just like you do in the north. But one is real in a sense that it's a genuine star that every other star is rotating around, and the other one is all perspective. That's what it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and I can't really figure out like what Leslie's model is, because he actually says that the stars in the south are a reflection or an inversion of the stars in the north. I've never seen any proof of that or been able to see any kind. He basically says that the stars you see in the south are the mirror images of the ones in the north.
That seems like something that would be relatively easy to show.
I thought that too. Yeah. So I had him on the show for like 4 hours total, and he just kind of lost me even further. But
yeah,
that's just a model.
I've tried to listen to him a few times, and I can't keep track.
No, it's funny too, because I always have people tell me like, "Oh no, his model solves it. His model is," and then I'll say, "Okay, explain to me his model," and they're like, "Oh, I can't." Like, okay, stop telling me that somebody's model solved it if nobody can explain it.
Right.
But
okay, well, I'm gonna keep looking into this.
I'll ask Shane. I'll ask Shane to listen back to this conversation just to give me a better idea if he has a better answer than I have. Because yeah, I mean, I've been able to just and as far as I'm going this different directions, that makes sense to me. As far as just the direction we're looking, right? But yeah, as far as why they converge around a central point for each of those locations. And then I kind of see what you're saying as far as, do they see the same set of stars? If you're in Australia and you're looking at the stars, wouldn't half of them be on the other side of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're basically saying. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you for the call.
Yeah. So last thing I want to say is I've been following your work for about a year or so, and I've been following all this Antarctica talk. And I just want to say, I'm sure I represent many of your viewers, but I appreciate how you've handled all of it,
Thank you.
I mean, in terms of the actual like analysis of it and what we should expect if we're actually going to accept some kind of a flat Earth model.
Yeah.
All the other things. Yeah. It's unfathomable to me to hear Zetetic Warrior or whoever else say that it doesn't matter what the sun does and the sun can do anything and it doesn't make anything else questions. Like you've never said, well, then we know it's a globe. You're just saying, well, it's going to have to be reconciled with a flat Earth map.
Yeah, and I mean, I really honestly don't expect to see that at all. And so that's what I think got us in trouble, is that people then, because like I've been baffled at people saying, like, they bailed on the AE map, right? They basically said, oh, it doesn't matter what the sun does, and now they do expect a 24-hour sun. It's like, you guys all bailed on something that we believed for 9 years just because somebody scared you about going and observing. Right. I'm not scared of that. I mean, I think that our research will hold up. Now, and then it's okay to say if something happens. And I believe that that's a very noble thing to do, and it's a noble position to hold when you're like, no, our model calls for this. Your model calls for that. We go down and we check it out. And then it's not a rah, you won, we won, but it helps gather more information, then we can move from there. So if we do get down there and we see that it does what they say, then we need to go back to the drawing board, period. And I'm not sure that there's a lot of answers for that particular observation, because it would require the sun to do a U-turn, right? I mean, you know, I like to talk about it as, you know, if you're walking south from Colorado or something, and you're watching the sun as it's in front of you as you walk south, and then it slowly is above your head as you walk south, and then when you get down to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to be at your head or behind you. And if you keep walking south, there's no reason in any flat Earth model that you would then see the sun coming around from the right to the left. In order for it to do that, it had to make a U-turn somehow on the Earth, and we know it doesn't do that. There's never been an observation of that. So it's very simple to see that that does not match our model. So, I mean, that's just that. Now everybody's saying, well, that wasn't our model. We didn't have that model. It's like, okay, well, everybody got here with the AE map. So you can abandon it now and go to this whole, the sun can do anything and we can observe anything that we want. But that's a religion. That's why we got into flat Earth, is because the Globers were like that, right? They were the ones saying, doesn't matter what you observe, doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter what you measure, the Earth's a globe. Now we have flat Earthers saying, doesn't matter what you measure, doesn't matter what you see, doesn't matter what you show, the Earth's flat. So they just became Globers, and then they wanted to take it out on me, which is, I'm just going to be honest. That's all I can do, and that's how I know I'm in the right. I don't even worry about that shit, because if I was being shady or not being forthright, or I wasn't being transparent, then I would, I'd feel bad. But I'm being completely transparent about the way everybody should be thinking, in my opinion. And if they don't want to think that way, they don't have to. So they can go to a new type of flat Earth. I don't want to be a part of that. If there's a new flat Earth that says, hey, everything that we ever observed fits into the flat Earth basket and it's flat forever and ever, amen, you just won't catch me there. So not gonna be there.
I respect that a lot. Last thing I want to say is, if you go down there and you see the sunset, you're gonna have all this time. Well, it won't be totally dark, right? But it'll be the sun will be down, so it'll certainly be darker. I wonder if you'll be able to see stars, and if so, you could observe more of how the stars move that far south.
I don't think we're supposed to see stars at all.
Okay.
So
even with the coffee cup caustic and all that, it's supposed to lighten up the sky.
No, good call. I guess I'm basing that off of things I've seen. Not we would be open to seeing anything down there. So maybe it is kind of darker and the sun does set, and then we could see stars.
Yeah, it's a thought.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we got RG the artist up next. RG, what up? RG, you're muted.
Yeah. Hey, man.
What's up?
How are you?
Good. You?
Good, man. I'm okay. I was just thinking pretty deep about what Gideon was saying, and I kind of just wanted to see if I could answer his question or help him understand a little better, maybe me understand a little better about the stars and the light, the ether, and how everything works with the eye.
Okay.
There's a fluid in your, not your iris, but the very center part of your eye. There's like a liquid crystal, and then your cornea and your retina, right? And how things are flipped and inverted is how our brain reads things, I guess. So when all that is forced in such a small area like our eye, I think that may be where the issues lie and where the misunderstanding is. And, studying the eye, man, will teach you some things. I don't know how to say it perfectly,
so
but
you're saying that the eye
just
causes the stars to gather around an empty spot?
Well, I think when we're further in the south, I've never been there, never seen it,
Mm-hmm.
but I would hypothesize that how the stars are going out and away from us, there's a physical North Pole, right, where the North Star resides,
okay,
90 degrees from that. The further you get away, it'll disappear right on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then if we go the distance from the North Pole to the equator and then that same distance south,
mm-hmm,
it would be a complete inversion the way your eye would see it, I would think. Because everything's really, all the information comes to that small point. It flips it upside down. It gives it color. So the information of the stars traveling through the ether to your eye, then translated by your brain, right? You would get so far away from what we're so used to seeing, a perfect circle around a center point, that our eye would, think about the hemisphere that the outer part of your eye, right? That we see out of, it's a hemisphere. It's a half a circle. Now, the furthest part of that, where the not the colored part, but the very center of your eye. It keeps slipping my language, but that part there,
Iris, pupil,
is the
cornea.
furthest you would see. That would be your convergence point. But even the smallness of your eye going left or right from the center point toward your iris, right? That would be where the curvature would happen of the movement away from you, right? That would be actually, think about it, that the furthest part away from your eye, from the center of it, it would be the closest the stars would be. And as the stars turned, it would look like it would be coming closer towards you, right? If you were all looking perfectly south with minus the magnetic declination.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Yes. I'm not sure it answers his question, but it makes sense.
Okay.
But
Because I'm the only reason I know this is a long time ago, man, I had an accident with my eye and it detached my cornea and split my retina. And I had to have stitches, but I could still see out of it from the time of the accident to getting to the hospital. I mean, everything was black and white, upside down. Cars were going by. Like it looked really freaky. But I found out some important stuff about the eye and how it works during that process. So
awesome,
maybe that'll help somebody.
Yeah, I'm going to check too with Shane too and have him explain it to me better. Shane seems to understand that a little bit better. Anything else for us?
Mm-hmm. Man, thank you for the CD, bro. No, you know what I'm talking about. Thank you for the CD, bro.
Hey, no problem. Sorry.
I appreciate it.
Apologize if I said something wrong. I don't think I did, but yeah, glad you got it.
Man, I'm the same way, bro.
Glad you got it.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you having my call, and I'll maybe be able to catch it next time.
All right. Take it easy. Peace.
All right.
Up next, we got Charlie. Do I have a song for you, Charlie? Let's go something new. How about this one? You're the $1 million man. Everybody's got a price for the $1 million man.
Hey, I got my own song if you don't mind, Jaron. How are you?
Good. Go. What's your song? You gonna play it for me?
Yeah, I always play it. There it is. It's Blind Melon. We talk to ourselves more.
All right. I don't remember. I remember Blind Melon, No Rain. Is that a Blind Melon song? Am I taking that right?
Okay. Thank you very much. Hey, how you been, Jaron?
Good. Yourself? Hey, is Blind Melon? Is that a No Rain? Is that one of their songs?
Yeah. That's like my least favorite song is No Rain. That's the one that get all the airplay. They get all kinds of stuff, man.
Okay. Good to know.
3 albums, phenomenal. Hey, cheers, everybody. The chat, much love to everybody. Hey, Jaron, I wanted to just share about a certain clip.
Okay.
You know, when we talk about movies and things. This movie came out, I think, in 1992. It's called Boomerang.
Okay.
Boomerang with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence.
Okay.
For those that haven't seen it, you know, let me drop a link in the chat.
Okay.
If you don't mind, so you can put it up. It's about 1 minute. It's very important because during the show they're talking about some weird stuff, but then they throw it in there about the flat Earth. These guys, they knew it at the time. And before you play the clip, Jaron, Martin Lawrence, after the movie, about a year or two later, he had a nervous breakdown. And he was on Ventura Boulevard. If you guys don't know it, look it up. He was waving a gun, saying, "They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me." He got arrested, and he got treatment. And it was a weird thing, but I have a feeling that it had to do with knowing about the flat Earth.
Wow.
People know. And if you are ready, I threw the link. If you want to throw it, we can watch it for about a minute.
Okay, we'll watch for a minute. Oops, sorry, hold on. I gotta fix
Salutes.
that. Let's move this over.
Cheers, everybody. We drink and think around here.
Drink and think. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, expand. I like that. Now, check it out. The white ball dominates everything, right? Knocks the shit out the yellow ball, the red ball, right? And the game's over when the white ball drives the black ball completely off the table. Now, why is that?
I don't know, but I'm sure you tell me, my brother.
Sure, you right. Look, it's because of the white man's fear of the sexual potency of black balls.
Now, that one was kind of interesting. That was interesting.
You see, what was...
I see where you're going, and the pool table is the earth. That's why it's green.
Oh, shit. See, your shit is coming out now.
And the world they used to think it was flat.
Screw him. Hey, when you do the Oprah Winfrey show, I'm gonna be front row. It's not about jokes. Me and him are here. It's not about.
That one was kind of deep. You went to the bottom of the ocean on that. Yeah, but losers get the bid, so.
Oh, I'm gonna get the bid. But see how our thing is here?
Oh yes, we're on the same wavelength.
There it is.
We're the same cat.
Get him there.
Okay, I get it. I'm gonna work on him.
All right. Yo, man, he's getting worse. We got to find him a woman quick.
I've not heard that before. Learn something new all
Yeah,
the
me
time.
neither. But it came across by accident, and it's deep. I mean, people, they know. There's people that know, especially Hollywood and the elite, right? People that are so-called the elite. They knew, or they know, and it's up to us to look at all these little subtleties and clues that they leave behind.
Yeah, there's everywhere. We see them in TV, movies, everywhere.
Yeah, we've been showing and demonstrating, and of course, Jaron, you're one of the leaders in debunking, the non-truths, and that's that globe nonsense,
Thank you.
Also, if I still have a minute left or something, I did want to take. You see my.
I'll give you a minute.
Okay, well, thank you. You remember that thing about the horizontal?
Oh yeah, okay. All right, we got into
Okay,
that.
8 inches per mile squared in the horizontal.
Okay.
I think the best example, if you still can't grasp it, is think of a highway, and you're very good at looking at highways and maps. Think of a highway that has a straight highway, right? Super straight for miles and miles and miles. Draw a line with your maps or whatever in your digital thing at the edge of the road. Every mile, move that bar 8 inches, right? And at the second mile, whatever the calculation is, 16 and 32 and whatever, right? After a certain time, you'll be seeing the curve going into on a highway, and if you can.
Well, the weird thing is about that though, if you keep driving, it would just be 8 inches every mile. You'd have to.
Correct.
Right. Okay. If you're talking about a bigger curve, then you would be staying back at the beginning. You wouldn't be driving.
Correct.
Okay.
What I'm getting at is, if you were to lay it out on one of your maps where you show the curve, northeast or east and west or turns.
Right.
If you were to do it that way, you can see the turn, and if you have like pins on a map, cities or landmarks, you'll be able to see it. And if you have a road that's close to you where you live or somewhere where you travel, then you'll be able to see that turn. And you can go to that spot and you'll be able to visualize. And then if you turn your head this way, that's the whole point. You'll be able to see it on a straight highway.
Makes sense.
Curvature.
Okay.
In the horizontal. Because you cannot see it, forward or backward because it's flat.
Right.
And that's how you debunk the so-called global Earth equator, curvature of the Earth.
Nonsense.
You're better at it than I am. Debunk it in that fashion. Try to do a demonstration if you can grasp what I'm saying.
Okay, good one. I like that one. All right. Charlie.
Thanks for your comments earlier, Jared.
Yes, thank you very much
everybody.
for being number 2.
Much love to everybody, man.
All right, later. All right,
Cheers.
we've got a Tim. I don't know if it's the same Tim or different Tim. What do we got here? Tim, welcome to the show. New Tim.
Hey, Darren, how's it going?
Good, you?
Good. So I just wanted to touch on something you were talking about a couple guys ago, the Southern Stars. So to my understanding, I figured we did have the answers to that. And I'll try to.
Yeah, tell me what you think.
I'll try to convince you that's the case. But when I heard that you didn't think so after all the research you've done, I was like, wait, maybe I'm wrong. So if I am,
when he was asking the question about whether, if looking up each of those 3 people, and then it just clicked into my head, I was seeing the whole plate of stars moving, and then it kind of got like, oh wait, so those stars would be all the way on the other side of the Earth, but they would still be circling just the person above or below that, but not the stars in the middle. So then I was like, oh yeah, I think I'd talk to Shane about that one. But go ahead, let me hear your opinion of it.
Okay, so was he just confused on why they seem to circle around each other?
Why they circle around an empty spot, like the Sigma Octantis, they call it.
Right, which isn't really, you can't see it.
No, it's not a star. It's just an empty spot in the sky.
Right, and so you guys touched on the fact that it was an optical thing, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that's all it was. and I don't think it is unanswered. So, have you ever seen the Eric Dubé Southern Star Trail video? One of his classics.
Mm-hmm.
That one I thought explained it really good. Because the fact is that so just a little quick drawing I did here on a receipt.
Sure.
So if you're standing right here and you're this dot.
Okay.
And you're looking towards the north, all of these stars, because they're closer bunched together, you're going to see the obvious rotation around the central point.
In the north. Okay.
Right. And so then out here, you see something similar, but you don't see exactly like that tight circle around like you do in the north. It's more of like I don't think it rotates, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't rotate all the way completely around like it does in the north, right?
I would say that they would say it does, but again, you wouldn't see that because you wouldn't be looking at the stars for the full time. At least from places like South America, South Africa would only see 12 hours a night or whatever. So they would only see half of a turn of the stars. Right.
Right. And so it would just be an optical thing, right? So if you're this dot still and you're looking out south, you aren't seeing the same exact thing here in the north where it's stars rotating around a central point, but it appears that way because if you think of like you're spinning a wheel, right? You have the rubber on the outside of the wheel is going to be spinning the fastest. The further inside you go, it's going to be spinning slower.
Yeah.
And so wouldn't that be all it is, right? Is if the ones on the outside rim are going faster to make up for the stars in here. And so that in turn is going to make it seem like those are, with taking into account the perspective grid and the cone of vision that we have, that those are just going to come up from down here towards you and then back away. Because you see in a cone of vision, and these are the fastest moving on the outside, right? So they're going to appear to rise up rapidly towards you and then away. And then that's going to make it seem like it's a full rotation. But what it really is doing is like it's just appearing on your horizon suddenly and then going in what seems to be a circle, but it's not actually.
So my question would be, so now if that with that piece of paper, imagine the stars that are at the top. Right, so kind of point where you were at the bottom, and then now picture the stars at the top. So there's the bottom. Now go to the top, the far end, all the way up the top, all the way to the other side of the Earth. So you put your middle finger, right up there. So those stars there is what I'm confused about. Now I'm like thinking, do they see those stars? Because if they do, how are they seeing those but not the ones in the middle? See what I'm saying?
Does who see those stars?
The people in the south. Right, like people in the south should be able to see the entire southern stars. Is there places in the south that don't see certain stars all the time? Or that's what I don't know. That's what I thought he was asking basically, is how does somebody at those three locations all look up and see the stars not moving laterally but moving circularly, but half of those stars would be on the other side of the Earth. So maybe that wasn't his question, but that's what I took from it. I was going to talk to Shane about that. And then the other thing is, I think that I've seen, so we've seen before that if you take a whole thing of rotating stars, so what I used to do is take my iPad, make a star field rotate on the glass, then I would put a half dome on top of it, and no matter which angle you looked out of, you would see the stars circling. Right? So that's how we've explained it in the past. But that's the part where I started thinking about, well, do they see the whole set of stars? And I was trying to find a video that I thought, but you can't search for anything flat Earth anymore. Somebody did the southern stars before and showed it on that, like an iPad or on a piece of paper where you could actually see. I can't find it. So sad. You can't even search anything. Just all you get is garbage or debunk videos. I'll see if I can find it though, because that is the answer I've always used, is that when you do put a atmosphere on it, it causes stars to rotate the opposite direction. Right? Now, I don't know which stars we see. That's the problem.
Right.
And there's just not a lot of southern observations. There's not a lot of people who live down there. I think it's 5% of the population lives below the equator.
Yeah, something crazy. There's not much
Yeah, it's
land
crazy.
out there.
If I'm not seeing anything here, I don't know who did it on their channel. Now I can't think. Southern Stars. Maybe I'll check my channel on Odyssey and find it, because I'm not seeing anything here on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, it does show. I mean, this is like, so I don't know if you can see this. Again, this is what they say is happening.
I'm only seeing me right now.
Okay, let
I
me
don't
move
see
this
you
over.
at all.
You should be able to see it now a little bit. See me over there in the corner?
Yep.
I'm going to kind of
Can I
block.
pull the screen up bigger? Or?
I don't really know, but see, this is supposedly the stars there in the south. I see. I don't like any of this. Like, this looks like it's unfolding to me. This does not look like a rotation around the north. It kind of looks much different.
Right.
Also, these aren't even circles. These are clearly ovals. So that's weird. So
And
again,
that's what I was trying to get at. Was it's not the same circuit like around a central point as it is in the north.
Right.
Which.
But like here, so
more
this picture
ovals.
here, if you can see, is supposedly the southern stars, right? So if you think about that, if this is some sort of a point that they're all rotating around, okay, great. But does that mean that this entire field of stars is all the outer edge of the stars? Because if that's true, then how would you be seeing stars here or up here that are on the other side of the Earth, but you're not seeing the North Stars? That's what I was pointing out.
Okay, the outer. You might have to rephrase that. I didn't catch it.
So if there's a set of stars called the North Stars that rotate around Polaris in the north, then there's another set of stars that are on the outside edge of the circle, right?
Yes.
So is this picture that we're looking at here, where you're just looking at those stars, is that all the outer edge stars? Because if it is, how are you seeing outer edge stars?
Well,
through the north.
So the outer edge stars would be the ones closest to the central, rotating around the central point. From that perspective that you're showing right there, the outermost ones would be the ones closest to the center point. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Right.
And and then the more it goes like left to right from that perspective, that's going more and more towards the middle of the equator on the flat Earth, the equator line on the flat Earth. If that makes sense. So where you're seeing like so if you were to pretend that middle where all the stars are rotating around is like like where Polaris would be, right? Okay. And you're drawing an equator circle around the middle of that entire picture.
Right.
That would be like, you're starting to get further out, and the further up you go to the edges of that picture would be closer and closer to the equator.
Okay, I'm not grasping it, so I'll talk to Shane. He seems to explain things to me pretty well, so I'll talk to him and get back to you on that. Write myself a note. So yeah, Shane seems to understand.
It's definitely not a simple thing, the southern stars, to grasp. I had to, like I said, that Eric Dubé video, I had to watch that probably 10 times to even understand what he was trying to get
and there's
at.
also the anti crepuscular rays, right? So that if the sun's setting over there, you actually see it converge opposite to you, and
right,
the light. So I mean, I think that explains it as well. Let me go here. Yeah, I'll look at Odyssey and see if I got that dome video, because I'm not seeing it anywhere else.
Okay,
and I'll let you know about that. Anything else for me?
No, that's it.
Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Peace.
Peace. All right, that was Tim. We're going to look this up real quick. I just want to see if I can find anything about that. I'm going to search for content and search for, let's put south or southern stars. Southern summer, Antarctica, not a continent. Flight paths, mirror observations, Antarctica, not what you think. Impromptu debate. Huh. Maybe I don't have it on my channel either. Your personal dome, your personal atmospheric dome, the sun and the atmospheric dome. That's not, I don't think I've got it in that video. Let's check real quick. Bring this over here. I just want to see if it's in there. Come on, Odyssey. Let's go. Everything besides YouTube sucks ass. And YouTube sucks ass. So I mean, that's what's going on. All right. Odyssey, wake up. I'm trying to watch a damn video.
with somebody living upside down inside it. And that's the biggest.
All right, well, this is working really well. Thank you, Odyssey, for being so great today. Very kind of
The
you.
road or the floor that we're doing these observations on is bumpy. It's curved.
I don't think this one.
You're all that exists. You look.
And anybody, yeah, I guess I'm not worried about it. I'll find it after. I just remember those videos, and you can do it at home if you've got that half paperweight. I've got it out in the garage. I could go get it and just do it. But it would be pretty easy, right? I just need to find a rotating set of, let me see real quick if this is something I can do on the iPad. If I can find a rotating set of stars and put it down on the iPad, we can actually look at it. Let me see here. Let's go out of here. Let's go with search. So I want a rotating sphere or rotating circle. Rotating circle. I'm just going to go grab that paperweight. Rotating circle. Let's see if we can find something good. Okay. Yeah, that'll be good enough. Well, I'd rather have more points on it that we can watch. So that's just a rotating circle with, that should work. Yeah, let's try that one. Let's see this. Just got a bunch of stars. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab, oops, can this come up on a full page? That's not what I wanted. That's a GIF that does something else. Yeah, there we go. Well, it's not rotating, but it'll at least show, well, I'd rather rotate. Hold on, let me find a better one. I can't find, those are all rotating weird. I just need a circle rotation. Move. Let me look. Star rotation. We can do stars even. Oh, even if we find a time lapse of the star trails, we should be able to do that. What? Star rotation. And we'll see what it shows, because I want to see, does it show all the stars that are over there or just half? All right, there's the star rotation. Let's go videos. Circles around Polaris. Let me see how this one looks.
Hi, and welcome to the first Look at the Night Sky video.
Quiet down. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is there any? Oh boy. Not that video. We'll find one here. This one, no. What is this one? Rotation in space. Star trails. What? Come on. Having to do a CAPTCHA. Heaven forbid a robot gets into TikTok or something. Okay, what is this? I'm watching a video. Polaris. Okay, that'll work. Let me pause it. Good. Okay, I'll be right back. What do you want to listen to? Let me give you something to listen to. What do we got over here? Something that would be fun to listen to for a minute. Oh. Oh. Okay, it's back. And I'll get to the super chat. Charlie! He's trying to get into first place. I can't read that. I'll read it 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie, $100 is the man, the myth, the legend. All right, what do we got here? Anything fun to listen to? Gotta have something. What is that thing? Sometimes I find weird videos of space nonsense. Oh, that's something else. Over here. All right, let's find something. What's a song I've heard recently that could listen to Space Cunt? It's always fun. Let me think of what else we've got here. Is there anything here that looks fun? No. Something. No. What's that? Nope. We're gonna have to do. I don't have anything in here. How about this one? This is good enough. Yeah, let's tie us over for a second. This is. Let's go with this one. Well, it's not music, but it'll work. I got the Jim Fetzer thing on here. So let's just listen to 2 seconds of that just because I love myself doing Fetzer. Let's hear it. Oh, file's gone. That won't work. Remove selected item. Sorry, it's in the playlist, but doesn't exist. Nope, not that one either. That's a good video to watch for a second. Okay, we're doing real well here. That's not there either. This one, not there either. All right, that's good. Let's go to somebody's channel instead because I'm not finding that. Let's go with Odyssey. We had Odyssey open. It's over here. Let me find something that's in my old repertoire. Just got to go grab that, and I'm not wearing pants, so we don't need to show that off. We will put the camera away for a second. All right, here we go. Let's look up what kind of song. What's a good song from the old days? Which one am I not embarrassed to play? Pretty much none of them, sadly. What is this thing? Oh, this is the video. What do we got here? What do we got here? Old school music stuff. Probably something with Missa. Or let's find something. Oh, the Globe Meltdown guy is pretty funny. And let's see what we got here. That's always good. Let's see. We've watched that recently. How about? Is there anything? Oh, this Dupree chick, so fake. If you can't call this girl fake yet, what's wrong with you? She is the fakest that there ever was. Okay, nope. Have you guys heard Ventilators recently? Ventilators is good. Space is fake. Let's just go with that one so I can pick something, get out of here real quick. I'll be right back with a half dome.
Jeranism.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all? I want you to raise your middle finger up high in the air like this.
There you go.
Tell anybody who ever touched that ball to go fuck themselves.
Be right back.
Now, bounce. Y'all know me, still the same JC. Look around lately, all I see is global even NPC. Not real, these lofies in heels and panties. So it throws no sex appeal beta cronies. And they're mad at me because I have the balls called space what it should be. Phony! Planets are made in a studio, but they still called facts. Add to the balls, parallax. Hanging up in the sky because
math is reality.
But y'all believe in galaxies? Don't please. Science wants you down on both knees. Who you think taught you to believe? Who you think brought you the Pleiades? Orbitings, the gravity of these galaxies. NASA did all of these, and all it took was a fucking press release. NASA knows we in the cheap seats where we can't see no good. So when they launch their rockets into space, they line in less spaces in the sea. Y'all better listen up closely. All you globers that say that you're on top of this globe pop, y'all are the reason that so many still are asleep. So fuck y'all, all y'all. Y'all don't like me? Blow me. Fuck NASA, fuck SpaceX, and anyone pushing fake space on me. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They can end up with the fish. Everybody say, space is fake. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They can end up with the fish. NASA sucks. Space is fake. What do you say to somebody you hate? Or someone fucking space is coming your way? You wanna resolve things without calling a day? Tell them to prove space without NASA. One day I was walking by with a Walkman on when I caught Bill Nye with his Dumbo tie and I held it from the rack to the tippy top like a Nazi guy. Water bomb drawn on the tombstone guy. Psalm 91, he must have lied. Fuck this fuck. How do I tell all these people that it's not a mirage? Call one out with 2 broken legs. NASA and Disney, well fuck you too, bitch. Call the cop. Fuck Piggy, fuck Pluto, the planet, and that motherfucking cartoon dog. And when they faked the moon, they did it with liars and the Mickey Mouse. So with a handful of math and some real psychopaths, and they still sold out. You suck. So from here on out, know that space is untrue. Launches are fake, spacewalks too. Theoretical pseudoscience will never make your worldview true. John Pettit is a retard, I said it. The technology's been lost in time, and it's a painful process to go get it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson says that science is true whether or not you believe in it. For the Americans, you must believe in Apollo whether or not we achieved it. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They send it with the fish. Everybody say, space is fake. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They send it with the fish. NASA sucks. Space is fake. What's up to me? You ballers would stop coming up to me with your hands out. So pissed at me, so enraged you can't see, because I'm calling science into doubt, and that's blasphemy. Calling out these lies is fun for me. Like lying lovers love to deceive with their fake disease, but you won't get a test from me, because I'm from the streets of Geographic. I crush the ball. All these little fakesters, why you acting like you know it all? Now you want to run around and talk about curve? Well, I ain't seen one. What, you think I can't recall? Or I am paid off? Now all day I think, hey, mail, all day saying, mail I'm off? Was I said no to the jab? I said no to Skylab? And all religious stuff? We ain't having that. This is the millennium of aftermath. There ain't nothing coming after that, so stick your Big Bang Theory up your ass, because we don't want it bad. So where's all the med-technocrats? Hunter Biden's probably smoking crack. And even his dad Joe doesn't know shit, knows that space is fake. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They just with the fish. Everybody say, space is fake. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they know about space, but nothing goes to space, not even rocket ships. They just with the fish. NASA sucks. Space is fake.
All right, we back. We've got the dome piece here. Let's see if anybody's in the studio. No. And we're going to read you guys' super chats. We're going to read the submissions. I'm just trying to do this over here quickly and get some rotation going. And so if you guys want to join, you can jump on by going to t.me/, sorry, that's wrong, tinyurl.com/cornerism. Puts you on the show. tinyurl.com/Septemberism will let you submit. Let me see this. And yeah, that's about it. Join the VIP if you'd like. You can come to class tomorrow night. We've got Dave Weiss. We'll be presenting Dome coin. Let's see what this is. And just try one of these things here. Just trying to find a good rotating circle. I don't know why this is so hard for me to find. Not good with the iPad. Rotating circle GIF, maybe? And then every time I put this down on the screen, it was stopping the stupid TikTok video. Okay. See, why don't I see those images? And then you go, there, that's good, that's good. Okay. I'm going to bring this up and see what it looks like. Bring it up. Come on. Yes, accept. Can I make this bigger? Okay, there. Let me see if this tells me anything. Son of a buck. As soon as you set the piece of glass down on the paper on the iPad, it shuts off the GIF. Hold on, let me make it bigger. All right, there. Yeah, so when it rotates, you get a counter rotation in the glass off the walls. But I'm thinking you would be actually seeing that would be the whole set of stars, or that would be everything circling, then gets projected up on the wall, circled. So that's kind of still baffling me about what I thought his question was about the fact that you can see. Weird. And I'm sure you guys can't see this on the camera. Let me try it real quick. Oh, browser. So this one. I do think it's because this is why I always thought. Let me see what you can see here. So, okay. So you see the two lights that are in the glass there, but you notice that by just moving, you can change where those pieces of light are in the glass. So if you're looking up at, that's why when somebody says, "Oh, the sun sets south of west," or rises south of east, sets south of west, you're like, yeah, but I can put this up against one of those lights right now, and by just moving it a little bit, I can shift the location of that light. Right. So if I look through this way, then the light goes to the left. Look this way, now it goes to the right. So what we would see in the sky doesn't seem to make doesn't need to be where it is. Just like I'm seeing the light in this dome, but it's not where it is. Right over here, it's to the left of that, and over here it's to the right. So anyway, you couldn't see that. I was not on a large screen. It was for me, not for you. All right, and nobody's here yet. Let me check super chats real quick. What do we got here? All right, there we go. Charlie, of course. Charlie says, salute. My stock dividends help support folks. Good luck with the search at the ends of the earth. Yes. Not sure if it's going to be me or what's going on, but we will find out soon enough. We are just making sure that the contract is good. And so far, not yet. Let's put it that way. All right, let me check what we got here. Super chats, fan funding. So thank you very much to everybody. We've got Gideon David Sampson, $10, says, you are my favorite among flat earthers. Hey, thank you very much. That's very nice. Very kind. We got Danny Diesel, $4.99, says, Jaron, the next time you have a beer, a cheap one, consider it on me. Keep on, bro. Thank you very much. I don't drink, though, so that won't be a next time, probably. Chuck Jackson, $20, says, never trust a guy wearing a beaner in the summer. Oh, this Z dude was vexing. No way he gained followers after the gig.
Becky, look at that tip. It is so big. It's just like out there.
Yeah.
It's like gross.
I like big tips, and I cannot lie. All right, and can you move out of the way screen so I can read that? Thank you. Tim Honeycutt says, all the people saying it doesn't matter what the sun does in Antarctica are playing mental gymnastics, or as I say, solar gymnastics. Yeah. And I'm not somebody who can tell people what they can believe or what they don't. If people want that to be their flat earth legacy, go right ahead. You won't catch me over there. For 9 years, flat earth has been scientific. So to just give that up and be like, no, not anymore. Now we're just going to say the sun can do anything. Again, that's funny to me. He made a video called Z Ruins Jaren Saves Flat Earth. So if you save flat Earth by saying the sun is now infinite and can do anything it wants at any time, okay, cool. You save flat Earth by saying something that's completely and totally untrue. So good job, way to go. But again, people celebrate and like that, so good for them. It just shows them to be clueless as much as Z is, because that's not the way it works. The sun is known where it is at all times. We know exactly where the sun is right now. We know exactly where the sun is in 15 minutes. We know exactly where the sun will set for somebody on the Earth. We know exactly where it'll rise. We know what time it'll rise. We know where it'll rise in 40 years and 400 years. So if that's the case, then how could somebody come on and be like, the sun can do an infinite amount of things? No. Nope. It does one thing. We know what it does. So if that's our way of saving flat Earth, we should not be excited. That should not be celebratory to be like, now let's take away the sun and just say it does whatever we want it to do. That's a religion. So I don't want to be a part of a religion. I was in a religion, then I got out of religion, then I found out atheism was a religion, and I got out of that religion. And then I found flat Earth and said, oh, all right, open-minded truthers, this is awesome. And then didn't know that it would going to soon become a religion, or else I wouldn't have been involved from the beginning. I don't want to be involved in another religion. I want to find out the truth of the world, not just say what I think it is and then say everything matches that. So that's true, whatever I say. So anyway, okay, thank you very much for that. We got, thank you. That's your third super chat on a live stream. Thank you very much, Chuck Jackson. We've got Charlie, who said, salutes, my stock dividends help support folks. So Charlie, thank you very much for moving. Well, you're still in second place. Thank you very much. Elaine Michael is in first. But thank you. I didn't even know I could look that up. That was something I just saw yesterday for the first time. Let me check what we got for submissions. We're going to go to Forms, Google Forms, and see if there's any submissions. Let's go to Forms, and it's going to be Speaker's Corner. Yep. And let's go to the CSV. 9 responses. All right, so we got some people who submitted. Let's go there. I forgot how I get there. Responses, view and sheets. There we go. All right, so, oh boy. Why do you people do this stuff, man? People have just problems. You're going to make me fight through all these ones. All right, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. Okay, we got this first one. When it comes to December, all right, when it comes to December and you were proven wrong, will you admit that your entire belief of flat Earth is nothing but a wild goose chase? If you were wrong about one crucial thing about the world, what are the chances that you are wrong about everything? What will it take to provide the defense that flat Earth is... Sorry, hold on. Wrong about everything. What did it take to prove? What will it take to prove the defense of flat Earth is entirely futile? Would you and Witsit finally humble yourself and admit you don't know the truth anywhere near as well as the accomplished people around the world who actually have degrees in the sciences? Well, there's a lot of questions that come from what you just said there, but your problems, you Globers, have more problems than I've ever seen anybody. You have spent 9 years pretending that the flat Earth has no validity at all, which has caused more and more people to become flat Earthers because what you're doing is lying, right? People who actually look into it with a true investigatory mindset are seeing the issues with the globe and do see why the flat Earth is come up. Now, you guys want to pretend that that's impossible.
Oh,
you know.
my God, Becky.
Thank you very much for that. Who's that?
Tip. It is
Richard
so
B in the house.
big.
Richard, $20. Closer,
It's just,
little closer to the goal.
out
Thank you very
there.
much.
It's like gross.
I like big tips and I cannot lie. Thank you very much, Richard B. So, speaking also about Globers, you guys have such a problem with, like, let's imagine that I faked some experiment to my 5,000 people that watch my show, or 5,000 views I get. You guys would have me hung. You would have me quartered. You would gang stalk me over faking. But when Stephen Hawking, who has 100 million people who watch his program, fakes his helicopter experiment to prove the curvature of the Earth, you guys don't have a word to say. I hope you know that shows exactly what kind of people you are. You're terrible people. You're terrible. You only are going to go after those who you think are lying, who are going against what you believe, but the people who lie for your belief, you don't even worry about. Just pass it on. Nat Geo, using a optical illusion and lies, telling people that, oh, look, you can see the boats going behind the curve, even though the horizon's way behind it. You guys are fine with that. Nobody's ever spoken out about that. When SpaceX changes its live stream, you didn't speak out at all. Whereas you guys could have been adults, could have been men, and been like, no, that's bullshit. Nobody can change their live stream on YouTube, so therefore, SpaceX can't. Instead, you guys pussied up and was like, "Oh, but this doesn't mean they're faking it." No, but it means that they changed a live stream, something nobody else can do. You don't find that. So all your guys' disingenuous behaviors is the problem, right? You guys are disingenuous about everything, pretending that, oh, you can't even, flat earthers can't prove, or they don't even have how the sun sets, or the sun should be seen everywhere from a flat earth. Just stupid shit. And that's the problem. So when you said something, what triggered me about what you said there? Will you finally humble yourself and admit you do not know the truth anywhere near as well as the accomplished people? No, the accomplished people turn their eyes to everything. All the issues, they turn their eyes to it. They pretend it doesn't exist, which just causes the people who can see it to be even more cemented in their position. Like, hey, dipshits, no, I'm showing you something that's real. I'm showing you that these planetarium softwares don't have the North Star moving. So when I bring it up, they close down their website, change it into Stellarium. Does anybody care about that? Of course not. Does anybody care that a movie had to lie about me, use my likeness, had me sign a contract that said they could use me any way that they wanted, after telling me, oh, it's on the up and up, and no, it's on the good terms, and then they go ahead and lie about my experiment. Now, every Glober that's out there has used that as some sort of proof or evidence, which is just pathetic. What do you think that shows me? So no, I won't say that, if that's what you're looking for me to say. And what are the chances you're wrong about everything? 0% chance that I'm wrong about everything. So I don't know what you mean by that. Clearly, Stephen Hawking faked his experiment. So am I wrong about that too, or am I right about that? Clearly, Nat Geo used a optical illusion. Am I wrong about that? Explain now I'm wrong about that. So no, I will not explain. I will not say I'm wrong about everything. We will address each concern as it comes. So it says, when it comes to December and you were proven wrong, were is not the right usage of language there. Will you admit that the entire belief of flat Earth is nothing but a wild goose chase? No. If I go down there and see the sun circling my head 3 times, 3 days or in a row, I will simply admit that it must be a psyop. That's all. That this was done on purpose. It was done on purpose for people to believe in a flat Earth, because the globe did a shit job of providing. It took 9 years for you guys to provide one piece of evidence of the globe. It's a little weird, isn't it? Now, just because you guys accept everything that you're told and just believe it doesn't make it impressive to me. It's actually not impressive at all. Not impressive a little bit. All right, let me keep going. That was from 2 Tasaka, I think, yes. We got Rufy, who says, for your interesting experiment, you said you saw the light where... Sorry, hold on. This is... Why does these columns get all screwed up? I can't read them. Let me move this one out here. Okay. For your interesting experiment, you said you saw the light where it would be for flat Earth, where it should be for globe, and somewhere in between. What is your theory on why this happened? Is the path of light dictated by the state of the atmosphere? Yeah, that's pretty much the reason. But as far as why we saw it all over the place, right? So is that what you're saying? You said you saw the light where it would be for flat Earth, where it should be for the globe, and somewhere in between. Yes. In different times or different experiments or different views. Sometimes we saw one, sometimes we saw the other, sometimes we saw both, sometimes we saw neither. What is your theory on why this happened? I don't think you can actually measure things to horizons. I don't think you can measure things to... where's that one video? Let me find a video for you real quick. I just showed this recently. Where would it be here? Let me think here. Okay, I know where it's at. I'll show you something real quick. Let me bring this up for a second. Grab this. And I believe it's in my list here. When you see this video, it just tells you, number one, you can't measure anything to any horizons, because the horizon is never in a place that anybody would know where the hell it is, especially over the period of time. You can't just go out to the beach and just measure to the horizon on a certain day, because I'll show you here. Bring this up. YouTube solo. No. Hold on. I want to go StreamYard only instead. This one. Nothing is straightened up here. Let's go with this. Go play. So, I mean, watch this view. This is it's just going to have to be there for now, I guess. Let me move this over a little bit. I don't want to screw up my screen. Well, let's get over there and over there. All right, good enough for now. Okay, so watch where this green line is. This line is the eye height of the camera, right? So you'll see the problem here is that what if you were trying to measure where this water line was? And you are using the camera as your measuring stick. So you're like, okay, I measure and the water's down this many feet from the green line. Okay, great. And then you go back hours later and you measure again and you're like, oh, now it's much, much closer than we thought. Well, this is not tides. This is not water filling up in the ocean. This is simply the refractive properties of light. So again, if one team wants to tell you, oh, well, it's because these things are bending with the curvature of the Earth, which just seems awfully convenient, doesn't it? Where the other person's saying, oh, we see too far because the Earth is flat. So I don't think that you can gauge that. But again, if we're trying to look at a light over here with a guy standing there sticking the light above his head, sticking it below his head, at his chest, you would never be able to get an accurate take on what's going on. And eventually, if we fast forward this even further, watch this water gets way above that green line. I mean, what's going on now? So this becomes very difficult, and especially when you're looking 4 miles through a camera. I mean, what's going on up here? Right? So you might see a light pop up above, or you might see a light below. You might see it at 17 feet. You might see it at 23 feet. It means nothing. And that's what we all walked away from that experiment saying, is nothing was proven here today. Let's go. Let's leave. That was fun. And then they put it in the movie and misrepresented me. So again, if you did a test and somebody misrepresented you in a documentary, you would immediately think what I thought, which is, well, if you can't even prove the curve on your own, you had to lie about me. What does that tell you about the curve? Right? That it's not provable, or else why wouldn't these documentaries do it? Why wouldn't, if there's curvature of the Earth, why wouldn't Stephen Hawking just really take a fucking helicopter and go fly it behind the curvature of the Earth? They had to fake it. So what's the point of that? Again, these are the things that you guys want to ignore. You want to pretend like they don't happen. Ruhif said, I mean, this is the kind of thing where you just cement people more into their beliefs. Ruhif said, when I asked him, how come no Globers will post anything that shows a flat Earth result? And he said, because there isn't one. Every observation that anyone's ever made has shown globe results, which is in and of itself stupidity, and in and of itself physically impossible, right? If people went out there measuring the curve of the Earth, you would occasionally get bad data or something that shows, oh, we didn't find any curve. But no Globers ever posted that ever. Why is that? How could you do that? You've just never had an error? You never even measured incorrectly and it came out flat? Nope. Even their mistakes that's how true the globe is that even the mistakes are globe related. They can't show flat. They can't. It's impossible. So that's just ludicrous belief. And if you guys would have been a little bit more understanding of why it would be that when people went looking for proof of the globe, there isn't any. That's weird. When we went looking for 24-hour sun in the South, there wasn't any videos in 2015. There was just, why would the South Pole website with webcams have not one 24-hour day? What's going on? What's going on? So no, if we went down and I saw the sun circle in my head, I would say it's a psyop, and I would immediately become the biggest yeller and screamer at the NSF and the NOAA about getting a fucking camera down there. How expensive is a 24-hour camera that you can webcam from the South? How expensive is that? Is it really too much to ask? Something that is proof of where we live, you can't fucking provide that? Well, you're doing that on purpose then. There's just no feasible way that I can see them just saying, nah, we don't need, oh yeah, it is kind of our only proof of the globe. We don't have much else, but we're not going to do it. We'll just let people worry about it for 9 years and fight online. No big deal. So again, that is the problem. It seems like this is by design if that's ends up being the case. Unrelated. Why can't I read that? Your name is here. Hold on. I don't know why this is not letting me read this. Unrelated, but you should watch my video on Southern Flights. It's a little longer than 4 minutes, though. Okay. Yeah, everybody keeps saying that, but I'm not going to check the Southern Flights because you have... I know what you do, Ruhif. I've seen you do it. You take the data that the plane gives you, and then you try and reconcile that, and you're like, look at it, reconcile. No shit. No shit. Nobody's saying that the data that the plane returns is going to be wrong and show different distances. The data comes from the GPS distances. So if I'm saying the distance is actually further, and then you go to the GPS log and be like, nope, look, it's exactly what it says. That, yeah, no shit. No shit. That's what you should expect. So I don't find that to be good research. I also have shown you that there's numerous locations that I've seen 300 or 350 mile per hour jet streams. Why did those disappear? Why do they not exist anymore? And let me show you one other thing here, Ruhif, while we're at it. You can explain this one for me. I'm going to Ventusky on my telefono. 1 second, let me get this up here. Actually, I don't know. Oh, yeah, they're here. Ventusky. You can explain this one while we're talking. Where are we here? Okay, let me bring this up. and see your prediction here, your globe prediction, which should be fun. All right, so I'm looking at, oops, sorry, hold on, I have to get this on the screen for you. SRV. I have a service on my computer that if I don't turn it on, it's off every time, even though, yeah, it says disabled. I right click, I go properties, I go startup type automatic, apply, then I go start. You'd think that now it's automatic, but no, every time I do it, it has to do it again. Go. Okay, so that's on now. Let me bring up this. What is that thing called? Oh, come on, what's the name of that? Oh, yeah, there it is, a power mirror. All right, 1 second, we're gonna get this up on the screen. I think. Come on, a power mirror, let's go. Oh, it says them right here. Nice. All right, USB connection, please don't fuck up. Oh man, this thing is a nightmare. Installing the drivers every time. What drivers? Installed successfully. Please click next. Yes, why do I do this every time? Trust. Enable trust on your phone. This is what happened last time, man. It's not asking me. Already trusted. Next. Let's try that. Come on. Doesn't say trust on my computer. No, let me try the iPad. Pissing me off. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Where's Ventu Sky? Ventu Sky is there. Let's see if this will work instead. There. Okay, let's see. Ventu Sky, come on. USB connection. Yeah, it worked. All right. So let's get over here. All right, Ruhif, you tell me this. So we're at, this is the wind speed, and we're doing how far above the ground. Let's just start at 30,000 feet, kind of get an idea. Here's your north, kind of messy. Here's your south, kind of messy. But look at, we see 179 mile per hour winds, 184, 135, 155, 175, 245 flying into Santiago. So this is completely against everything you've said, Ruth. Doesn't make any sense. You've said that the speeds that they say they're going are correct. Well, why don't they ever use these jet streams? They just don't want to use them. You're like, oh, well, they're not going the whole way. Well, it looks pretty much the whole way. Look at, you could go 260 right here. You're going to come out of this going 260 to come out of Sydney. 242. You can jump into these 185s, 155, 165, 175, 177. So again, just doing simple math, we can say it's a 7,000 mile trip. What's the minimum speed we saw there? 150. So if a plane goes 580 plus 150 with the jet stream, that equals 730. Oops, sorry, can we go over there? So if it's going 730 miles per hour and we've got 7,000 miles divided by 730 equals 9.58. Not only has there never been a 9-hour flight, there's never been a 10-hour flight. There's never been a 10-hour and 30-minute flight. So what are you saying? Explain that. I don't want to watch your video where you just read through logs and be like, nope, it's exactly what the logs say. Well, no, we're told that there's speeds much greater than the planes are obviously using. And they don't even mention anymore 350. We don't even see that anymore. Now, that's not what I want you to answer. What I want you to answer is we're going to take this up now. Here's 40,000 feet, just so you can see if the plane wanted to get up even higher, could take those speeds. Here's what I want you to explain to me. At 100,000 feet, let's look at the north. Okay, that's 100,000 feet in the north, not a lot of movement. I see 17 miles per hour, 22, 27, 39. Nothing really going on in the north, right? Now let's look at the south. So we've got whipping winds moving in 253. Look at this, 357, 384. Look at the speeds. Okay, you have whipping speeds around the South Pole. Why? Why? And think about it right now. We're actually kind of in the middle. We're almost at the solstice. I mean, at the equinox. So you can't say it's because of the season. So should we expect to see these circles in the north in July and June? No. No. So clearly what's happening here is that the south is different than the north. What model calls for the south to be different than the north? Flat Earth model or the globe Earth? Which one would make more sense on this map? with winds whipping around the outside but not on the inside. There's nothing going on the inside. Yet the globe should be identical. Why would there be no winds in the north and the fastest winds ever seen in the south? Answer that, Ruhif. All right, let's see what else we got. I think we saw some people jump in. Let me close this out. Move this over here. Let's see what we got. We've got Flat Earth Test. What's up, Brian? Brian, you're on. You're on mute. You're on mute. Mute. Unmute. There you go.
How about now?
We got you now.
All right, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Hey, I had a few ideas I want to run by you, like short ideas.
Okay.
One of them being, like I think the star trails are a little bit misleading, and I'll say because, like, say if we're at 10 degrees north, say we're 10 degrees away from the North Pole.
Okay.
Okay, and we're looking towards the equator. Now we know that there's going to be a day where there's going to be a time come where the sun comes up for just like one day,
okay,
or 1 or 2 days, you know. So it just barely pokes its head up over the horizon, and then it goes right back down. So the stars there should do that are, you know, the stars that are in latitude should do a similar thing. And then backtrack a couple days and say we had like 5 days of sun, so you'd get a little bit bigger of an arc. And then where it was 1 week of sun, so I'm kind of going backwards where
Right.
where the arc's getting bigger and bigger. So looking at the equator, we should see, or we would see, and probably maybe do see a point in the middle where a star is, or a spot is just sitting there stationary basically, and with the other stars doing a little bit bigger arcs. So it would be similar to looking at the North Pole from the equator. We'd see a similar thing. You kind of see what I'm saying there?
Yeah. And do we see that?
Well, I don't think Stellarium does a good job of showing that. It kind of mimics it. It kind of does a little bit, but it tries to show them going straight around. Like if you're at the North Pole, of course, you're just going to see everything at the same height. If you're exactly at the North Pole, you're going to see a perfect circle going around you. So you're going to have either sunlight or dark. There's no in between. But like I said, as soon as you move off of that, but that's kind of my least favorite point. I just wanted to give you and some people something to think about and to go look at.
Okay.
Because that should be what we see. If we see 1 day of sun, or 5 days of sun, it's got to be a up and then right back down. But anyway, so I wanted to say the second thing. I want to say another idea, and this would work with a AE map, is like let's say the firmament, or either just the atmosphere. Let's use a firmament in this example. Let's say it's acting as a fisheye lens, to where, like if you were looking at high altitude balloon fisheye lens footage, when we're looking straight, it pretty much is unaffected. So the horizon, when it's straight, it's pretty much unaffected in a straight line. So that would be the equivalent of the North Pole if the firmament was a lens. And then where it's turning, like say toward the equator, you're getting out toward, that's almost like pointing down a little bit. So where the stars are curving, they would straighten out like toward the equator. And then looking at the extremities of the fisheye lens is like looking down. It's going to make a circle. You know what I'm saying? You know how they go like concave to convex?
Mm-hmm.
So the fisheye lenses, so toward the outer edge, you're going to get a full circle. And that would be the edge of the wide angle lens or fisheye lens. And so that's another thing for people to ponder. This is like just kind of like a star trail explanation that would, give us something to look further into, man. And last but not least, an idea of, the fact that if there is 2 actual rotations, it's tough to map, it's because you run into some problems, but it does work out with the longitude and latitude and the directions and everything. And I put one together, and North America is a little bit misaligned. I needed to put it a little bit further to the left, but I was just putting something together to show. And,
is that the video you put out with the sun that rotates? Right, but how is Russia going to get any sun?
What do you mean? It comes in from the south.
Is that on your channel?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I telegrammed it to you just now. My most recent one. Russia will get like only about 8 hours of sun. It'll come in from the southeast, and then it'll set southwest. Same thing with like the west coast of America. You'll see the sun coming in from the southeast. You'll have a real short day, and you'll see it setting to the southwest. But then, don't get me wrong. There are problems that I'm trying to work out, you know. But I want to throw the idea out there, so maybe more people can work out this problem, because we should be able to come up with something with 2 rotations, you know, collectively maybe.
Yeah, I don't see a reason to do that yet, but other people seem to want to try. I mean, why we?
Well, with the star trails, you know.
Yeah.
Just optically.
True.
If nothing else.
So you're talking about this video here called the 2-star rotations?
Yeah, yeah, the one I just telegrammed you.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm looking. I'm already on your channel. I'm just.
Okay, it's the second to last video that I just put out.
So.
Yeah.
So you're showing. So you're showing Antarctica being a continent down at the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And we know that South America, Africa, and Australia can all go south to get there. Now, usually they're going to be on different sides. You kind of show them on one side, but the problem with you show the sun going. Do you show it like circling? Okay, so I see the stars kind of going, and I see like some orange splotches, but I don't really.
Yeah,
get
that's
it.
the sun. That's representing them explosions.
Okay.
Representing the sun. So it starts off on Cancer, and then it just does a time leap to equinox, and then a kind of a jump to the winter solstice in the south, and then I go back to equinox, and then slowly go to Cancer to show like the gradual.
Yeah, I get. I mean, I just don't get it because so looking north would be this way, right? So the sun's going to come around this way, and then you're saying it goes behind you this way. Right, so then you're looking south.
Yeah, that would be dark. That would be dark when it goes behind that way. For when it's over Cancer, that's when it would be dark for the southern hemisphere. And then and then opposite of that, when it jumps over to the winter solstice, when it goes south and around that way, that's when it's dark for the northern hemisphere. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you're saying this sun here, when this sun's it's coming from the south. East, going above Australia. I mean, going above Australia. You're saying that would still light the sky for Russia, correct?
Yeah, well, I mean, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm not looking at it right now, but yeah, in my mind I had it.
Yeah, I mean, look at it again because it's just.
Day.
I mean, here you've got the sun going here, and then I don't know where it's going. It's like going off the map. Oh, now it's going the other way. Okay, now you're doing the north. Now you have it coming around the north.
It needs work, bro. There's definitely. I'm just giving people the idea, you know, so maybe we can work on it collectively. You know, can you show play the vid? It's only like I guess a minute and a half or something.
Yeah,
can you play that after we talk?
Oh, sure. After we talk, yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Well, that's about it, man. It's just 3 little ideas, something to contemplate with the star trails, and yeah, man, I really hope it works out for you to go to Antarctica. And to me, yeah, I'm really, really excited, man. I trust you, and I trust Austin. And so, man, that's a dream come true, having 2 who I consider friends going down there to see what's what, you know?
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I told, even everybody, I just said, I'm going to go down there and report obviously what I see and honestly, and that's it. That's all I can promise you. And whatever it is, we'll deal with it when it comes back. All right. Well, thank you. I'll listen to this right now.
All right, brother, man.
Peace.
Take it easy.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, we have 2 opposite star rotations, both east to west. And then the sun is going to start its rotation representing the Tropic of Cancer, summer solstice. And then it is going to do a transition to equinox. And a couple rotations representing equinox. And then it is going to do a transition to the southern solstice, the winter solstice. Sun representing traveling over the Tropic of Capricorn. And then it is going to start its transition back through equinox and end back over the Tropic of Cancer for the summer solstice. So imagine these transitions being gradual. They're speedy transitions, but I think you get the picture. This is the best I've come up with so far, so it needs some work, but this gives us somewhere to start. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I think it needs some definite work, and then also it just kind of goes in the face of anything that we've studied. I mean, again, Captain Cook couldn't get around the southern continent, whereas this would have been easy to do, but he just kept going and going and going, saying he could never find a way in. He was also down by the Sandwich Islands, Hawaii, and then went straight south when he got as low as he did towards Antarctica. This would show like there is no sea ice center. I mean, there could be I guess there could be another ice wall out there, but and people just assume it's Antarctica. I don't know. Could be. All right, let's get on with this list over here. Let me see who's next. We have that one. So that was I finished talking to Ruhif. Okay, let's go with Salted Cedar. Says, why is Earth Shit Bear such a watcher, waiter, hater little bitch? I don't know what that means. That's not really the... Thank you for the image of little bitch boy. I don't know who Earth Shit Bear is, but that's a funny name, Earth Shit Bear. That's not what the show's for, guys. Just, you know, none of these other questions that are on here, it's not for that either. You have sick minds, most of you. Based Mike for Life says, I would call in, but I'm really retarded, and it's hard for me. Unfortunately, you tell me I have autism because my mom tried to abort me. She did. If she did, I'm glad that's the only problem I have. But I have to disagree with you. What is this? Do I want to keep reading this? Oh, maybe, I guess so. My mom never had any abortions or ever considered it. If you look at childhood vaccine schedule, you can see perfect causation with the increase of childhood vaccination and autism. It's clear as day. The more vaccines we started giving our children, the more problems we started having. I almost lost my daughter because of the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. She was 3. It almost killed her, and she ended up in ICU with a rare autoimmune disorder caused directly by the MMR shot. Abortions haven't caused this increase in autism, Jaren. I respectfully disagree, bud. Stay flat, Mike. Okay, well, first of all, you're not going to know whether people had an abortion or not. Just because they say they didn't, you're going to just believe people. That's something that people would not tell you, first of all. And also, by that same thing, why isn't all children have autism, right? So again, I do think it's partially responsible, obviously, but I also think that there could be other things. All we have to do is look at what things were we doing 100 years ago that we don't do now, or that we do now that we didn't do 100 years ago. So one of those things is abortions are a dime a dozen today, and they didn't happen in the past. They were very rare. Were they going to go in with a stick or something? So we've totally increased the amount of abortions, and now there's children being born with autism all the time. If you look up the studies, you'll see that I think it's something like 4 times more likely. So if you had an abortion in the past, you're 4 times more likely to have a child with autism. So why would there be that correlation? Does that have something to do with the vaccines? If you've had an abortion, then you're 4 times more likely to have a child damaged by vaccines than somebody who didn't have an abortion. How could you say there's no connection? So it seems like there is a connection. But again, you said also, I almost lost my daughter because of the measles, mumps, rubella. She was 3 and it almost killed her, and she ended up in the ICU, caused directly by the MMR shot. Abortions have caused this increase in autism, Jaren. I respectfully disagree, bud. Stay flat, Mike. So your wife or the mother of the child has never had an abortion. You're sure of that? Just wondering. I wouldn't know if I was sure of that. So again, nobody's saying that it's not all vaccines, but it's still questionable. It seems like that's more of a long-term sickness kind of thing that they've done to everybody. But again, who knows? We've got somebody else. Raven says, I don't have the ability to call in the moment, but have you ever thought about what electricity actually is besides what the mainstream has to say? Lots of people have experienced... Sorry. I hate this stupid Google form here, or whatever it's called, sheet. Can't read from there. Let's go here. Lots of people have experienced spiritual entities manipulating electricity and electronics, and I once read something, don't remember where, that talked about demonic entities traveling through power lines. The movie Casper even portrays this when he travels through power lines into somebody's TV and changes the channel. Makes you wonder why servers use a demon, or however you pronounce that. The brain also utilizes electricity by sending signals between different parts of the body. So what if those electrical signals are actually how the spirit interacts with our physical body? This electricity we use every day comes from the earth in one way or another, be it coal, oil, etc. The energy from those fuels comes from the life force of this living plane. That's well said. I don't disagree with you on that. Just some thoughts. Thank you very much to Raven. No longer on the ball says, much love, Jaron. I think we need to chat sometime. Also, I do a weekly show. Sub my YouTube channel. No longer on the ball. Much love. Thank you. Timothy says, Southern Stars. Eric Dubé, Southern Star Trails. So I guess he's telling us to watch that movie video. Probably. Let me see if there's another link here. Nope. Okay, we've got, not reading that one. Tim, Southern Star questions. But there's no questions. Don't see anything else that you wrote there. Thank you very much. Get to you right now. I see people coming in, or I hear people coming in. Based Mike for Life is back. He said, super huge and loud shout out to Daryl Davis from the Flat Earth Motherfucking Farms. I agree. Daryl Davis is the best. Much love, Daryl. Thanks for all you do. Does a great job over there. Reach out to him if you want to be taken care of. We'll get you guys 1 second. We're just going to finish these off for at least now. We've got Vika Draziv, Flat Earth. He's got a Facebook video here. He's got another one, too. Let me see what these are. Vika, hope you're doing well. Let's grab this one first. Copy. Put it over here. See what we got from Vika Drav. Let's go there. Okay. Whoops. Turn this on.
Globe Earth, or the one thing that would disprove the flat Earth. What is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
It would be a linear flight path, okay? A linear traverse directly down past South America, down to Antarctica, and without breaking that straight linear path, continuing through the continent and back up the other side into the Indian Ocean. Like, this would literally end the debate. It would be the single biggest piece of evidence for the global model.
They've done it already. It was called One More Orbit.
Right. Except they actually didn't look at their flight path. So they left off the tip off South Africa. They went to the 90-degree South Pole mark. And then they literally hit a sharp 60-degree turn.
They didn't even do that, by the way. They cut across Antarctica right here. Oh, you can't see my screen. Anyway, let me try and get that up there. And, by the way, to even make it worse, I have reached out to these guys, the One Last Orbit, to the pilot, to Terry Virts, to the producer, and asked them simply for their footage, the live stream footage. None of them could give it to me. They just basically chalked it up to it's been lost. They were supposedly supposed to live stream it. I've asked for the live stream footage. They're like, oh, here, buy the DVD. Like, no, I don't want the hour-and-a-half DVD you made. I want the actual live stream that you said you did. Oh, I don't know. Check this guy. Try this guy. Try this guy. And then they're just like, yeah, sorry, we don't know where it's at. So that tells you, pretty much
towards South America. They never crossed over. They didn't even alternate.
So you can't see on the screen. Can I move this up? Kind of. So we've shown before that their actual route was more like it came like this. So they just skirted Antarctica. And then their whole story is just such bullshit. The story is that it was too cold. It's so stupid. Like, they think that we're fucking stupid, that we think that weather matters in the sky. Like, it's cold everywhere in the sky. It's like negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit everywhere. So it doesn't get colder above Antarctica. It's not the way it works. Yeah, One World Orbit, a joke. Let's continue.
Sides of the hemisphere, they evaded a linear path.
My God. What the hell? No, it can't be.
Yeah, man, I know. Globers will still refer to the One More Orbit expedition as if it disproves anything. Meanwhile, they never really look into the intricacies of any...
No, we've learned that. Globers don't do that. They're not going to look into these intricacies because they think... This is why people are like all scared of these guys, Duffy and them, thinking that there's a 24-hour sun. And I'm like, of course they think that. They're cocky Globers. So it should be expected. It's expected for me to see them very cocky, thinking that we'll see a 24-hour sun. Of course they do. They wouldn't be Globers if they doubted there was a 24-hour sun there. That would make them not Globers. Now, I was going to check one other thing. Oh, yeah, there's one more link. Let me grab this one. Is this the same one or not? Maybe a different one. Where's the sound? Okay.
Why do you think the moon landing is real? Why don't you tell me why?
I saw it on television.
Oh, you're a genius. Oh, beep that. Hit that.
We'll bleep it. No, it's okay. We got
That's genius. You saw it on TV? That's awesome. I'm going to show you some CGI. I'm going to show you King Kong. I saw that on TV, too. There's an 80-foot gorilla. He's running around kidnapping white chicks. You should check it out. 1972 was the last time a human being has been through the Van Allen radiation belt. 1972. That's the last time. There's been only 7 trips ever that human beings have ever gone past 400 miles. Every single space station mission, every space shuttle, every satellite, all of those are inside the protective Van Allen radiation belts.
Right, so imagine that. So they say that the ISS is 250 miles from Earth. Oops, sorry. Come on. So 250 miles from Earth, mind you. And they say the moon is 250,000 miles from Earth, right? So literally what you have to believe, suspend your beliefs on this one, that one time, or actually 6 times back in the late 60s, early 70s, we sent men 250,000 miles away. And since then, the most that we've done is 1/1000th of that. You heard that right, 1/1000th of that. So that's like me saying that back in the day, we used to lift 4,000 pounds above our head easily, and now we can lift 4. And I expect you to believe that we lifted 4,000. You'd be like, horseshit. Show me you can lift 4,000 today. Oh, well, we can. We just, it's politics and stuff. Well, do something close. Well, we can't. It's 1/1000. What are you going to do? So we don't need to listen to the rest of that. If you want to check that out, I can leave both those links in the chat for you. These are from Bekas. Here you go. All right, let's go to the group now, see who's waiting for some fun. Let me get over here and, yeah, this one. And we'll bring on whoever's next. What was that? I just saw a video, Bee and Warrior with, all right, let's see what we got here. We've got, oh, it's Brenda Debates. Aren't we excited? I'm not.
Good evening. Good evening, Jaron.
Brenda, how are you?
I'm fine. I apologize if you've already stated this, but I only just joined. But are you going to Antarctica?
I plan on it, I guess. We'll find out. As long as the contract is up to snuff, yes.
Yeah, because I heard that there was problems about the contract, and at least from WITSET, I hadn't heard from you. I was just curious. What is the problem? What is the problem with the contract?
Well,
it's
I guess
just a standard contract.
No, it's not really standard. There's a lot of things that would end up with us owing money, which we don't want any part of that. So I get it, right? What Duffy doesn't want is Duffy doesn't want us to just back out 2 weeks early, right? But it should be in there that if something happens, somebody gets sick, your child gets sick, your wife gets sick, there is things that would prevent somebody from going. But it basically says that we would be owing for the trip if we did that. So that's one thing. But the other thing is that basically there's a whole clause at the bottom that says we can't bring any suit against Duffy no matter what.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
That's reasonable?
All of that's, yeah, all of it.
So what if something shady was planned? I'm not saying there is, but let's just say there was. So then we're just putting ourselves out there, and if something shady happens, we have no recourse?
You mean criminal?
Sure.
Yeah, you can sue them for criminal activity. You can't sign away your right to not have a criminal action against you.
It says that we can't bring case for anything. What do you mean?
Yeah, but a criminal act would be brought by the relevant authorities.
Oh, I'm not thinking there'll be a problem. I don't think that there's things that we want changed that Duffy's. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, nobody's going to kill you, dude.
I didn't say that.
Well, you have in the past. You've suggested that maybe you'd be unalived.
Oh, if I went by myself
in
or
the
something?
night or something like that. Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, nobody's going to do that. Nobody cares enough. You don't matter enough to the world.
No, I know
maybe
that.
To this community, maybe, but
not even to the community. I actually think I probably the world likes me a little better than the community. Anyway,
that might be the case.
Yes.
That might be the case.
Could be. So what's up? What
so
else?
It kind of feels like you're just looking for excuses to back out. Or at least it feels like
if I was looking for
WITSET is.
excuses, I would say I don't want to go. Thank you. Goodbye. How hard would that be?
Yep.
So it's not looking for any excuses.
The other thing you can do is place conditions on it to make it almost impossible for them to.
Have we placed any such conditions?
It kind of sounds like it. Kind of
like
sounds
what?
like
Name
it. Where
one.
you're rejecting the contract.
We didn't reject any contract. It was given to us to look over and then make changes to. So that's the process that we're in. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope that you can come to an agreement on that.
I think that we will.
Yeah, but you can understand why people would feel suspicious about that.
I don't really care. Just like you should understand why we would be suspicious. You don't understand that, so I'm supposed to understand your position, but you can't understand somebody else's. It makes sense.
No, I don't think that yours is reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to think that people are going to off you in the night. Some globe assassin.
Let me ask you this. Let's pretend.
In the night.
Can you pretend for a second? Can you pretend?
I could. Yes.
Let's pretend that the Earth is flat. Do you think then that there's a danger for WITSET and I going down and proving that the globe's been a lie? You don't think that there's any any possible chance that they would want to kill you? Now, I know in your opinion,
No.
you're like the, oh, you're so stupid. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because
Mm-hmm.
you can't hide objective facts.
You can. What are you talking about? There's nobody's ever hid objective facts.
Yeah, you can't hide objective facts about the world. Because I can go out and measure the distance to the moon. I can measure the curvature of the Earth.
How can you measure the distance
on
to
my
the
own?
moon? How?
I can bounce radar off of it.
You can do that? You can bounce radar off the fucking moon.
Yeah. Anybody can. Yeah. Ham radio operators do it all the time. It's something they do almost all the time.
They do it almost all the time. Yeah, ham radio. They always bounce
yes,
off the
they
moon all
do.
the time.
Yeah. It's a bounce.
Yes.
It's part of their protocol.
That's hilarious.
Right? And I can measure curvature. I can measure the circumference of the Earth on my own.
How?
The government can't stop me. You can't keep something that is an objective fact.
Are you one of these
secret.
people too that says that anybody can go to Antarctica? Can anybody go to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Anybody can go and independently explore, do whatever they want.
No, you can go.
For how much? On your own.
Didn't say anything about the money.
Okay, can somebody go on their own that's a conspiracy theorist that's broke?
You can't go to a lot of places if you're broke.
Okay, let's say you have $10,000. Can I go if I have $10,000 and I'm a conspiracy theorist?
Probably you can't afford it, but your inability to afford it isn't.
Okay, let's say you have $100,000. You have $100,000 in cash.
And you could go. You could go
independently.
Independently. Well, you'd have to arrange for it in part because there are conditions.
Right. What is one of the conditions? Right. It's called an EPA study.
You have to pick up your poop. You have to pick up your poop. You can't leave anything.
Right. So you have to provide a study saying that what you will impact, and that study costs $1 million. So you have to spend $1 million just to either get approved or denied. You lose the $1 million either way. So to hear Creaky and these people all make it sound like anybody can go to Antarctica. No, you can't. You need $1 million.
Anybody can. Yes. The fact that you don't have the money to doesn't mean you can't go.
Isn't it out a way that they would block people from going there?
No.
Oh, so everybody just needs to do $1 million EPA study.
The fact that you don't have the money to go isn't because of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yes, it is. The Antarctic Treaty requires you to have the EPA assessment done that costs $1 million. I just said that.
Fine. There have been a lot of people who have gone across Antarctica, like in snowmobiles, in dog sleds, and they had
to pay $1 million.
They financed their way there, yes, but they were able to go.
Right. Most of the time, it was financed through governments.
Right. So the fact that you have to finance yourself doesn't mean you can't go.
Okay, gotcha. So let's just tell everybody. It's very, very honest just to tell people that anybody can go. Anybody can go, guys. It's just
anybody can go if you have the money, right? Anybody can buy a Ferrari if you have the money. There's no extra reason why you couldn't have a Ferrari other than that you don't have the funds to buy one.
You have 10 seconds. Do you have anything good to say?
No, I'm just glad to know that are you committing to go? When do you think you'll commit to go to the Antarctica?
When the contract is good.
When the contract is good.
Yep.
So you're in contact. You have lawyers? You have a lawyer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And that lawyer's talking to Will Duffy's lawyer?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just basically giving us the paperwork. We give it back, and so on and so forth. We'll get there. We'll get there. You don't need to stress about it.
I'm not stressed. I was just curious.
Okay, cool.
I was just curious.
Later. Jesus. I'm going to hook you up on a date, Dave. You and Brenda.
Not a chance, buddy. Not a chance ever. Please just use the timer on that one person. I know you go over, but that one you should just be strict.
Yeah, I guess I think she just knows how to throw that little knife in the stomach. You're like, shut up.
It's so gross.
You can't stand the whole anybody can go. Oh yeah, $1 million. Well, yeah, but anybody can buy a $10 billion house too. You just don't have the money, you know.
Yeah, and the study and it's just so stupid.
Yes, it is. What's up, my friend?
I want your opinion on
Shane's be there model. At 6 to 8 tomorrow. Oh,
Shane's model. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Share screen. I share screen.
I just got your background.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
I'm taking back TFE.
I like it.
Flat Earth. Come on.
Are you bringing up something on the screen?
Yeah. I'm sharing. Can I do it that way?
I don't see anything sharing, but maybe.
I said share screen just now.
Oh, I see it now. Okay, got you. Add to stage. You're good.
All right. So you're still under the belief that we see in our PAD, personal atmospheric dome, right?
Yes.
Okay. So watch carefully.
Okay.
So I got that. I'm gonna inch this along here. Well, let me
Okay.
just play it. So we have the sun comes around, and look at the sun in that dome. Right. Let me go back.
Right.
Right. You see how the real sun and the apparent sun meet and then leave each other.
Right, and the one sets in the southeast. I mean, rises southeast, sets southwest.
Yeah. That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. So they meet and then they leave each other, and only when there's like fire smoke in the sky or during an eclipse where the light is down do you ever really get to see the real sun. You only see the apparent sun.
Okay.
Okay. So here it comes around and the sun meets and goes away. But if you're underneath that dome where that viewer is, you're only seeing that yellow line, right? So now if we move him,
Why wouldn't you
out-
see the real sun?
because the apparent sun is blinding you from it. But when we've had it when those Canadian fires, the smoke came in.
Okay.
A lot of people saw two suns. I saw two suns.
Okay.
Right. And that's because during an eclipse, a lot of people have seen it because of the eclipse. 80-90% of the light is dimmed down, and all of a sudden, hey, you can see the source of the projector. You've seen that, right?
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm changing the seasons here. You can tell by the shape of the shadow. And so now I have it, the summer solstice. Right, here we go. Now I'm going to move out. So now I'm out in Antarctica, at Union Glacier, let's say. Maybe not at Union Glacier, but I'm out there.
Okay.
And this model is showing a circling sun out there.
Right.
Now, when the sun is over here, let's let it come around again. Hold on. So the sun comes around, it meets, it goes away. And so right here, you're looking south at your sun, and people on the other side of the world are looking at their apparent sun.
Yeah, but Dave, do you think if we all walked towards the sun, we would end up in the same spot? Let's say we froze the sun in the sky; it just freezes, and then everybody on Earth, we said everybody walk.
You would walk towards your apparent sun, and everybody would be in a different spot.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's not how the sun works. The sun.
Well, think about it. If you got those little half glass paperweights we have.
I have one right here.
Put a whole bunch of those out, and then hold the light above it, and you'll see a light in each one of those in a different position.
Right.
If the person in there walked underneath their sun, they'd all be in different positions.
No, I'm saying the sun stays there, but as you walk, it's going to adjust for where you're at, right? Like it matters where you're at. It doesn't. I'm not saying that if you looked where it was and you said, okay, it's right there, I'm going to walk in that direction and not care about where it moves me. But I'm saying the sun is. Okay, let me put it this way. Hold on, let me put it this way. Do we know where the sun is at all times? Do we know where it rises and where it sets and what time?
Well, hold on, Jaron.
Okay.
If the sun stopped in the sky, I think you can walk and get underneath it. Okay.
Right. Everybody.
Right. But everyone is going to see it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about that, because to get underneath it, it'd have to be noon. Maybe everyone would end up in the same spot.
Yeah, I think they would.
Maybe that's how hard. I really got to think about that.
Yeah. But it's one of those things, because you're right. It would be in an apparent position, but as you walk towards it, just like we say the sun follows you or whatever, it would adjust until the point where everybody was underneath it and we all see the same sun at that moment, because we're all in the same exact spot.
Interesting.
But so I mean,
I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. I'm just
yeah, and I don't know about this one here, because I mean that does show it, but again, so kind of show it circling. That you would think that you would definitely see more than one sun. So we'll stop right there.
No, I don't think you would, because
hold on. You said that the parent sun would blind you, but rewind it just a hair, just a touch to where it's kind of back. The sun is south in Antarctica, just about right there. So if you're looking to the south and you see the sun, and now kind of move it just a little bit ahead, and as you start pulling it around, and it's coming around. Well, that other sun is coming, so you're going to see it way over there. It's completely opposite sides of the sky. One's right, one's left. You'd be like, oh,
First, the real sun, you're not going to see the real sun that far away.
No. But when it comes closer to you.
Yeah, but wherever you are, the real sun is always going to be behind.
Yeah, I can
I
see
don't
that.
know. Listen, I'm just thinking this through. It's interesting how this model
Let me-
shows it.
Let me ask you this though, because I want to know maybe from your opinion position. Why are we worried about this now?
Oh, I'm not worried about it. I'm just wondering. Listen.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Just think about this. If what we've been saying for 9 years is right, or 10 years is right, then this is an absolutely futile search. We're banging our heads. Okay, gotcha.
I'm just saying, is there? So here's my theory.
Okay.
I think that it's possible, and again, I think we should go down there. I think we should look. I think that I don't think they can try to fake it, but I think we're going to see reality down there, and I don't think there's a circling sun.
Yeah.
But I think that there's something that within a week of either side of the solstice, that maybe there is some sort of coffee cup caustic reflection during that 2-week period, and during that 2-week period every year, they cloud up the sky because they don't want anybody seeing the actual sun circle, because it doesn't circle for the rest of the 4 months that it should. And if they see it then, people are going to be like, how come we only see it now and we never see it for the other 3.5 months?
Right.
So they never let anyone see it. Will Duffy is so confident that there's going to be blue sky that it's kind of creepy. Now, I've been looking at Union Glacier videos and stuff, as many as I can find. Have you seen any that don't have total overcast skies?
No, and well, very few, but for the most part, it looks like it's always, and it doesn't.
So confident that it's going to be blue skies. To me, maybe for that 2-week window on a week on either side of the solstice, there will be some sort of coffee cup caustic reflecting circling sun that will be perplexing.
It could, but what are the chances that it would be in such a way that would block an observer from noticing what's happening?
Well, so I think we had a beautiful blue sky today, and I tried to look past the sun to see the second sun, and there's no chance of even seeing it.
Mhm.
I think it would be even harder in Antarctica because it's even farther away.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, because I do see nothing but like low clouds are super low. The ceiling, I was going to say the ceiling. The sky actually looks much, much lower.
Yeah, so blue skies down there for 5 days would be bizarre. And the other thing is, if this is true, then when the sun is south of you, it would be a lot smaller than when it's north of you. Don't you think?
You would think so.
You would think so. So let me ask a question. If you're down there and you have a circling sun, should it remain the same size on the heliocentric model? I think it should, right?
On the heliocentric model, for sure.
Okay. So what if you see a circling sun and when the south sun is half the size of the north sun?
Oh, that'd be, yeah, that's huge data, huge information. I mean, have you heard me what I talked about how you would? I think that we'll know when we leave Punta Arenas.
Yeah, but did you check to see if those planes have windows?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, and but the problem is the sun's going to be behind you. You're not going to be able to see the sun.
Yeah, it depends what time that flight is, but if it's exactly noon, then it would be right behind you.
I thought about that. What about those little spy cameras that they're advertising on TikTok or on Amazon? You can just stick them anywhere. Like stick one on the back of the plane.
That'd be awesome.
Your phone.
You know they're gonna blow off in the 500-mile-per-hour wind.
Crazy glue it on.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I like the idea. I like your thought.
If you could get access to some part of the plane that faces backwards that you could snap it to.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that's weird. Like, put your mouse. Use your mouse. Can we see your mouse or no? Yeah, so put it at the tip of South America. So if you were to leave there and the sun was behind you, right? Because you're and you're flying south towards Antarctica, and then the sun, it would either have to go to the right to do its circle around the Earth, or it would start moving left, and then it would never. We would just land in Antarctica, and then it would be south and come back.
It would be right there.
Yeah.
So my question is, what time would your flight be? You have any idea?
No, not a bit. I think it would be you probably leave during the day. That's it.
I would hope so. I would think so.
I would guess 8 to 4 or something. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not really sure, but that would be weird. Indeed weird. Are you coming tomorrow night? Are you going to do your presentation?
Yeah, Matt Long's going to join me.
Nice. All right, I haven't seen Matt in a while.
Yeah. And
is he bringing his 30? Is it 33 or 34 kids?
33.
33.
Okay.
33.
33 kid.
So, Dave, are you of the opinion, no, that a sun simulator in the sky is probably not going to happen?
I am of the opinion that that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I really can't picture them being able to fake it, but I want to be down there if they do.
But let me ask you a question: if they were gonna fake it, they couldn't fake it for the whole world. They'd have to fake it for a small studio audience where they have total control of everything.
Yeah.
It would be the perfect place to do it.
Yeah, because there would be very few people there.
Very few people, and they only have to do it for somebody in a very defined area. So it's not going to circle the whole Earth. It's just going to circle your personal dome of vision.
Right.
And that would be a hell of a lot easier. That would be a possibility. I think there is a possibility, but I don't think that's what's actually going to happen. I just think this is what I think is going to happen. In December, you guys are going. You guys leave. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye and William Shatner, the guy that faked going into space, they're going to show up. Netflix in December is releasing a series about flat Earth families that were, if they were given $40,000.
I heard that.
Yeah, but we've never heard of any of these people.
Have they ever even announced their names or anything?
I think they were shown, and nobody knows who they are. And then the fourth thing is SpaceX is going to fly over Antarctica in December.
Oh, with the satellites or something?
No, they're going to fly a rocket over Antarctica or something. So those are four headlines.
Because I heard now that most recent thing I heard is that there will be we can live stream from there.
You can.
I heard that there's going to be satellites or something, or some way that we can use. I don't know. That's what I heard. I don't know, but we'll believe that when we see it.
Yeah. So those four things are going to come out. Those are four headlines. Think about this. Go outside and find a random person, and say, hey, what do you think about that Elon Musk car in space? And they'll be like, oh, it's so cool. And then I guarantee you, I bet you $100 that if you ask them, did you watch any of the footage? They'll say no, right? They just read the headline. So now we have 4 anti-flat Earth headlines. And people watch Netflix, so they'll watch that. I'm sure Netflix will do a very fair piece for us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've learned to not worry about that because they're going to do that no matter what, right?
Wait. So here's the other point. I'm just saying those are 4 things that are going to go out there, and that's really weak. 4 stupid headlines. What it's going to do, let's say this, and this isn't going to happen.
Okay.
You and us come back and say, we saw the sun. It's the actual sun. It had sunspots. The sky was blue. It circled around us for 5 days, and we can't poke a hole in it. I think the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
All right. If that happened, it's going to bring so much attention to flat Earth.
Yeah, I was gonna
People
say.
are going to want to prove it other ways. They're going to okay, let's take a flight around Antarctica from Santiago to Australia. Let's do it's going to blow flat Earth wide open if that happened. And that's the element.
Look at this.
All it's going to do is bring more attention.
I don't know if you can see this. Can you see the screen?
Hold on, let me stop presenting. What did I stop presenting?
Yeah, I'm not really looking at that anymore. But this is a video.
I'm looking at. I just see my presentation on the screen.
Let me see if I can get you back up there somehow. StreamYard, and we're gonna go with this one. Nope, this one. Nope, this one. Why don't I see both of us? Oh wait, your presentation. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, yeah. Now do you see my screen at all?
I on the StreamYard it's small, but I see it on TV about 15 seconds.
Okay, that's good enough there. That'll work there. All right, let me bring this back over. Or did I just lose it? Gosh darn it. Oh, it's in this one. Sorry, this one here. All right, so this is the storm. So look at this sun. Like, what the hell is that? Like, if that is not, if I see that, that's not the sun. I'm not going to ever come back and be like, I saw the sun, it circled around. I mean, it looks like it's dark everywhere else.
That's what I see. That's what whenever I see videos, that's Union Glacier.
Yeah, it's Union Glacier.
Yeah. Like, if he's confident it's going to be blue sky, why? He's confident. Like, he's done more he's been studying flat Earth for 2 years, he said, and he hasn't heard any curvature arguments. He doesn't know any of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's very bizarre.
And wasn't he what the guy the church he took over, what's the guy's name?
Enyart,
wasn't he his producer in 2018?
I don't know the dates, but yeah, I think he was. Somewhere in there.
And Enyart was doing anti-flat Earth stuff back then, right?
I guess he did some like challenge, but then never went through with it. But I don't know how much he did.
But Will Duffy never heard about flat Earth until 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, it can't be true.
Yeah, I just don't like liars. He pointed out in a video that Nathan Oakley's excuse was crazier than mine, and mine is that he's a demon and his friends are demon, which his two friends, which basically show he has no discernment. But that's not the main reason I'm not going. I just don't go with liars, but I'll make it the main reason. Yeah, he's a demon, and so are his friends.
This guy here, I don't know if I showed you this John McKinney. So I found his channel. He does like touring, and he did Antarctica here. Let me show you. So, and then I saw that down here he went to Antarctica, he went to Union Glacier. I was like, okay, I want to interview him, just ask him about it. So I went to see if this is the right video. Yeah, so here I write. Oops, I don't know if you can't see the. Let me pull this up, make it easier. Yeah, there we go. So this is me asking him 2 months ago. I said, can I interview you? Because he just said he wanted to. Oh yeah, so basically exploring Antarctica, Union Glacier, Mount Vincent. Okay, whatever. So I want to interview him, and then he comes back and says, hey, Jeranism, thanks for reaching out. After watching one of your recent videos, I noticed discussions about Union Glacier and ALE, the company I work for. So I'm like, what? Like, this guy's just posting videos like he went there, like he's a tourist or something, but he actually works for them. So I just thought that was funny. So he won't do an interview with me because he works there.
Right. So we know, you were to ask Brenda, you said, what if let's pretend the Earth is flat. Well, we know the Earth is flat.
Right.
So the people that work at Union Glacier, they must all know. Wouldn't you think?
Well, that or they're really dumb. So think about it. If you were going to interview somebody for a job,
you're like astronauts.
Yeah, you would just ask them and say, like, what do you think about the 24-hour sun? They'd be like, I don't know what that means. Okay, good, you're hired. Right? I mean, that's all they do. They just want people who aren't smart enough to see that. Here's the plane, though, Dave. So it's an actual jet. It's ALE's plane.
Yeah.
750.
So as you're climbing up that stairwell, you stick a little
thing on the back of it there,
camera on the outside of the plane,
and they show in here somewhere, I don't know where it is, but the whole plane is empty. They have like nobody in this plane.
Don't put it in front of the engine, because then it'll let go, it'll go in the engine, the whole thing will crash, and they'll be like, oh
boy, and then you guys will really think the Earth's flat. You guys need to do some major flat smacking. So this whole plane, you can't really see behind it, but the whole plane's empty. So I
saw that video.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that there's some definite questions about that. And then what else did I find about somebody working there? Oh, if you go to their website, I've been trying to look into a little bit deeper about the ALE website. ALE, I don't know what the website's name is. No, just put in Antarctic Expeditions. What is it called? ALE. Oh, wait, A Logistics. So it is? Expeditions. Anyway, their website shows like you can put reviews down. This one, okay. So then I went to about or learn or something. Where did I see reviews? Hold on, somewhere down here. I just want to show you right here. So testimonials. Okay, so this is a company that takes people down there a couple times a year, right? So you figure they're at least sending a couple hundred people a year. So we should see some good. Okay. So where are the? Wait, did I not click it? Where was I at? About? Oh no, sorry, down here. Was it these? Testimonials. Trip finder, flight schedule, our experiences. Somewhere where I was, and I don't remember where I was now, I'll have to find it after. There was like basically the testimonials, so people have went there, and there's like 4 of them. Like 4 since 2015. And then the people that have said it, I found out 2 of them work for them. So basically 2 people have left reviews in 10, 15 years. Doesn't seem right to me. So it kind of goes back to, remember that video I did a while back when I talked about all the companies being owned by one, and that Nina Spinraker and her dad is the Obama assigned head of the NOAA. So just was kind of looking into those things. It's just weird that I don't know if it was from this site or how I got there. I'll have to look at it again and think about how I got there, because that's weird to me. You think there'd be a lot more people talking or giving reviews. So, all right. Anything else for you, Dave? I got people
how do people join the crypto thing tomorrow? Because you don't want to miss this.
You can't miss it.
Have your wallet set up by September 11th. I can't. I'm no longer going to be able to scam you by giving you 33 million dome coins.
That's all it is. It's your grift. It's your exit strategy. I heard.
It's because I'm giving away coins with no obligation to do anything. People one person said, I'm not putting my address on the internet. I'm like, what, is someone going to give you money?
Oh boy. Yeah. So people can become VIPs by going to wap.com/Jeranism. And we have crypto class every other Friday night from 6 to 8. We usually have somebody who presents, and it just so happens that tomorrow will be Dave Weiss and
Matt Long.
Matt Long. So yeah, this should be fun. Looking forward to it.
It'll be awesome.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
All right. We got Sacred Terra up next. Sacred, what's up? Oops, I got to get rid of. Oops. Hold on. Sorry, Ron Boston. We'll be back with you. Sacred.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You?
Pretty good.
Okay. What's up?
I just got a comment on what Dave was saying. Like when you asked if all the people started walking towards the sun, would they meet up at the same place? I believe they would, because just like how he talks about when him and Paige are looking at, his sheet experiment, when he's on one side of the room, she's looking from the other side.
Right.
And she says, point where you're at. And then he walks over and he's able to see it. And then same thing with with the heat lamp explanation. Like if I'm directly under the heat lamp, I can feel the heat. But
right.
He's talking about when he explains the summer and the winter solstice and with the angle of the sun and all that. But so my question though is, if you look at all the old maps, like especially the ones when they show the black mountain in the middle with just the 4 continents, then it slowly gets a little bit bigger. What if the sun's rotation just got a little bit bigger? That's why time keeps changing. No one knows what one day is. Like one rotation of the sun has probably been measured many times. And if you look at the way the Romans measure the sun, like on a sundial, they account for the angle of the sun, and like certain hours are 15 plus or minus 15 minutes longer. You know what I mean? So depending on where the sun is, do you think it's possible that the sun has just slowly melted everything and made our Antarctic basins, it's just slowly getting a little bit bigger and bigger?
Sure. Yeah, I think for sure. In fact, I said years ago that I thought maybe the whole global warming thing is because they're afraid of the fact that the sun is going to melt the outer ice wall and then create fissures in it or a way to get through it. So they had to make this whole campaign about global warming so that people, they could make moves and do things and put things in the sky or whatever they need to do, basically saying it's global warming when really it's just because the sun is getting further out and melting further out. But I'm not sure if we can say that the sun goes past the Tropic of Capricorn yet. Right? I've never seen anybody say that.
Right. No, I've been in several different places and been able to see, like for instance, the Big Dipper. I'll see it from Ohio, and for me it's right side up, and then I've seen it from Italy, it's upside down. I've seen it from the West Coast, it's at a different angle. So I know that it's the sun that's actually moving and we're stationary. And then just like what if no, never mind, I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
All right, have a blessed night.
Later. Run Boston Bear, what's up? How are you?
How are you doing?
Thank you, by the way, very much for being the number 3 super chatter of all time.
Hey man, I aim to please. No, I just want to support people
Thank
that
you.
are seeking the truth and they're not afraid to share it, because obviously we've been deceived and lied to growing up on a lot of topics. And this flat Earth thing is just, if someone can understand that, it makes all the other stuff more attainable.
Yeah, I think so for sure. That's what baffles me about the people who can't even, venture the thought. It's like nothing is more obviously like I don't know, just glaring of a position when somebody's just like, no, I'm not even going to venture to even go down that road. When you can, we see that there's just not the evidence that you would expect. But Brenda can go and she can measure the curvature of the Earth, and she can bounce radar off the moon tomorrow and get you the distance. So anybody can do it.
Yep. I was hopping on today. Well, because of what you and Dave just talked about, it spurred a lot of thoughts in my mind, because I went to that Truth and Freedom conference, and Joe Hanvey was there.
Oh yeah.
And he was talking. He brought his models and stuff, and he was talking about how he believes that like the Southern Cross can be seen in 4 quadrants at the same time, possibly. That our realm is very optical. and very reflective. Like if you think about the water being super duper reflective, and especially as you go further south, it's all ice,
Right.
and then the firmament or the superfluid above, or whatever people want to believe. It could be that this observation that they're wanting us to go see, this is going to be a time in history where they're actually going to show us this event that would have to be optical in nature, because we already know with all the tests that the ground measures level. Because if you guys have been playing mind gymnastics to try to understand what it could be, but if you think about the sun running its circuit, and of course you have to stay on the flat Earth when you do this. The flat Earth, the North Pole's in the middle, and it's running its circuit. It's running its circuit. We know it comes in and out from the
tropics.
Yep. It's essentially keeping the thawed part where we live able to be there. So if the 24-hour sun went down and it literally did a U-turn, and the orbit of the sun with its heat and light went way south of you in Antarctica, there would be cataclysmic flooding, because the sun just doesn't go there. That's why it's all ice. That's just one thing I was thinking about. Joe Hanvey was talking about how if it does happen, I'd love if he hopped on. I texted him. I was like, hey man, can you hop on to talk about this stuff? Because if it happens in my heart of hearts, it would be an optical or a sky phenomenon that doesn't change what we know about the land. So that's all I really wanted to say about that.
Okay.
One more thing, I am noticing a script. It's very, very much a script, or maybe you're going to say these people are just parroting what the higher ups are saying. But even on my own channel in the comments, they're saying, when we see this 24-hour sun, are you going to be a man and stop talking about this flat Earth, or take your channel down? And they're all doing it at the same time with such confidence, like they're wanting us to say, yeah, sure, I'll stop being a truther if we see the sun do something, optical. It's just
I think
ridiculous.
I think there's two positions there. I do think that people like Toon and people like FTFE, if we show that the Earth is not a globe, they should shut their channels down. The reason I think that is because they came out and they went against people trying to bring truth. They made their channels about that. That's why they started YouTube. So whereas I didn't start YouTube to prove flat Earth, it was to be a truther, to talk about things that I was seeing, and then I looked for evidence of the globe. That's what I was asking for in my first videos. Somebody show me. Well, they didn't show me. They didn't show me for 9 years. They haven't shown me yet. So to be like, oh, you should shut down your channel because we took 10 years to show you evidence, no, that's never going to happen. No, so I don't even fathom that thought. But I do see it's kind of a narrative that's going around. It's very cocky of them, and I think that I expect it, right? I mean, they're globers because they believe that there's no chance that it could be anything else. So to me, when they hear that the globe has to have a 24-hour sun, of course they have to take the position that of course it has a 24-hour sun, right? This is what they always do. Everything with the globe works perfectly. Everything's perfect. There's never been a mistake. There's nothing to worry about. It's all perfect. Even though we guess the distance of, we guess the size of Venus, all these things, right? So that's their position. So I don't expect anything different for them to really believe that it's down there. Because if they didn't believe that, they wouldn't be globers. I mean, if they thought there was like, oh, maybe it doesn't do that, because that doesn't match their model at all. And at least they have the understanding that if something glaringly doesn't match their model, that there's a problem. Now, they just are told that things do match, and that, oh, yeah, we just happen to be able to see trillions of miles, and they just buy it, and they still say the dumbest things I've ever heard people say, like, oh, well, why can't you see across the Pacific Ocean from, of course, what are you talking about? There's atmosphere there. They still ask questions like, how does something disappear from the bottom up? It's like, well, what do you mean? Does atmosphere block our sight? Yes. Okay, well, where is there the worst atmosphere if you're looking out over a body of water? Would it be right above the body of water or higher than that? If it's right above, then what would disappear first if a boat was going out in the distance? You would lose sight of the bottom of the boat because it gets blocked by the atmosphere first. So it's like not even difficult, and they will pretend like that and they've never even heard that. They'll pretend like they'll just ignore it and go on to something else. So I think they're disingenuous. Whether their position is right or wrong is irregardless of that. They are disingenuous about the actual pursuit of it. So I think that's the same thing. They just think that there has to be a circling sun. So
exactly.
My thought is there isn't, and I don't know how they would do. I think that the trip will be canceled or it'll be cloudy. One of those two things. The last possible thing I can really even envision would be a sun that just circles your head for. Because really, if it does circle for 3 days, they say it circles from the South Pole for 6 months. Right? I mean, That's quite different than our model calls for. But does it mean that our model's wrong? Well, it means the AE map, for the most part, really can't rectify. But if you're saying Joe Hamby thinks that it's a reflection, I think that that's possible, but I think we would see that. I think that if you went down there to observe that, I don't think you could hide that. Again, it would have to just be perfectly, like, I don't think that God tries to fool us, right? So I don't think we would go down there and there would be a circling sun around me, but really what it is a reflection of the other sun that happens to pass at a perfect time that you can't tell, because God would recognize that you would use things like a sun, because the sun is like the most important thing that there is in the world. It's also the most timekeeping thing that there is, right? We know where it is every day, at what time. We know where it is right now. We know exactly whose head it is above right now. So if that's the case, then I don't think God would set up illusions that make us think two different things, right? If you're like, well, God, we're measuring the ground flat, but your sun is showing us something that's impossible on a flat ground. So I don't think that that's the case. I think that they might set up illusions or make our heads spin or basically lie to us or, indoctrinate you into a certain belief. But I think, and I trust Witsit and I trust myself, that we would go down there and we're just observing. So it's not a matter of what they've taught us or anything like that. Just observe what the sun does. Because if we know what the sun does verbatim every day, and then it does something that doesn't fit on the model that we've called for, then we just have to admit that. I don't think that's the case, but I'm willing to find out. And I'll be the first one to say, hey, our model doesn't seem to work. My model doesn't seem to work. The one I've been pushing for 9 years is wrong. If I see that, that's just, I feel like I owe that to my viewers. For 9 years, I've been saying that that's my belief. And so if my belief changes, I just believe I owe them that. And they can make up their mind. You don't have to listen to me. And you could look at the footage yourself and be like, I think this looks doctored, or I think this looks like it was maybe a sun simulator, whatever. You can just like, because I guess what I get so upset is people making it seem like whatever I say is so important, when really I'm like, you have never believed scientists, you've never believed professors, you don't believe Stephen Hawking, you don't believe Einstein. So we already don't believe a whole bunch of people in schools and in colleges. So just because I came back and said I saw the sun circle, why would that mean you have to believe me? Don't believe me then. If you're just, just chalk me up as another person that you don't believe in. It would be easy. But for myself, I've just said the same thing. I'm going to go down there and report honestly and accurately and transparently what I see if I go.
Yeah, man. Well, I got to give you a shout out because there's just been crazy insanity hurled at you and you've stayed consistent. You got to get some points for that.
Thank you.
I mean, you could have lashed out or lost your mind or cussed up, of course you've said apologies here or there when you're like, you know what, I probably shouldn't have said that. But overall, you've been even keel since I met you at Blacktoberfest. Through all this, you're less dramatic than the anti-flat earth crew. So keep hanging in there no matter what you see. I also have to give a shout out to Witsit because he pulled a long session on Earth Awakenings today, and I screen recorded it, so it'll probably be up tomorrow. He actually went basically full on debated Mordwan, and it was a really good back and forth.
All right, I'll give him a pass because we had a meeting at 10 that he didn't show up for. So
yeah, he plowed through that. Then he actually talked to Mattoon for a while, and they kind of had some choice words, but they battled a little bit. And then the last thing I'll leave before I go is in the chat, in the private chat, I left a link.
Okay.
And my question to you is, did you see the Joe Rogan snippet where 6 months ago, okay, so in your mind, you have to say, okay, this whole final experiment page was created 5 or 6 months ago.
Right.
At the same time, Joe Rogan put out this guy who went to Antarctica to skydive with the company that you guys are even talking about, and they showed Union Glacier. There's a ton of drone footage showing Union Glacier, and in my mind I'm like, this is like a predictive programming or a showing you, like making it to where the masses are going to be familiarized with this whole thing when it comes back around, because all of this is just a big scam. But it's 4 minutes or 5 minutes with dramatic music in the background. He talks about the sun never sets, and you should check that out too.
Okay.
But I can go ahead and drop off the show, but check that out, man.
All right, thanks. Peace. RG the artist, weren't you already here? RG.
No, I don't think I've been on here today.
Oh, welcome.
No. I'm joking. I just want to say something quick and shout out to Ron Boston, man. I kind of appreciate the show and that everyone's kind of pitching on the optical side of it and speaking about the optics. But Dave was speaking about seeing two suns, two moons, stuff like that at certain times. And it made me think of this video. I have a guy, one of my buddies, he does a podcast, And somebody that works at CERN, and when they crunk up the machine during the eclipse, this last eclipse, got some footage, and I just figured, your audience might like that as well. But I put the link, it's in the chat, and the timestamp where it starts. And bro, y'all are gonna flip out when you see this stuff. But
What are we looking? What is
it's
it?
something new. I don't think anybody. I'm sorry.
What is it that we're looking at?
Okay, so it's a guy. He has a close friend that works at CERN.
Okay.
Okay, and he contacted my buddy that does the podcast and told him about what his friend was reporting and what he recorded with his phone when they crunk up the machine. They made people record it, right? Because there's something called like loosh. There's like this energy that, like say you go to a NASCAR race, football game. Well, during the eclipse, they were telling everybody, it's going to be the National Guard and cities, and to be, just they got everybody really into the eclipse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they got everybody focusing on it, and people were like so emotional and really drawn in, right? I mean, it was really dramatic, the way a lot of people reacted during this eclipse. So my point is, there's original footage that he sent my friend, and he kind of was talking about it and showed the moon being, or the eclipsing of what we thought was the moon, or was the moon, but there was two of them, one in the background, one in the foreground.
Okay.
And so many different perspectives. You'll enjoy it, but it's like maybe 5 or 6, 7 minutes. But I'm gonna drop off, man. And if
we'll
you
check
want
it
to play it, I think everybody would like it. Yeah, but thanks, man.
Thanks, RG. Gil, what's up, Gil?
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you great. What's up?
Oh, I was just wanted to discuss 9.8 meters per second squared as a fall rate.
Okay.
There's a good experiment you can do that shows that things fall at different rates. For example, if you take a long straight hill, and at the top of this long straight hill, you take a passenger vehicle, and then next to the passenger vehicle in the other lane, you take a big truck loaded with 80,000 pounds. Now, if you push them two vehicles over the crest of the hill and let them just roll down the hill with no power, just with their weight, the car will take off first and go way faster than the truck loaded with 80,000 pounds. But if the hill is long enough, by the time the big truck reaches the bottom of the hill, it'll be going twice as fast as the little car, because the weight picks up momentum. And if you ever driven truck, you know this, because you got to ride your brakes down a hill to stop the truck from speeding up and going too fast.
Right.
And it'll pass the passenger vehicle.
Correct.
So now, if you can do this with a hill, now take the hill out of the equation and do the experiment with just the weight. The weight will, whatever is bigger and heavier will take more time to pick up speed, but it'll go way faster. Like the final speed at the bottom of the hill will be way higher than the car for the big truck, right? For free fall.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, totally.
Like people who argue that everything falls at the same rate.
No, they're basing that on
obviously not the case.
No, they base it on a vacuum too, which is still not even the case. Because air is going to change that too, right?
Well, of course, but still, like the big truck will always roll faster, and it's an easy way to explain the concept that things don't fall at the same rate, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen Julius Sumner Miller do a couple experiments where he took an inclined plane like you're talking about and then rolled down different, like either a solid circle or a cylinder. And I was shocked by the results of that as well, because it does the opposite of what you think. Kind of like what you said when you were first telling the story. I'm like, okay, he's going to say that the heavier car is going to go faster. But you're right. I think that the lighter car would go faster to start, and then the heavier is going to gain more speed.
Oh, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, I've done it 1,000 times.
Right.
I know that there's absolutely no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. And so, I don't know what that really tells people, other than, stop repeating what you think is true. I mean, I can't even get a Glober to really explain to me the idea of free fall, to be honest with you. Because it doesn't have any acceleration, they say.
Yeah, well, this way it makes.
Go ahead.
In this fashion, it's a good example to tell the globetards that, this happens, and then you remove the hill, and they can't argue with that because it's just common sense for anyone that tries that experiment.
I wouldn't hold that to Globers. They don't. It doesn't matter what common sense is. But yeah, I get you. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can find that one thing. Let me see if this is where it talks about rolling. 1 second. I want to see if I can show you that inclined plane. Is this the one that does it? No, maybe it's something else. Anyway, all right. Anything else for me? Gil.
Yeah, I was thinking of. Can you hear me still? Or?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, I was just thinking of another thing where tidal pools. Why do tides work the way they do, right? And it's hard to figure out why, like in the eastern Canada, the place where there's the highest tide is like 40 feet or something, right? Like when the tide,
Bay of Fundy,
low tide and high tide. Yeah, and it's hard to make sense of it. And this is just a crazy idea I had, but what are the possibility? Like, we all know that at one time in history there was bigger trees, like a lot bigger trees, right? You know what I mean? And then trees had to have root systems, right? And so wherever there was these bigger trees, whether that be in the middle of the ocean and there's a mountain just underneath the surface of the ocean. Well, because some of these tidal pools are in the middle of the ocean. Well, if there was these big root systems, these huge trees with big root systems like caves, people go caving, they find all kinds of tunnels. Those are probably ancient tree root systems. Well, if the water is circulating through them root systems, that could be one of the ways that the water kind of gets evacuated and then gets replenished, for ocean current circulation. I'm just throwing shit at the wall here and seeing what sticks, but it was just a crazy idea I had.
Okay, I like it. I'm not sure. I mean, I think some of those, the Bay of Fundy and those other ones can be explained just by the neck of what comes in there, right? So basically, if it's shaped a certain way, how do I describe it? Like, let's say there's a whole bunch of water in your house, and it's even at...
I understand that. There's no doubt about that. Like, definitely the topography makes a difference.
Right.
But in the middle of the ocean, it doesn't, right?
Right,
The
gotcha.
water can approach from all sides.
Right, so you're talking about those, the drains almost, it looks like.
Yeah, you bet. Like, I mean, where's the water going? How is the water getting lowered? Well, there has to be some kind of suction or pump, like pumping the water. I mean, there's no other way. So if you got a big tree root system that just evacuates the water's colder, so hot and cold water, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, there's got to be some way to evacuate that water for the water to lower in these big tidal zones or whatever. And I think that could...
Oh, I lost you.
Be one of the things. You're correct about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I watched your video with Zetetic astronaut or whatever the fuck his name was, and he was out to lunch, man. Like he was accusing you of doing the same thing he was doing, so it was kind of like a shit show.
Yeah, it was like one of the worst shows I ever had. But I also realized I checked out about 5 minutes in. As soon as I saw what he was doing, I just kind of, I don't want to talk to people like that. If somebody wants to tell me that we can't say where the sun is, I'm like, well, whatever. I mean, that's just not true. So if people want to use not true things and then pretend like they have a victory, That's fine. I think some people realize that some people who watch our channels are not the sharpest, and so they take advantage of that, and they think that pomp and circumstance wins people's minds, and it actually is true. Well, I don't use lies and confusion to get people to follow me. So if people want to leave for that, that's on them. So
no, I get that. I've
Yeah.
been watching your show for a long time, and
Well, thank you.
like I wrote to you the other day, I've never caught you in a lie. You've always been a stand-up guy and backed what you said, and I think you're one of the best guys, like from the origins of Flat Earth in 2016. I think you're probably the most stand-up guy out there. So
Thank you very much. I
kudos
appreciate
to
that.
you, and I hope that you continue on that path, and I'm sure you will. And thanks for all you've done. I've learned a great deal from you.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I'll let you go. Appreciate that. I did see, what does Slim Claw say over here? Slim Claw says, I just saw him say something. Jaren, is there a Velcro atmosphere if the sun does a 360 at the South Pole? Is there a Velcro atmosphere? No. What does that mean? How does that have anything to do with the sun circling your head? Velcro atmosphere. Oh, you mean like, is the Earth spinning? Nobody said that. Why would anybody say that based on what you see the sun do? Doesn't seem like very smart to me. Okay, so this one I want to show you just Julius Sumner Miller, funniest guy ever.
Roll.
No.
Another interesting and enchanting
Very
detail
interesting.
arises. Here I have a disc of wood.
Should I do it? Here we have a disc of wood, and it's round, and it's very solid, and it's circular, and we can just see that everywhere in this circle, see? Oh, sorry, I'll let him do it.
Metric axis. Here we have a hoop. The hoop has another property. All the mass of the hoop, with respect to a central geometric axis, is in the periphery, in the edge. So now, this brass hoop and this wooden disc have the same mass, but their distribution of mass is different. If then I put them at the top of the plane, since we see also they have the same diameter, the same radius, the same surface contact, which indeed doesn't matter a bit, we ask, how do they roll when I let them go? Do they roll together? That is, keeping neck and neck?
Somebody, Slim Claus says, they say the atmosphere sticks to the Earth. That's why helicopters float along and stuff. Yes, I know that. They think that the Earth is moving. So they have to say that the atmosphere is attached to it, or else why is the Earth moving and not the atmosphere? We don't believe that. Do you know what geocentrism means? Do you know what flat Earth means? It means that there is no moving atmosphere. So no, nothing's Velcroed. And just because you went down and saw the sun go around your head in the south doesn't make the Earth move. So I'm confused what your premise does not lead to where you're going. You're just stating two things. It's like, Jaren, if you have a red shoe, does that mean that your car is parked in the driveway? No. Has nothing to do with that.
Or does the disc win, or does the hoop win? And I'm going to show you how this does indeed come out. Watch it. And so we see the disc winning. Now I'm going to roll another disc. Here is a disc, aluminum, much smaller than the hoop, and I'm going to roll these together. This is a disc and still the hoop. And the disc again wins. Now I'm going to roll these two discs together.
Question, he answers as it right there. He says, all discs beat all hoops. I remember this video series came out at like 3 a.m. in the 90s. PBS.
Small disc, big disc. It will be a little difficult to check this, but if our provisions for nature were of an adequate sort, I could show...
If you want to learn, I mean, this guy, just look up Julius Sumner Miller. He does at least some good practical experiments that, things I didn't even know. He does the one with the newspaper, which I still don't even know if it's real, based on atmosphere. Let's see if I put an atmosphere up here. Just because, you know, we have, what is it, 14 pounds per square inch. This one. Watch this test. Tell me if this is fake. Quiet.
Oh,
Jesus.
There it went. I hadn't expected it, really. But notice, the enormous
Yeah, watch this part.
forces reach 15 pounds.
Oh, 15.
I showed this when I talked about inertia. But I want to do this now because it is a demonstration.
Watch
of
this. This is
atmospheric
crazy.
pressure.
If this is true, I don't even know if this is true.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what I'm trying to do is not teach any physics in these recitations, but rather stir your interest by events which are dramatic for the soul. Here is a sheet of paper, about 20 inches one way and 30 the other, 600 square inches. On each square inch, 15 pounds, 600 times 15, 9,000 pounds of air. And you know, as I did before, I'll do it once again. I cannot move the weight of that air. There it is.
Is that real?
I say that is staggering to contemplate.
Is that real? I've even tried to watch it in slow motion. I can't believe it. Let me see slow motion. Are they lying here? Let's watch playback speed. We're going super slow. Let's see what he's going to do. He's going to karate chop this. And supposedly there's so much air pressure on the newspaper that it's going to snap this piece of wood. But watch the... God, that did look good. Let me see again. Is that real? Somebody in the chat, tell me if it's real. Hey, Rethink. Thank you for being here. I just want to throw a shout out to you because I've seen you say some nice things about me in the face of adversity, and I appreciate it. Just wanted to say that. Let's watch here. Sumner. And... Somebody do that at home, please, for me so I can see it done again. Doesn't seem legit to me. So, yeah, I get very confused by that. So if there's supposedly 15 pounds per square inch on top of our body everywhere, but yet none of that affects a scale? Or is the scale basically zeroed? All right, let's go back to, let's give it to him. See Sumner Miller. You just look him up on YouTube if you want to see him. Julius Sumner Miller. Let's go with Joe Hamby in the house. What's up, Joe?
Oh, what's up, man?
How are you?
That was quick.
Oops.
Well, how are you?
Wrong screen here. There we go. Now we got you.
Yeah, I was trying to do it in front of my model, but my Wi-Fi down there is...
Oh, not working for you?
Yeah, not in that part of the house.
So what was Run Boston Bear just said that you had brought your presentation to whatever that conference was, and that you think it's something optical.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
Do you see my point though? That we should wait?
Wait to see it first?
Yeah. Yeah, because I really feel like that's just, it's like ridiculous if everybody is banging their heads against the wall and making up all these crazy ideas when maybe it's not even needed.
I kind of agree, and I agree and disagree. And the reason being is, for me personally, the only reason because I was on the same boat as everybody else. Well, most likely it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these fake videos. We should have tons of videos of this stuff. Something's odd here. I had a friend that was down there last December, very close to the summer solstice, and she said, hey, it sets and rises, but it's only gone for like a couple of hours and then it's back. So that was in the back of my head. And then when I was talking to a friend of mine, Chris, who's in New Zealand, and he showed me in an animated model how the sun comes across his sky. And we were talking, we're like, man, if that's really what's happening, then in that scenario, it's possible that if you're far enough south, you would see it for 24 hours. And at that
You're
point,
meaning because it sets south of west and rises south of east. It gives the appearance that it's doing that circle.
Yeah. And at that point, I was like, well, with this new information, plus what my friend told me that, the sun's only gone for a couple of hours, I've been messing with a model for years. So I was like, let me just see if I can kind of get it to at least function in the model. And admittedly, like all of my original tests were bad explanations and just bad presentation.
Well, I think the clockwork and counterclockwork thing is really confusing because it changes, right? It's not a universal thing. It's, the way I describe it best is to put your hands out like this side to side and do forward circles. So now you're doing forward circles, right? Well, if you look to your right, that is counterclockwise. Look to your left, and that's clockwise. Yet my arms are going in the same direction. So I don't like when people refer to things really clockwise, counterclockwise. It's a little bit of it's dependent on your location or your observation position.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a perspective thing.
Right.
And trying to translate that perspective was the hardest part, really, of it all.
Right, because you were looking at it from two different sides.
Yeah, and it's still, it's still all the same motion. It's still an east to west motion.
Correct.
Just an apparent counterclockwise versus just like the star trails in the north are counterclockwise, and then when you're looking at them in south, they appear to be clockwise.
Right.
So yeah, it's just like
Yeah, the difference about the sun is that, you know, if you're in the inside North Pole, the sun moves left to right. For everybody, I don't think there's any argument about that. Left to right, no matter which way you look, right? You could look north, south, east, west. It's always going to move left to right. And then if you go down to the south and it now moves right to left, no matter which way you look, it's still right to left, east, west, south. That's weird to me, because that would necessitate really either a U-turn made by the sun or some sort of reflection or you know, appearance of it off of a mirror or something. I don't know what, but I think if we're down there, we would be able to see that. So.
Yeah, I agree. I would love to go, honestly, and take all my telescopes and cameras and filters, and just because, hell, we're going to learn a lot from that.
You should run a GoFundMe. I'd love for more people to go.
If yeah, I mean, $31,000. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, and it's going to be more than that when you pay for your flights and everything else too. So yeah, I get you. Anybody can go though. Anybody can go that wants to.
But back to your original question, for me, it wasn't so much, hey, let me scramble to find out. It was just like, hey, I had new information. Let me see if I can get it to work. And I don't know if you know the history with me and Will Duffy, but I was debating a guy 3 years ago when he first got into this. And in our debates, he was contradicting himself. He didn't really understand the globe model at all. He was just really bad at it.
Right.
You and Austin have helped him tremendously, but y'all, the first debate discussion that Will Duffy had with you and Austin, I actually connected him with Dave.
Thanks a lot.
And
No, I'm just kidding.
And Dave emailed him, and then it just worked out where you and Austin were the ones that ended up.
Yeah, because Dave was on a trip.
Yeah, exactly. So I just kind of had a history with a guy. He irks me just the way, just kind of with how arrogant he approaches the situation.
Yes.
But I get it. We can all come off arrogant. We can all come off like we know it all. And really, we all are just trying to figure it out.
Do you think he's a bad person with bad intent?
I really don't. I
don't see it either.
I think he wants to be the globe messiah. I mean, I really do believe that.
Yeah, I think that, and I think that he also knows that if we did go down there and saw the sun set, that he would win in that situation too. He's the one that proved the flat Earth. So
yeah, I don't think he loses either way.
Yeah,
sure.
So I think that's kind of where he set him up. So now again, as far as is he completely honest all the time? It doesn't seem that way. It seems like he's been a little less than that. But again, I think anybody put under that kind of scrutiny over this amount of time, this is why I say there's no role models in the world anymore, because even if there was a guy out there being great, that everybody would make up stories.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
You
So
can see how you get treated, how Austin gets treated.
right. I mean, it's just impossible. So
Anybody who really puts themselves out there, it's rough. I mean, it's just like with me, I get it from all angles. I get it from flat earthers and globers, because I'll call out the BS the flat earthers.
yeah, that's my problem too. They're not going to like me because I don't just sugarcoat things, and I'll never just say, oh, well, the sun does infinite things, so the Earth's still flat. Even though I know that that's what flat earthers want to hear, and they would be, rally around that. It's just not my real opinion, so I'm telling a lie by saying that, and it's not very scientific. I mean, obviously. So I guess that's my problem, is that if, like, let's say that we said to globe believers, oh, what if this happens, right? And they were like, oh, and then they all went and scrambled and tried to come up with a reason or a way that the globe could explain that. It would look weird to me, because it would be like, why are you doing that? If you're sure of what you've been saying, then you wouldn't need to scramble to make something work that has never been observed. So I think that was the weirdest thing I saw, is when I saw flat earthers trying to do that, I thought, okay, this doesn't look good, because I thought I was firm in my position that there is no 24-hour sun. So to have all of a sudden people trying to show how the 24-hour sun works on a flat Earth was like, I get it, because it would be important if we go down there and see it, but if we don't, then then that's kind of silly. Like, why were we trying to explain something that doesn't happen?
With me, it was like, it was never about that. It was just
Right.
I had new information, and I was like, you know what?
Well, I appreciate it. It taught me a lot. It showed me a lot, and made me jealous of your model anyway. because I've never been able to find one of those.
Kind of look at it this way too. It's like the truth. I mean, I've heard you say this. I've heard Austin say it. I've heard Dave say it. The truth is on the side of truth. So
right,
if it's flat, then and that's happening, and with all the evidence that we have, then there's got to be some sort of answer for it. Like, you know, and we can't measure the ceiling. We can't measure the lights in the ceiling. Yeah, we can have a general idea of what they're doing, but there's a lot of stuff that we don't know. Like even in my model, no way it's accurate. Like I'm conceptualizing things. I think a lot of people get that misconstrued. They think I'm showing a physical, real, this is how it is. No, it's just a visually conceptual.
Right. I remember watching a video that Duffy did on you, and he kept talking about, we would fly into the glass dome. It's like, no, dipshit, we're not saying there's a glass dome down there. We would die. It's like, no, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah. And it's that kind of stuff. But, I mean, you know, you deal with it. So
yeah, I mean, I get it. And it's, you know, how can we expect... Like, I have to remember that all the time. I've been doing this for 9 or 10 years. I can't expect other people to be at the same level. That'd be weird.
But one thing I will say is, working with optics for the past 4 years now, and lasers and lights and all this and these domes, one thing I can say is there is this quadrant phenomenon going on.
Yeah, I've seen it before, and I've seen you show it, and I think that that's a high possibility. And then you would use declination to get people to tip their head a little bit towards one of those 4 locations. And call that south for everybody. So I think that that's highly possible. But I, again, have a hard time explaining that with the sun, because it just doesn't, it'd have to morph into the other sun at some point. It has to become the reflection sun. And it, like I was telling from Boston Bear, I just don't think God sets up deceptions like that. Whereas, you know, here comes the sun and it perfectly matches, and then and we can't even tell the difference. I mean, that's a deception that wouldn't need to be set up that way. So
yeah, that's my thought. Maybe that merger that you're seeing in like the animated models, and even in my model, because it does merge. When the part where it goes behind the camera, there is a merger for. I mean, it's quick.
Right, I saw it.
So my thought is, in the real scale and the real model of things, maybe you're not seeing you because where you're at in Antarctica is far enough away from Capricorn to where the sun you see come in is always the sun you see come in from the southeast and lead to the southwest, or wrap back around to the southeast, and you're not actually seeing this merger because that gap, and I don't know, you know, I'm just spitballing.
Right, yeah, gotcha. Gotcha.
But I do believe it's an optical phenomenon. If it's occurring, I believe it's an
so
optical
the thing that I wish people would just accept is that, okay, let's go down there and see. And
exactly.
and then protect yourself in a way that you say, well, if Jaren or Austin come back and they don't have footage, or the footage looks doctored, or the footage is not doesn't look like it's a real representation, or looks like a simulated sun, then everybody just ignore it and say, no, we don't agree with that. Like that's basically what you should do.
What if I'll get there and actually see the merger? You know,
right? That's what we should do. We should be looking for data. That was the weirdest thing. Is I actually expected, like, when we said, all right, we'll go down there, I expected to kind of have a rally, but between, you know, flat earthers all excited about it, not the opposite. Because then it's like, well, what? Now we don't want data. Now we're like, no, we don't want data. And I've had people message me and say, please don't go on the trip. Make an independent trip. I'm like, yeah, I would love to do that, but I don't have any money. Somebody says they're going to pay for us to go down there, so that's why we're going. It has nothing to do with we're choosing to go with Duffy rather than do it ourselves. No, we would much rather do it, but we don't have the money to do that, and we never will. It's just the community doesn't, you know, fundraise like that. So, and especially not for me or somebody that they don't trust. So, anyway, but I appreciate you doing the work that you're doing, and keep plugging away. And if you find anything, let me know.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate you too, and hate you have to deal with all that. But
it's all good. It's all good. I'm used to it at this point. I can very easily turn off the computer and go spend time with my wife and completely forget about the internet world. So, got to do that sometimes.
I agree 100%. We should all be on board with, hey, this is information and data that we need to have, period.
And you'll get to, like, let's say that all of a sudden we can't figure out the contract, so I'm not going to go. So somebody else is going to go. All it would come down to is, please get as good of footage as you can. And then I'll determine when the footage comes back. I'll look at it, and if it's, you know, definitely telling, or if it's if I think it's doctored, then I just will say I don't even pay attention to that. It's that easy. I mean, we don't pay attention to doctors, or we don't pay attention to professors and things like that. It's very easy to just say we don't trust people. So if you see something that you don't trust, you should stand up and say, I don't trust that and I want nothing to do with it. But to demonize it from the start and that, oh, you're working with them, and so now I'm being accused of like having some sort of deal with them, or I'm going to go like if people think that, it's just ridiculous to me. I will never lie about an observation ever. So just not gonna happen. All right, thanks, bro.
Yep, thanks, man. Have a good
Later.
night.
Hairless primate, what up? Hairless.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, magic! Thank you. Yeah, I was.
Are you really
I was
hairless
going
though?
to-
I doubt that.
Say again?
Are you really hairless? I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm shaved.
Okay, that's scary. Go ahead. You got 4 minutes. Begin. I don't know what your sound went out. Go ahead. You said it says device is not connected now. You had it working. You had it working. Come on back. Okay, now you're unmuted. Go ahead. The hell's going on? Hello. What happened?
Hello, Jeran. Thanks for having me.
No,
Big
you're not
fan
supposed to
of
be
your
here.
work, and I enjoy moving my cheek too.
Hey, get out of here, Stephen Hawking. Hairless primate. There you are. Let's go. Come on.
I'm
There you
back.
go. Now you're
Hey,
back.
good to see you, brother. So I have a couple of questions,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Indeed.
So I was watching a couple of old Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent videos.
Okay.
And there's one, and there's a panel at a Flat Earth conference. Patricia Steer is hosting it, and you guys, Mark Sargent, yourself, Rob Skiba, and Bob Nodell, the legends, if you want. And you're answering questions. And there was one question where you referenced an artificial sun in Antarctica. But recent times you've said that isn't an issue. That isn't a thing that would happen. What
Right.
would that be?
Well, I think if you're talking about the Edmonton conference, maybe.
It's an old one, like 2019, maybe.
Probably before that even, but maybe 2017. But yeah,
Yeah,
so I think
probably, yeah.
so I thought that if there was a location in Antarctica that they needed to put a sun that goes around your head, right? I said, okay, they could probably do that. But at no time was I thinking about what I know now as far as with infrared cameras, with solar filters, with the sunspots. So now I don't think there's any way. And then I never even thought about how would you power something like that? How would you keep it up in the air? Now, people have said, what if there's some hidden technology that's way beyond what we know and they're able to do that? Again, the problem is that you're going to see a sun coming in from the north. So they have to match perfectly. They have to put up the fake sun, turn it on, connect it, somehow morph it into the real sun. It's just not physically possible. That's giving the elite too much in my mind. Now, if they have something like that, then let them use it. There's a chance that thing fails. It's a chance that it falls out of the sky. There's a chance that it turns off. How are you powering it? Are you running extension cords to the amount of power that would be needed to power a sun like that and give it the appearance of a sun to somebody who's got a telescope and somebody who's got a zoom camera is just unfathomable. It's just not possible. So the sun is if you zoom in on the sun, it's a one solid disk in an infrared camera or one solid disk in a solar filter. You're not going to see that when you zoom into some sun simulator. It's just not going to. You would have had different lights. You can't just have one giant light, and it would have to be huge. It would have to be hundreds of feet. Even if you put it out in the sky, far away from us, so you would have to be hundreds of feet big, like a football stadium.
Okay.
In the sky.
Okay, that makes sense. It's like the evolution of an idea. So you had one idea at this point, but the idea evolves, and your thinking on the idea evolves.
Yeah, I don't think I ever really thought much because I didn't think people go down there and see a fake sun. I said it could be, and then I just thought, well, nobody must see it because we don't see any videos of it or anything. But then when you get tasked to going down there, you're like, okay, well then let's think of what we might see. And then when you really think about it, you're like, well, I don't think it's possible. Again, maybe some people disagree, but and then there's people who show like videos of a thing in the sky and they're like, this is a sun simulator, but it's like, well, where's the real sun? They never give you information about where the sun actually is. They never tell you the date or time or where they're actually looking. And then everybody believes that China launched a sun simulator when it's just a rocket that people lied about. Truthers do this all the time. Truthers lie about footage. It's just what they do. again, it's not good for anybody, and then it makes everybody run around saying the same thing. Everybody in the flat Earth community thinks they've seen a sun simulator in the sky launched by China, but it's just because somebody lied about it and put it out when it's just a rocket launch. So, and again, there's a ton of people who are watching it. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I saw, I've been watching a lot of old school Matt Powell and stuff, and he's talking about his supposed mission to Antarctica.
Oh yeah, I remember
well.
that. I wonder what he's up to.
Yeah, I don't know either. I've been trying to find out, but I don't know. The last question was something that I've been thinking about. We talk about the footage that NASA shows from space, and there's 0 stars in the atmosphere in space. You've got the Earth. You've got whatever footage they show of the space station, but there's 0 stars. So we look at footage that is from a high altitude weather balloon that is with a normal lens, not a fisheye, and it's up there, and yet everything is still black. Yet when we look up, because I'm convinced it's flat Earth, I'm convinced it's a firmament of some sort, but we look up and we see stars, and yet the high altitude balloon goes up there, shows a flat plane, yet it's still black. Where the stars?
Now I have seen some. There has been some balloon footage that does show them, but not much. I don't see much. I did do one with Dwayne Kellum where you could see some stars. It must be that you don't see stars in space. I mean, I don't know what other reason why we wouldn't just show them, right? Unless it's unless everything's fake and they don't think they can fake the stars. Although with a supercomputer, you should be able to do that. So it shouldn't be that difficult. So it does seem like, because again, I was just bringing up Himawari 8 here just to show that even when the sun is out, so I'm going to put this on your screen real quick. Even when the sun is gone, oops, what just happened here? Move this up. So like, there's no reason why at this point here, like there wouldn't be stars seen. They try and make it seem like, oh, the exposure got over. Well, no, this is, why wouldn't you be able to see stars here? There's so little light. And if you move it past to where it's dark, like there, where's the stars? Look, you can just see the rim of the light coming over the rim here. So then all these stars should be easily seen. It doesn't make sense. Their explanation doesn't make sense.
But what is our explanation then?
What?
What is our explanation?
Well,
if
this
it's a firmament,
photograph is fake. What do you mean? My explanation for the Himawari?
No, that we, even with standard lens high altitude balloon footage up there, then why in the firmament are we not seeing the stars?
We are. That's what I'm saying. Is that you can see them.
We look up and we see them, but the balloons go up there, standard lens, and they're not there. What's our explanation then?
So
have we got something?
So have you seen a lot of cameras looking up? Because
I'm just going by my eyes, looking up at the sky.
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is, you're saying that we send balloons up and we don't see stars. But I'm asking you, do you see, when you send balloons up, do you see cameras pointed up, or are you talking about cameras pointed out flat, looking out?
Okay, that makes sense. So the balloon goes up, and the lens, standard lens, is still pointing out flat, but not looking up. Yeah, okay. I get you. I get what you mean.
So I went with Dwayne Kellum, and we launched a balloon from where were we at? Over by Pacific Grove in Monterey, I guess. Maybe a little bit more further south by Carmel. And I'm trying to find the one where it is.
High altitude.
Where he's got. I mean, you can see. Is this it? Yeah. So this is one. Let me show you this one. So this is high altitude balloon number 12. Lunar eclipse or something, but if you watch this and turn on the volume, and you just can't see that's stars.
No, I can't see it right now. Would I have to watch this over again?
Oh wait, now that maybe that's the ground. Hold on, let me see if we can see the camera that's pointed up. So that's pointed out. I just saw the light of the. Okay, here, let me see if I can see him.
I can't see it though. I can't see what you're sharing.
Yeah, you'll just have to go back and look at the after.
Oh, okay. I get you. Sorry.
No, I was just trying to find it. There's actually a better one than that. That one's showing. I just don't remember which balloon launch it is. There's one night sky. This one maybe 7 years. Nope. I'd have to find exactly which one it was where we could see the stars. Star sun. Let's see that one. Starlight test number 2. Star time lapse test. There's a balloon launch that was at night. Oh, maybe this one. Night sky. Nope. It's a short one. It was a full balloon launch. This one. High altitude balloon number 16. Let me see. But he's got one that pretty much shows the stars once you get up. But he had a camera. I thought it was one where he had multiple cameras and one camera was facing up. I don't know which one that is though. I'll have to find it. Oh, yeah, maybe this one. Nope, that's got cameras facing sideways. One of these is facing up. Oh, maybe this one's it. This is an infrared camera. Let's watch this one and see what we get here. Let's see if we see any stars here. So far, I don't see any at all. I don't see one star. It's a little bright back there, but I don't see anything. Okay, let me try one more. But yeah, I mean, it is weird. I think I've seen videos of it for sure that have stars, but this one. Okay, this one here's. So this is high altitude balloon number 24 called Icy Stars. Should have looked for that before. But you can see them here. They're, I mean, this is like very easily to be seen. And he used a different camera. He said this is a second flight with the new camera Sony A7 II. Also on board was a GoPro Hero 4 Black. The Hero 4 was used to gauge the performance of the Sony. The Sony camera settings were as follows: f-stop, auto most of the flight was f1.8, focus manual to infinity, ISO 102/400, lens Sony FE blah 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 blah. GoPro Hero 4 Black had a fixed focus 5.4. Flight was launched from a field south of Dos Palos, California, 24th of July 2019. But if you go up here, you can see that there is plenty of stars in the sky because the camera's pointing up. And there's a lot. I mean, they're everywhere. That's what you'd expect. So I don't think it's right to say that we don't see them. I mean, that's pretty clear. It could be there. Stars are pretty clear. And and I know Dwayne. I don't think there's no chance in my mind that Dwayne faked any of this. He came over to my house and built a box before. We did it together. We went and launched a balloon together. He's excellent at it. He knows his stuff. But yeah, he was able to put a certain kind of camera on here. When you go back and watch it after, and actually I'm going to put this link in the chat. So if you grab it in this YouTube chat, there you go. There you go. That's the Dwayne Kellum Icy Stars video. So I wouldn't say that we don't see them. I would say that usually cameras are not set to that.
Okay. No, that's cool because I didn't like using the NASA does this and we don't see stars as a debunk.
NASA's got a problem with NASA can't get their story straight about whether we see stars or not. So
yeah, well, I know that,
yeah.
But I didn't like using it if I can't say that we do or we don't.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a plane before and I looked for stars. I couldn't find any.
Yeah. Thanks, brother. Thank you very much.
Take it easy. Let's go to the next one. We've got the giggling telephone. I don't know. Teleporter. Rockefeller Ed. Only teach us lies.
Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great.
Oh, great. I just wanted, those are basically the 2 points that I really wanted to cover was if you do see a revolving sun around your head in Antarctica, odds are you got teleported onto a movie set. And basically the one way that you can't get teleported out is if you're walking backwards. But then I thought you're going to be wearing heavy boots, so you might want to start exercising on walking backwards because it does take a little bit of effort. One person's watching where you're going, and the other person's walking backwards, and they can't teleport you out. Eventually, you'll hit the back wall, which may cause some problems down there, but at least you'll hit the back wall. And the other thing that everybody started talking about, Will Duffy laughing his head off in the first couple of interviews that he did. And it's the same kind of laugh if you kind of look at all the trials. The Joker, or the guy who called himself the Joker in the Batman shooting. The Batman shooting happened just before Sandy became a hooker. There was the Batman shooting. And basically the guy who the orange-haired guy who had an IQ above 200, basically throughout the whole trial was giggling the same way Patrick Duffy was in the original interviews that he did, say, about 4 or 5 months ago. So those are the only two things that I kind of correlated that way, is that he's under the impression that he's going to be the Messiah. That, like you said, either way, he either proves it's flat or it's a ball, but either way, he gets to prove it. So that's what I'm kind of picturing he's shooting for. I don't think he suspects it being flat. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay for it. But I just wanted to cover the fact that they might teleport you, and that's how they plan on fulfilling the deception.
Teleporting all of us?
Not all of you. Don't forget, the only people who really need to be teleported would be you and Austin. Everybody else is more than happy to lie to prove it's a ball.
Okay, that's kind of a statement. I mean, there's people that are going that are not these ball channels that you expect, right? Like the couple people, Critical Think, there's a couple other people going. But I don't know if I would make the assumption to say that they would be willing to lie for it. But again, I don't know that, so I can't say they wouldn't.
No, but basically they can teleport up to 12 people from, as long as you guys are in a close area, and you won't even feel it, according to what I've been told about it. I know that they exist. I don't know how they work, but I do know they do work.
All right, got it. Anything else for me?
Basically, I'm kind of looking, you brought up autism, and I started looking into it, and I haven't found, I found that it's been around for a really long time, like hundreds of years.
Autism has?
Autism. It's been around for hundreds of years.
What do you mean by that?
But there is no early warning symptoms. Have you noticed that?
You mean a baby like in vitro or something?
No, I'm saying there's no early, like basically with cancer, you got lumps and various other things that you would spot long before it hit you. With autism, there's absolutely nothing there. It's like
it's like a birth defect.
Yeah, but nothing shows up without early warning symptoms. And I'm wondering, why is it they're not teaching us the early warning symptoms of autism? And then I started looking a little bit further, and something you might be able to look at. Everybody who has autistic kids, if you look at their Facebook accounts and basically go back to when the kid was between the ages of 6 months to a year and a half and kind of peruse through that period of time on their Facebook, you're going to find that about 80 to 90% of them all basically said that their kid was headed towards the Mensa Club. And then all of a sudden, bam, 4 or 5 years down the road, the kid has autism. And what happens in between isn't something I'm kind of trying to figure out myself, because there's a huge correlation. Kid starts out really smart and then ends up with autism. So basically something you might want to look into.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, we got Wesley Curry. What's up?
Hi, my name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II. I'm 63 years old, and I'm in the city called Huntington in West Virginia.
All right.
Before I was here, I was in Chicago for most of my life, where I was a music director for the Second City and scored some feature films as an orchestral composer.
Very cool.
And what's your name?
My name's Jaron.
Hi, Jaron. So you're going to give me 4 minutes for real.
Yep. You ready?
Are you gonna nail me to the second?
Depends what you're talking about.
You're not gonna like it.
Go ahead. Begin.
All right. Begin. Here we go. My name's Wes. I want to warn you about some things so that you will be aware. You believe a voice told you from God, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. A voice that spoke in your head loudly, a spiritual voice. It said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. It said it in your heads on October 10th in the year 2005. For those moments, you were paralyzed. You could not move. You could not move because Jesus removed his forgiveness from the ashes in your soul. It happened to every one of you, even especially those frauds that are in the pulpits today saying, Jesus, 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 I'm waiting for his return. Well, Jesus already returned and you already know it. So they're frauds, and Satan told that to them too. On March 31st, 2020, Jesus, for a few moments, removed the hedge, his forgiveness. A hedge is like a cloth that holds your soul together, like your skin holds your muscles and your bones and your organs together. And if your soul is holy and light and clean, hedge gone, you're still standing. Hedge, but if it's ashes inside, without the hedge of Jesus, you can't move. You fall to the ground. If you weren't laying in bed, you would have fallen to the ground. Satan said in your brains, don't tell the vision. Now, the way Satan did that is the way Satan fooled Muhammad into writing the lie called the Quran. It's the way Satan fooled men into changing the King James Version into the New King James Version, the NIV, the American Standard, the Blue Book, all those bullshit perverted Bibles that are perverted by Satan through men. It's how he fooled John W. Smith into writing the lies called the Book of Mormon. The King James Version is the perfect word of Jesus. Now, Jesus is going to leave you behind pretty soon. There's going to be a nuclear bomb in a green Volvo in the city of Chicago in the Marina Twin Towers. It's going to go off. It's going to melt one of the buildings. The city's going to be saturated with radiation, and everyone is going to have to evacuate. That's the first day of hell. That voice that told you, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball, was Satan. It was not God. He's going to be put to the earth, and he's going to offer you, he's going to tempt you with the city of Babylon. Now, what is the city of Babylon? Free money. Satan is going to tempt you with $32,523. $32,523? Tell me, Wes, what do I have to do to get $32,523? You have to be branded with a barcode called the Omni. And if you take it, you shall become so much a lunatic, you will eat the flesh of your sons and daughters. And that money shall fail. Now, I hope you don't take the Omni. I'm going to come and I'm going to personally visit each and every one of you in the flesh sent by Jesus. And I'm going to try to teach you to do what Jesus told you to do. Tell the vision of that guy's head in the pit missing half his brains. The vision of the two little ghouls, the little creatures, one cutting off the foot cut off didn't bleed. The vision from Jesus of the palm trees with the orange red and the bottom leaves and the top leaves dark green. Tell that vision, and that pearl of light in your belly, that pearl of light is the vision, will be magnified and restore your soul into light. So when you say a prayer that Jesus, would you give me fish and bread? He'll give you fish and bread without being branded by a barcode on your forehead or your wrist.
Okay.
But you won't eat the flesh of your sons and daughters. That's all I wanted to say.
That's it. All right. No final words?
That's it.
Well, thank you for that information. I wrote down most of that. I will
He'll
follow up.
say to you, war and no time to talk, Allah. So
Say again?
Jesus appeared to everybody on earth. He said, tell the vision, tell the vision, tell the vision.
But that's
August 25th, 2005, November 5th, 2005, February 22nd, 2006. He appeared to you and said, tell the vision, you shall not need the mark. The Omni is that mark. He said, tell the vision and you shall heal without money. And everybody ignored it like it didn't happen.
And we forgot it,
So
or
Jesus
Satan blocked us from seeing it?
So Jesus said, no time to talk, Allah.
Oh, gotcha.
And you want war.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming on.
You're welcome.
Wesley Curry II. All right, let me check back to the form as I got nobody else waiting over here. Let's see what's going on with the form. I'm a little scared now. I'm gonna have a nightmare about that. I think probably. See here, it's this one. We got. See if there's anything new on here. My goodness, you people have no lives. Psychopaths. What is wrong with people? I mean, you should see the things that people write on here. It's just insane. Okay, this one. Chris M. This is a real one, right? I believe. Says everyone should read the book or listen to an audible Power versus Force by David R. Hawkins. I really wanted to jump on today and talk about this stuff. It truly helped me and changed everything about me and how I approach supplements, food, and so on. Also wanted to let you know that the Moringa supplements passed the test. Sorry, couldn't jump on. Had to work. Looking forward to listening to the show tomorrow on Rockman. Also wanted to let you know that the Love the New Monday podcast. Can't wait for the new episode. Blessings. Thank you very much. I'm excited about it too. Get to talk about some things that I normally don't talk about. So that's exciting. Let me make sure that's the only other one that's worth reading, not from a psychopath. And people like put in fake names. Like I know that people didn't say these things that they're saying said it. What kind of life do you have to like go to? It's just weird to me. Weird to me. Oh, and then No Longer on the Ball did give his link to the awesome wiki page. I'll put that in the chat for you guys. There you go. Merry Christmas. Let's check super chats if I missed any. Fan funding. We've got. Nope. Salutes Charlie, Chuck. Thank you. Danny Diesel and Gideon David Sampson. Let's go check Rockfin. Hey, all right. We got $40 in Rockfin. Let's see what we got. Thank you guys for being over here. How are you? Let's go with tips. Just the tips. We've got Dave S. $10 says love the new Raw show. Also any word on Troubling Tribune, how he's doing, when he's getting out. Thanks, John. I think that he's in for another while. I think people have talked to him. He's doing fine. But I think he's got another 2 years or something. Rasco Hearn, $5 says keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Gulia, $5 says have we ever triangulated to get the distance to the sun? I thought if he did that and the data didn't match up, suggesting a parent location. Correct. Yes. If you do that, you will get incorrect information. That is correct. Dustin Tidball, $20 says just doing my part to support the content I don't want to see leave. Thank you very much, Dustin. Very nice of you. Thank you for the other day's donation as well. That was quite nice of you. And let's go back and check in the chat, see if anybody's got any comments or questions over here. Is Rethink still there? I did want to say thank you to Rethink for at least, and it wasn't like he said all good things. It was just that he basically said, oh, hey, I'm holding out. I'm not going to make assumptions about this. I'm not going to let people just say, tell me what to believe about what Jaron says. And I just appreciate that because everybody else just believes whatever they hear. Let's see who's here. Let's say that will be. We got Whispering Sequoias. Nice name. No, the people that worship this book of holes don't even know who James was. Curry cooking up meth in his kitchen. Is that what's going on there? You're here. That's proof enough. Rethink says hello to Russell Gregory. DJ New Moon. God is real and he loves you. Thank you. No Longer on the Ball said thank you. I missed that message in 2006. I did miss it as well. Maybe I was sleeping. Rethink says some Christians are generally good people and want the best for humanity, but not enough. Same for the other Abrahamic faith as well as other religions. Wow. Yeah. I just think that once you realize everything has been a lie and you've been lied to about many things, then it's very easy for me to include that book because we know it's been changed. Even the guy that just came on was saying that it's been changed, that the devil helped. So the Bible says in it that Satan masquerades as an angel of light. So if that's true, then he could have easily spoke to people to write the Bible and been saying he was God when really he was the devil. And that would be possible, right? So is there zero chance that the God, the creator of this world, expects you to believe in the Bible? Just zero chance. Because it would be ridiculous if he did, in my opinion, because everything is a lie, and you know that men have changed it. We can show the changes in the document. And then it's got things like Romans 13, which tell me all I need to know. It says all government was placed there by God. To go against government is to go against God. That you should submit to government officials for the sake of conscience and for the sake of not wanting God's wrath. God didn't write that. Sorry. Never wrote it, never approved it, never would he ever say all governments are placed there by God. To go against the government is to go against God. It would then be followed by unless the government is tyrannical, unless they do this, unless they do that. So anyway, we don't need to get into the Bible. It'll piss people off. I know that. See what we got there. Please bring him back for more private conversation. All right. It's all good. Thank you very much, Rethink. Appreciate that. He was not a good person ever. You know his mom and dad and his cousins and uncle. Oh, that's talking about. See what else we got here. James' dad was King Henry VIII. He's the king that killed all the wives, including James' mother. All right, we're getting into some dark stuff here. Oh, what else here? Rethink, good brother. Hope you're doing blessed. James, you read that one. Got that one. Jaren, who do we? Wait, we who do not believe are saved. Wait, Jaren. We who do not believe are saved. Oh, all right, great. That's good then, right? Whispering Sequoia says, "Prove God." I think he means prove. We have to admit, not everything in the Bible makes sense. Oh, thank you for being, at least truthful there. Yeah, there's some contradictions. Like, that's the thing. I just find it disingenuous to say there's no contradictions. Well, it says fear God, and then later in the New Testament it says there is no love and fear. So, so what does that mean? So fear God but don't love him? Because you can't, there's no love and fear. So if you're fearing God, then you don't love him? Doesn't even make sense. But they'll just make up an excuse for it. Let's see if there's anything else here. And nothing coming, can't face. Time relevance and audience relevance is key to understanding the Bible. Again, then it wouldn't be the Bible. So, I mean, what you're saying, I've heard this before, right? That, oh, that was written to people, then why is it scripture? Imagine that God or Paul wrote something to people back then, and then it's in the scripture now, and when we read it and it doesn't make sense, you're like, oh, it's just for those people back then. Oh, so it's in our scripture, though? The books that we read? That makes sense. Because, of course, we would read it and be like, this doesn't make sense, and then somebody have to tell us, oh, it's for back then. Yeah. Okay, great. Oh, yeah, I'm going to show you those videos. That's right. Thank you. I have a couple videos here to play. Let's see what we got here. So, RG, Run Boston Bear, what's going to want us to do this one, right? Wait. So, RG, I will do yours first. What? This is 55 minutes, RG. What the hell's going on? You didn't put any time. Oh, timestamp 3040. Got it. Let's see what he's got to say here. We'll just listen for a minute. 3040.
Earthquake or two, or even three, and then right after that, we had any more. I understand people have their deep beliefs about Antarctica.
Okay, here we go. Starting here.
Absolutely in a panic. And now that I've heard what he said, I am in a panic. And I don't like feeling this way.
If you haven't seen Dante's Peak, go watch Dante's Peak. It's a movie about a volcano.
My friend who works at CERN called me tonight and was absolutely in a panic. And now that I've heard what he said, I am in a panic.
Sorry, I'll get it up there in a second.
Okay, this is footage of from his house, the race system. Okay? He's concerned because they basically are trying, as people have said, to bring through an interdimensional being in a manifestation that is 3D. So flesh and blood on this plane. In order to do so, they must direct a massive amount of both quantum.
Like, why would we watch this? Why are you falling for one guy talking cryptically to another guy? I don't understand why this has any relevance to anything.
Energy, which is more like douche or sort of metaphysical energy, and also real energy. But to do so, they must vector it to a specific area where they want the manifestation to occur. They don't want to do it on Earth because, out of the abundance of caution, who knows what'll happen. So they're directing it towards the moon. All of when he's been looking at the moon through his ring here, he's noticed the moon has flared in terms of magnitude. It's way too bright. It should never be this bright. Ever, ever, ever. Also,
yeah, sorry. I'm canceling that one. That's not worth watching. Sorry, I don't know if there was something I was supposed to be impressive there or something. That's just garbage. You guys talking about, the moon, they're going to direct an energy soul with the moon, it's going to create the moon, and the moon's too bright, and no, none of that's true. Let's go with something else. You have another one you have over here. RG, the artist, has this one.
A specific area.
Wait, what?
Where they want the manifestation to occur. They don't want to do it on Earth because, out of the abundance of caution.
Oh yeah, I got that one already. Let's go run Boston Bear.
So they're directing it towards the moon.
What was weird about Antarctica? There's nothing there. So if you want to go see the emperor penguin.
So just real quick, if people are saying that they're going to put it on a movie set or something, I mean, this is what we'd be able to see out the window. So if it's a movie set, the biggest movie set of all time. There's only a 4-hour flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, with windows on the plane. We've already requested window seats or guaranteed window seats. So you will be able to see where you're going. There's no way they could take us to an island. There's no way they can take us to a movie set. We're going to go to the outskirts, Antarctica.
Or all of the wildlife that is available. You can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were.
Wow, jeez.
Thought that this was going to be the coolest jump that I'd ever done. And what I will say is it's probably the coolest location, because we were there for a week. We did our first jump the day after we got there, and then we did the final jump the day that we left. But it's a camp. The company is called ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Exploration. And it's a full-on camp. Like, Alex Honnold had passed through shortly after we had left there. He was climbing Mount Vincent, which is the largest mountain in Antarctica. Crazy group of people. It's fully set up, like library, indoor packing area for us to do our parachutes, bathrooms, showers, really nice tents. Will Smith was there earlier. Like, if you're going to film, if you're going to do like a high-end film project, you basically work your way through that. It's fully established. There's a blue ice runway. We flew in on a 757, a runway made of like blue ice. The runway you land on is straight fucking ice. It's a chartered 757 through Icelandic Air.
Holy shit, you just land on ice?
Straight up blue ice.
What the fuck?
That's what it is. So that's the Russian plane that actually landed while we were there. I got a killer GoPro shot. That's the camp. Yep, that's it right there. And that's basically what it looked like when we were there too.
Is that camp set up for scientists?
No, at the South Pole there is a bunch of, from my understanding, like pure science going on there, funded by governments. This is straight up, I mean, you can go there and just hang out at camp. You can go see glaciers. This is at one of the other, they have remote camps as well. They have like a very high-end camp, like there's tents like that. Those are the tents we were staying in right there. That's hovering over there. Those are the kind of tents that we were staying in. But it's on an ice field. There's no insects. There's no wildlife. The sun doesn't go down.
How much food do they have up there?
As much as you could possibly want. They had a full like dining facility. The setup there is unbelievable.
What's crazy too is they set it up every year. Right when they leave, they take it all down. It's completely gone, and then they go back the next year and set it up again.
You want to get food anytime you want to. They'll have a presentation every night. High-end like National Geographic photographer. All sorts of crazy motherfuckers pass through there. Like, I'm just going to walk to the South Pole, and they'll come back in subsequent years and give talks on, you know, where they went and how they avoided these crevasses, which I had no fear of until I went to Antarctica and got the brief on crevasses, which is just, you're dead. They'll never find you again. And the camp is, of course, surrounded by them.
How deep are they?
Hundreds of feet deep. It's just from the shifting and moving ice. This is a guy who fell into one skiing. This is making its rounds on the old internet.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so you can't even see the body. He stops himself. This guy self-arrests.
Oh, fuck.
But can you, I mean, like, who knows how much farther down that...
He was able to get out using ice cleats and a piece of rope from his friends.
So he was smartly not out there by himself, so they probably saw him go in.
Jesus.
But we got this brief on, hey, we're getting ready to jump, and just so you know, like, here's the landing area, and everywhere else is crevasses. I'm like, oh, okay, so we should probably land in the landing area. It was crazy. And they shut the camp down.
I just have to say, I wish people knew how bad it looks. If you're a Bible believer and you're going to make arguments like, oh, fear has different meanings. Okay, great. But do you realize that what you're making is you're just like everybody else making your religion undebunkable? Of course, it's just words. So words always have different meanings. So just accept that you believe in a religion that cannot be disproved, because anything that anybody brings up, you'll just say, no, the words mean different things. Well, it says that all government is built by, well, it doesn't mean government. It means, angels. Okay, well then it's just a regression. Okay, great. So we'll call your religion the greatest fact of all time. Christianity is true no matter what. Doesn't matter what the Bible says, because anything anybody brings up, you'll just change the definitions of words. So who cares? So congratulations, your religion is proven fact now.
Every year.
So why do they shut it down every year?
The winter is just super gnarly, and it's the dark season. So instead of the sun never really going down, the sun never really goes up. So it's shitty to have people out there.
The people that are there all the time, they must be weird.
I think it's a special kind of person that wants to make that their occupation.
Yeah.
For sure.
You think?
But the jump there was wild. I mean,
bet.
We were in a Twin Otter, which is a normal skydiving plane, and they had the door open. They actually took the door off. But we were kind of up forward. There wasn't a lot of wind coming in. I'm talking like electronic gloves, several layers, profusely sweating underneath.
Oh, no.
For those of you out there who don't know what happens to liquid when you jump out into a freezing environment, so you're sweating your ass off, jumping out into, it's probably in the negative 30s or 40s. Free fall, parachute, open up, and you're just like ripping off clothing in Antarctica.
No, I'm not doing the same thing. I'm giving you reasons that I don't believe in it. The God of the Old Testament is a wicked, evil overlord. So if you choose to worship the overlord because you're like, he created me, so I have to worship him, good for you. That's not every. Some people have morals. Some people are like, I'm not worshiping an immoral character who decided to kill the babies of certain people because they didn't worship him. What? That's not worthy of worship. No God deserves worship who's like, wait, they're not worshiping me? Kill their babies. Smash those babies against the rocks and walk around in glee about it. No, this is ridiculous stories. They're just ridiculous. God doesn't allow people that have been maimed to come to his table. My brother-in-law, my sister's brother, my wife's brother, was born without a hand. According to the Bible, he's not allowed at God's table, even though God created him that way. Just ridiculous. Why would anybody believe in that God? It's the Jews' God. You believe in the God of the Jews, by the way. The wicked ones who go around saying they're God's chosen people and do all that's God's. They believe they're God's chosen people. So it's just weird that I'm not doing the same thing. I'm not making every excuse to cover up for things that are clearly wrong. Romans 13 is not written by God, was not authored by God, was not approved by God. It is clearly government entered it in the lexicon or whatever you want to call it. Look at Romans 13. I understand that you guys are believers. That's fine. You can believe. I don't say anything. You can believe all you want. But just so let everyone. Now remember, you're like, oh, this is for certain people or it's a certain time frame. You tell me where it says that. Because what this says is submission to governing authorities. Remember, Jesus didn't submit to governing authorities. Remember, Paul didn't. All these guys were against the government. But yet, this is in the Bible. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except which God has established. This line is a fucking lie. It's a lie. Yet you're like, the Bible's true, every word of it. No. This says let everyone be subject to governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. So then you have to believe Mao Zedong and Mussolini and Hitler and George Bush and all these guys, they were all established by God. That's weird. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against their authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. So now, if you didn't get your vaccination or you didn't do something the government told you to do, you are going against God, and you'll bring judgment upon yourself. For rulers hold no terror to those who do right, but to those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be commended. We know that's not the case. It's a false statement. The next one. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. Is this true? Is the one in authority our servant for God's good? Or for our good? No, it's false. False statement. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath, to bring punishment to the wrongdoer. Is that what government's for? It's a false statement. Therefore, it is necessary, look at this. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but as a matter of conscience. This is written by government. If you can't see it, good luck for you. Good luck for you. Keep worshiping the God that would allow this to be put in a book when we look around and we're like, no, the government is not placed there by God. The government is there to do evil things to the good people, and they do bad things. Think about this. If you're a government who wants to just continue doing evil things, wouldn't you write this in there? If you're a government, wouldn't you write in the Bible, like, I don't know, let evil be evil, let wicked be wicked. Jesus will come and save you. Don't worry about it. And then you just look at the world around you. Do you see the world's run by evil? Why do you think that is? Could it have anything to do with the Bible saying that you should just be like Jesus, just kick back and let them hang you on a tree? Just be meek like Jesus. The meek will inherit the earth. Yeah, right. The evil have inherited the earth because of the Bible. You guys caused it. This is also why you pay taxes. Oh, by the way, this is why you pay taxes, guys. For the authorities are God's servants who give their full time to governing. Nancy fucking Pelosi, the rich fucking liar, is God's servant who gives her full time in governing, and that's why I pay taxes. This is a false statement. If you can't admit that, then you just are, your life is, I don't know what you're going to do. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If you owe revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. God would never write that. God would not tell me, Jaron, pay taxes to who taxes is due. I'd raise my hand and say, God, what if they want all my money as taxes? What if they say they want 99% of my income? Is that okay? And God's like, I said in the Bible, Jaron, if you owe taxes, pay taxes. Yeah, but what if they say it's 99%? Can I argue with that? Nope. Got to look at the Bible. I mean, again, it's so funny to me that people can't just say, yeah, that book is probably wrong. Yeah, that sounds like government put that in there, Jaron. Good call. Nope, it's you don't understand the Bible. You don't understand context. You don't understand the context of the Bible. It's actually put in there as talking to people thousands of years ago or something. What? What do you mean? Jesus went against the government. Jesus hated the government. Then there's a book in the Bible that says the government is placed there by God, and to go against them is to go against God. So did Jesus sin? Jesus went against the government. I'm telling you, it's pretty clear to me what happened. Jesus came. He was the first person in history to tell people God is inside you. The kingdom of God is inside you. I and the Father are one. We are all one with the Father. He said that. People started following him, and guess who got pissed? The Jews. They said, what? This guy doesn't want people to worship our demon god? That's it. Kill him. They killed Jesus, and then they made him the God so that people then worshiped their God anyway. It's a brilliant move by some less than brilliant people. Anyway, that's basically, I mean, there's nothing else you need to read in it. But that's the kind of line where if you can't just say, oh, that book, this was put in there by government. Why? It doesn't even make sense that Paul would ever say this. Who is Paul telling that they should not, that the government is there for God's good? They just saw Jesus go against the government. The government just condemned Jesus. So Paul would never say this. It doesn't even make sense in the story. It doesn't even have any context at all. It's just a garbage book put in there, and people are like, no, it's the Bible. Everything's God's word. God had nothing to do with this. And he probably laughs at us for even considering the chance. God would say, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities. Then he would say, unless they don't do what God has established, unless they go against the good word, unless they treat people badly, unless they are tyrannical, unless they do illegal things, unless they're kidnapping children, unless they're causing people to become poor, unless they're stealing your money, unless they're going to war and using your money to kill other people in this fucking world, then they're not God's governing authorities. Do you understand? That's what God would write, not this bullshit. But people are like, no, worship the Lord, praise Jesus, he's coming to save us. Keep thinking Jesus is going to come save us and wonder why your children are enslaved. Okay? Your children will be enslaved because you were too dumb to see what was going on right in front of you. That they are taking over the world and nobody's stopping them because people are like, Jesus will come do it. What better story would you tell as an evil, wicked person than the story of Jesus is going to come? Jesus, the guy who told you to love your enemies, the guy who said turn the other cheek, is going to come back to kill his enemies. The whole story makes zero sense. And it's embarrassing that I've got to explain that to people, and they're like, whatever. So this Titus says there are corrupters of the gospel. Exactly. So if we know that the gospel's been corrupted, then would God, the creator of us, ever expect you to believe a word? The answer is no. What kind of God would be like, I'm going to give my word to these people. It's going to be corrupted. Some Jews are going to come along, some people, some Catholics, they're going to change the Bible a bunch, but I still expect people to believe it. Well, what do you mean it's been changed? Yeah, but they better be able to pick out which things have been changed and what hasn't. How would they know that? They wouldn't. Doesn't make any sense. Tax Collectors is a gay club, and come on, Judas betrays him with a kiss. Why? Because he was blackmailing him for sex? Jesus, holy whispers. Oh, come on. Jesus hated study history, Jaron. What was going on at that time? I don't know. What, the government was taking over? What do you mean, study history? What part of history is true? Every piece of history that you've ever been taught is the winner's side of the story, not the truth. You should know that. There is no proof in history. So God would never expect you to know what history was doing at that time because it's going to be whatever they wrote is going on at that time. How can we prove that? You can't. People should be smart enough to realize these things. Like, why do you have to even talk about it? Study history, Jaron. What was going on at that time? Oh, you're right. I got to study what men have wrote about what was going on at that time because that's the way to find the truth. How is that going to find the truth? You got to be kidding me. I'm currently searching for the Ark. Good luck. It is written that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, was Yahweh's servant. Just saying. Okay. I don't know what that means. False. Jesus warned of total wrath and destruction. Warned when? What do you mean? So you're saying God did write this? God doesn't write books, people do. Hey, Dr. Bazagrid. How about that? It is triggering. It's triggering when people that you think are otherwise pretty smart can't see through deceptions. Pretty upsetting. What religious Christian is giving their life freely For another, they're trying to save their own asses from hell. Right. Exactly. Which is a problem. Right? Because here's my opinion, that you, in your life, you have to make up for the wrongs that you've done. Okay? So when we're kids, or when we're not really understanding what sin is, before we took a bite of the apple of the proverbial tree of good and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil, we were just freely kind of sinning and doing all these things. So what you're supposed to do is, once you bite the apple, so now you realize that there's a different road, good and evil. If you choose the road that's good, you have to clean up, make amends for the things that you've done that are wrong. Makes sense to me. That's how you would end this life correctly, is if you made amends, if you fixed all the errors that you made. However, there's a group that came along that said, you don't need to do that. Jesus died for your sins. Jesus died for your sins, so you can just go on sinning, and as long as you believe in his son, then you go to heaven. What? Why would we worship that God? Think of how ridiculous that is. A God creates a bunch of people, right? They start sinning and being bad. So then he's like, I know what I'll do. I'll send my son that I'll create down there. He'll die for them. And then I'll say, now none of you have to worry about your sins because my son died for your sins. So now all you have to do is believe in him. Be like, what? That's all you got to do is believe in him? Yeah, just believe in him, and you can, if you sin, just go back to believing him, and you can say, as long as you ask for apologies. Like, you really believe in a God like that? I don't think anybody believes in a God like that. I think that people are just scared of who the God actually is. Jaron, what's your thoughts on Psalm 73? I don't know what that is. Psalm 73. Is it smashing babies against rocks? Or no, it's a different one. Psalm 73, a psalm of Asaph. Surely God is good to Israel, to those who are pure in heart. But as for me, my feet had almost slipped. I had nearly lost my foothold, for I envied the arrogant when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. Very true. I can see why people would feel that way. They have no struggles. Their bodies are healthy and strong. They are free from common human burdens. They are not plagued by human ills. Therefore, pride is their necklace, and they clothe themselves with violence. From their callous hearts comes iniquity. Their evil imaginations have no limit. So far, I believe this. They scoff and speak with malice. And with arrogance, they threaten oppression. Their mouths lay claim to heaven, and their tongues take possession of the earth. Therefore, their people turn to them and drink up the waters in abundance. They say, how could God know? Does the Most High know anything? This is what the wicked are like. Always free to care, they go on amassing wealth. Surely in vain I have kept my heart pure, and I have washed my hands in innocence. All day long I have been afflicted, and every morning brings new punishments. If I had spoken out like that, I would have betrayed your children. When I tried to understand all this, it deeply troubled me deeply. Till I entered the sanctuary of God, then I understood their final destiny. Surely you place them on slippery ground, you cast them down to ruin. How suddenly they are destroyed, completely swept away by terrors. They are like a dream when one awakes. When you arise, Lord, you will despise them as fantasies. When my heart was grieved and my spirit embittered, I was senseless and ignorant, was brute. What is it? Hold on a second. My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you would write if you were using it as deception, right? You want to write like, hey, the evil ones, they have all this great luxury and they have all this money and they don't even worry about anything. And how's that? And then you just made up some lie. You told the world what you see. Hey, I see all the evil running the world. They don't have any problems. They have all the money. They do anything they want. People follow them. What's going on? And then you made up something. Then you're like, surely you place them on slippery ground. You cast them down to ruin. How suddenly are they destroyed? When? When did we see the evil ones destroyed? I don't remember that. Completely swept away by terrors. When did they swept? George Bush Sr. swept away by terrors? They are like a dream when one awakes. When you arise, Lord. That's never happened. We've never seen the Lord arise and cause any affliction on any of the evil ones. And you will despise them as fantasies. Well, that's just made up. You will despise. That's nobody's saying he ever did that. When my heart was grieved, this is a garbage verse. The whole book is full of exactly who they want you to become. And guess what? Look at the world. The world's exactly what they wanted. The world is run by wicked and evil people. They've taken over every seat of the government. They've taken all of your money. They've taxed you to death. They take your money and they use it to bomb other countries and kill people. We were taught that the United States is some beacon of democracy, when in actuality it is the cause of all the ills of the world. So those things should tell you something is wrong with the world. It shouldn't be, let's look at the Bible and say, oh, the Bible describes the meek are going to inherit the earth. When does that happen? The Bible actually says, save no money for tomorrow. You don't need money for tomorrow. While the wicked and the evil, what do? They stack every fucking dollar they can. They stack every dollar they can. They give it to their families. They give it to their children. Their children live luxurious lives. What do? We live shit lives because we've been told that the meek will inherit the earth. It's a fake promise. There's no evidence of that at all. There's no evidence that the meek inherit the earth. So we either believe a book that we know was written by men that is exactly what the world has become, or we stand up and we say, no, I'm not going to believe that. And I'll believe parts of it. Parts of the Bible are great. What's wrong with that? Can you imagine me getting to heaven on the same day as somebody else? Let's pretend I die the same day as Charlie. Me and Charlie go to heaven. We face God. Charlie's a believer. I'm not. But Charlie has done a lot more sinning because I gave up sinning at the age of 29. He hasn't. He kept going, even though he believes in Jesus. And then God say to me, Jaron, you're going to hell. You're going to burn, or you're going to be erased from memory for all times because you didn't believe in my son. And I'd say, oh, but I did a lot of good things. I was trying to do good. I made amends for the things I'd done in the past. And he's like, it doesn't matter. Jesus died for your sins. You didn't need to do any of that. You just needed to believe in him and could have gone on sinning like Charlie. Charlie, welcome to the pearly gates. Let's come on in. Can you imagine? It's insane. And people believe that. People believe that. And the whole idea of heaven doesn't work anyway in the Christian world anyway. It doesn't make sense. What would you do? So I've asked people before, like, will I have my mind in heaven? Will I be able to think the things I think? And they're like, no, you'll be purified. So that's not me then. You're talking about something else. So in order to be in heaven, you have to be something else. And then I ask, what about like if you were married? Let's say I'm married to Missa. Let's say that that I die in 5 years. And then she remarries. So now I'm in heaven and I'm looking down at my wife, sleeping with another man, raising my son. You don't think that's a little bit weird for heaven? What about when she dies? Now she goes to heaven. Which husband is hers in heaven? And people are like, oh, you don't have relationships in heaven. Well, don't I remember who my wife was? No, you wouldn't even remember that. Then that's not me. That's not me in heaven. Who is that? Who is the person that doesn't remember who I was married to? Who doesn't remember? What if you got up there and you realize your parents, my mom, she actually committed a murder when she was 16, and she's in hell? Is that a good place to go? I'm in heaven now. Where's your mom? And then people are like, oh, but you wouldn't remember her. You would be erased from your memory. So now my memory's erased in heaven. I don't notice that everybody else has a mom and I don't. Just like, not a big deal, I guess. And my mom I don't remember who she was. There's just so many things wrong with it. It doesn't even make any sense at all. Yet people believe it. People think Jesus is going to come down from the sky, kill all his enemies, and make the world great. And then you're just going to have everything that you want. All the people that you want alive are still here or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. If you just think about it rationally, you'll realize it's a deception. And they play it against, right? The whole 666, the whole covering the eye is meant to push people to one side or the other. Either the side that favors the evil or the side that favors God and the book and good people. But the problem with that is that's exactly where they want you. Because if you're over there, you're not going to do anything to stop them. You're not going to stop them with guns. What Christian's going to go out and shoot somebody with a gun? They're just not going to do it. It just doesn't happen. So, again, this is a problem, but I don't expect people to see it because you've bought into the religion and are fully engulfed in it. Even though the God of the Old Testament is, by all accounts, quite wicked, for lack of a better way. Again, they even say God and Jesus are the same person, some people in Christianity. Like God, the Old Testament God and Jesus, how are they be the same person? They're completely different. God sees somebody, or Moses goes to God and says, hey, this guy, we found him picking up sticks on the Sabbath. What should we do? You know what God's answer was? Stone him to death. Do you understand what stoning somebody is? It's taking a person and throwing rocks at them until they die. That's God's punishment for somebody picking up sticks on a Sabbath. Fast forward to Jesus. Jesus is out picking wheat on a Sabbath. The Pharisees say, hey, what are you doing? Don't you know what this says? And Jesus says, no, Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, which is completely and totally different than the God of the Old Testament who just killed somebody by throwing rocks at them. So, again, God's rules in the Old Testament were if you rape a woman, you have to pay the father 50 shekels, and then you have to marry her. Do you think that's, in any stretch of the imagination, a good thing? Imagine that. Imagine if that was the rules today. We would have every dirtball guy, every fat fuck, would be finding whatever good-looking woman he could to go rape her, and then pay the father, and then he gets to marry her. Thanks, God. Great rules. That seems like it was legit. No, clearly that's rules made by men. Clearly. Right? God wants you to rip the head of a dove off, and he wants you to drip its blood 7 times on the altar of horns. And what? That's not God. That's the devil. That's Satan. That's the evil one. You've just adopted him as God, And again, how do I know this is true? I don't, but I also know that you can't know that it's not. The Bible itself says Satan masquerades as an angel of light. So if he does that, then it means Satan could be in the ear of anybody he wants, telling them to write a Bible and to pretend to be God. So as soon as we know that Satan has that ability, or the Bible says that, well, then you can't believe in the Bible. It could be written by Satan. How would you know? He masquerades as an angel of light. So your excuse to me would always be, well, no, because the prophets say, you don't know anything. The prophets could have been talking to Satan, who was masquerading as an angel of light, pretending to be God. There's no way, I cannot find any rationale in any situation that would require me to live by the Bible if God were real. There's no way. God knows what men do, right? God knew if I put a book down there, men will change it. Great. The book says if you change anything in this book or take anything out, you'll be afflicted by all these things. Well, we know that literally thousands of people have changed it. Thousands. And again, you could test that for yourself, right? Go rewrite the Bible, make it into a book, give it to a couple people, and see what happens. Nothing's going to happen to you. There's no immediate plagues that come about anybody who changes the Bible, or they wouldn't be changing it every day into 1,000 different versions. They're doing that to make money. People make money off the Bible. Look at Joel Osteen. Look at all these guys. They're all jokers. Everybody, Benny Hinn, all liars, deceivers. Why? Because it's been going on for the longest time. Science just simply learned to take what religion was doing and update it. Right? They still tell fantastical stories. They still tell you that their religion is true. It's just a new religion. So you should recognize that and realize that there is no benefit of the book other than you write a couple verses every time you feel like it. And think about that. Where in the Bible does it say some verses are more important than others? It doesn't, right? So if it doesn't say that, then you have to take equal footing for everything. So we can go to what is it? Ezekiel 23:20. It's got to be my favorite verse in the Bible by far. Yes. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. Because I could see God needing to put that in there. It's like, yeah, I should tell them that they had really big dicks and they came a lot. It's important for people to know later in the world. Or it's not, at all. But anytime you want to just find something, go to Exodus or Leviticus, and you might say, oh, that's the Old Testament, Jaron, doesn't matter. But then why tell us these stories? Again, if you were going to leave a book for your son because you knew you were going to die in a year, you had to write a book. You wouldn't write all the bad things you've done in your life and the things that would make your son go, God, I don't really like Dad much. Look what he did here. He cut off some driver and then flipped him off and did all. You wouldn't write that stuff in your book. Yet God wrote all these things for us to know that he did. God almost killed Moses and then saved him because his wife cut the baby's penis and put the blood on his foot. That's what it says. I mean, what about circumcision? What is circumcision? Do you think God ordered us to cut the genitals of young boys? I doubt it. God didn't have anything to do with that. It's just something man has done that people have adopted and said God did. I don't know what this is. What is it? I said Exodus. Whatever. I thought. There we go. Exodus. But yeah, any of these you can go through and just see that they are garbage. Firstborn, God killing all the firstborns, terrible. And it's like a festival. Look, I mean, it's so what? I lost my. That was weird. I lost my screen for a second. It's just a crazy story. That same night, they are to eat meat roasted over a fire, along with bitter herbs and bread made without yeast. Do not eat the meat raw or boiled in water, but roasted over a fire. That's important to God. He doesn't want you to eat the meat raw or boiled, but just roasted, with the head, legs, and internal organs. Do not leave any of it till the morning. If some is left till morning, you must burn it. This is how you are to eat it, with your cloak tucked in your belt, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. Eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. On that same night I will pass through Egypt, and I will strike down every firstborn of both people and animals, and I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood. So I thought that there is no gods of other gods. I don't know. I am the Lord. The blood will be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt. This is the day you are to. I mean, you cannot believe this is a good creator God. It's just so simply not. For 7 days you are to eat bread made without yeast on the, it's just bad. It's just clearly written by men. Clearly. And, I guess people believe strongly enough, like you could just come to the conclusion that there is a creator, for sure, and that you should be a good person and you shouldn't trust men. That's basically all you have to do to operate in this life, and then make amends for the things you've done wrong and not follow lies, follow truth, and you'll be fine. There's no way that if you do that, you'll go to hell or that God will discard you, or else that's a God that you shouldn't have wanted to worship anyway. Like, what do you want to do? A tyrant like that God, you want to go to heaven and sit around and worship him with trumpets? What are you going to do? I would have a problem with that. I'm not going to worship a God who does things that I think are abominable, which they are. Anybody should think that. Think of all the things that have happened. Didn't Moses' daughters or something see him naked? But I heard uncovering your nakedness means you slept with your father. Who is that? Job or Lot? Is it Lot? What book is that in? That's a crazy story. Basically, the girls sleep with their dad to fool him or something. I don't even know. It's this ridiculous story. But I just wanted to see if this is purification after childbirth. What's that? So yeah, this is a good one too, right? The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, a woman who becomes pregnant and gives birth to a son will be unclean for 7 days, just as she's unclean in her menstrual period." Okay. On the 8th day, the boy is to be circumcised. So that's God saying it. Then the woman must await 33 days to be purified from her bleeding. She must not touch anything sacred or go to the sanctuary until the days of her purification are over. If she gives birth to a daughter, for 2 weeks the woman will be unclean. Wait, so now we're supposed to believe that men are only causing women to be clean for 7 days, but women, it's 14 days. Right. Then she must wait 66 days to be purified. Right, because a woman... I could see that from God. He needs, 33 extra days for women. Makes sense. I see why we believe in this God. I see why we believe in this book. It seems all true to me. It speaks to me. When the days of her purification of son and daughter are over, she is to bring it to the priest at the entrance of the tent, a year-old lamb for the burnt offering and a young pigeon or dove for a sin offering. Right. That's what God, because that makes the best people. When you're like, you just had a baby, kill that ox, kill that dove, bring it to the priest. That's the way that you prove, I don't know what, something. He shall offer them before the Lord to make atonement for her. To make atonement for who? For the baby that was just born? The 8-day-old baby? Am I correct here? Year-old. No, wait, sorry. When the days of her purification for the son and daughter are over, so we're talking 33 or 66, she is to bring to the priest at the entrance of the tent a meeting a year-old lamb. So here's a year-old lamb for a burnt offering, which they're going to chop up and burn, and a young pigeon or dove for a sin offering. He shall offer them before the Lord to make atonement for her, and then she will be ceremonial clean from her blood flow. These are the regulations for the woman who gives birth on a boy or girl, but if she cannot afford a lamb, she is to bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, one for burnt offering, one for the sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for her, and she'll be clean. You don't believe in that God. I don't care what you think. You just don't. You may want to tell yourself you do, but there's no way you think that. Unlawful sexual relations. I'm the Lord your God. You must not do as they do in Egypt, where you used to live. You must not do as they do in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. Do not follow their practices. You must obey my laws and be careful to follow my decrees. I am the Lord your God. Keep my decrees and laws, for the person who obeys them will live by them. I am the Lord. No one is to approach any close relative to have sexual relations. I am the Lord. But it tells stories of that in this book. Do not dishonor your father by having sexual relations with your mother. She is your mother. Do not have relations with her. Do not have sexual relations with your father's wife. That would dishonor your father. Yes. Do not have sexual relations with your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's daughter, whether she was born in the same home or not. Do not have sexual relations with your son, daughter. Thank you. Do not have sexual relations with your father's sister. She is your father's close relative. Thank you. It's just ridiculous. These seems to be written in there. Everyone who does these detestable things, such persons must cut off from their people. Isn't that what Lot's daughters did, or Moses? I don't even know the story. I won't go there. I don't know it offhand. Anyway, let me get back to making sure there's anybody else. I'm going to shut down StreamYard. There's nobody here. Going once. Was there another video we're supposed to watch? No, I got them all. There's 2 links there. We got Run Boston Bears. Oh, we didn't finish watching that. That's what I got away from. Sorry about that. But we're already almost done? I don't remember where we left off. We'll go here.
or never really going down. The sun never really goes up, so it's shitty to have people out there.
The people that are there all the time, they must be weird.
I think it's a special kind of person that wants to make that their occupation.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, you think?
But the jump there was wild. I mean,
bet.
we were in a Twin Otter, which is a normal skydiving plane, and they had the door open. They actually took the door off, but we were kind of up forward. There wasn't a lot of wind coming in. I'm talking like
we did watch all this.
30s or 40s.
I don't know if I wouldn't call it predictive programming. I don't think that there's like, oh, I remember the Joe Rogan talked about ALE. I don't think there's anything like that. I really don't. ALE is a camp. People go there every year. That's just the way it is. It's like the hub where you fly into there and then you go off to the South Pole or over here or over there. So, again, don't know what to tell you. I don't think that that's predictive programming. I have a hard time imagining that the people who work there would all be in on it unless they're just dumb. And I do think, I mean, we know they have 9 hours, right? So when you go there, supposedly from like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., they don't let you out of your tent. Now, we've gotten permission, I guess, that we would be allowed out, but I don't think that most people are normally. All right, are we all good here? Let me check one more time on Rockfin. We are still $40. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that a lot. Make sure there's nothing new. Just doing my part. Thank you. We've got, let me check my chart one more time. Please. Oh, boy, here we go. Knock it off. Where are we at here? Oh yeah, F this shit. F this Truman shit. Thank you for that. That was really worth your time. RG the artist says, figured you might like this. And I don't know what this is. Let me get it up. RG, I did not like the other one. I don't know what that whole thing was. I don't know what we're supposed to be. There's some demons coming that are going to be put on the moon or something. Alien Hunter, what is it? Yeah, I don't know what you said. You saw railroad tracks and stuff here or something. This is fake. This is not real. You do realize that, right? It looks completely, totally fake. Oh, are you not seeing it? Sorry. Get that. Oh, you see it. Where do you see railroad tracks? It's. Oh, here we go. Maybe we see railroad tracks here. Let's see. I don't know what this is even supposed to be. You cannot see anything from there. What do you think this is? A city or something? It's just like not even anything. Why would you ever worry yourself about any of this? It's completely and totally has nothing to do with your life. At all. Zero involved. There's nothing here. I feel like this is that guy. You know that guy, Mars Anomalies? Have you seen that guy's channel? We need to have him do it. Watch this guy. Is he still going? Anomaly. Is it called? It's like oh no, it used to be called Balloon something. This guy, Mars Anomalies and Blink Beyond, one of the funnier channels on YouTube. Please tell me he's still doing videos. He is. He gets fucking 3 times the views I do. Look at this, 29. Solid evidence, a whole city on Mars. This guy is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. He just zooms in on things and then says he sees things, and people are like, "Yeah, I totally saw it too, dude. I saw it." Oh, here's a large industrial complex made to look like hills. Check this out. This guy's great.
It's a site.
Come on, show us some things.
The lines.
Here we go.
And you'll see the yellow lines that I put in.
Right.
Okay. They're pretty much spot on. They're faint, but they're there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We also have something up here.
Right, I see it.
Looks like some kind of opening.
Right, definitely.
Went across and then back down.
Right.
There appears to be something in here. You can see something white in here.
Looks like a garage.
And there's actually something else you'll see kind of sticking up. It's doing this.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird. You'll see that in a second.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
Really cool.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to go all the way to the left, right here.
Right, I see it.
In fact, I'm going to zoom into this.
Please.
And you're going to see what I'm talking about.
Oh, we're going to see it, guys. We're going to see what he's talking about.
You can see these striations right here. You can doing this here.
Right. That's a railroad
track. It's not very straight line, but you get the idea. You'll see this in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
When I take that away, you can see these lines. Now, if you look at it, it looks like one kind of does this.
Right, but then the other one does the other thing.
It's very faint when you see it coming down.
Right.
So it makes you wonder.
I wonder.
Is this a giant structure or complex of some sort?
It's probably an apartment
here's the problem
complex.
with it. Once you fully enhance this, there's a lot going on. And because it's
fully
really poor quality, and you would expect that, some people go, well, it's because you're using
Right, it's poor quality. So what we should do is we should zoom in on things and then make assumptions about it. The poor quality, the better assumptions you make.
JPEG. Well, I got news for you. Some JPEGs are a lot better than others. I believe they're
Thank you for that piece of knowledge.
taking out pixels to make this thing look the way it is. So sometimes you can put a little blur into these, and they're not too bad. Like this crap right here. This is garbage. They put right over the top of this, so whatever they're trying to hide.
It's fake.
But even this area right here, I can see it going down like this. Okay? And I can see what looks like something doing this.
I cannot believe the guy gets any
At
views.
least that's the way it appears when you first look at it.
And you want to know how we know we're in trouble? Look at the comments. Watch these people. All history was a palimpsest. I don't know what that is. Scraped clean and Great, Chris. Looking forward to your next hangout. It's hilarious to hear NASA as part of the current UAP hearings investigating the phenomenon. Excellent reveal. It was an excellent reveal if you were watching. Thank you, Chris. Great work, Chris. Great to have you back, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Great video. Not seen you in a while. Chris, happy Thanksgiving. You are missed. Great find, Chris. Using the dodge and burn tool, I can see an entire complex with bridges, bay doors, and several buildings. I agree that some of these structures still look like they're being used. I mean, we are in trouble. We are in big trouble.
So let's back this up. Now we're going to go to the next level of enhancement.
Yes, next level.
Now, folks, just this alone,
right.
Like I said, just check these lines out.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem with it. There's so much manipulation, and this is drawn over, folks. This is opportunity.
Because
this is not
fake.
digitally
fake.
AI
Because
enhanced.
it's fake.
This has been drawn over. This is crap.
Because it's fake.
And I'm going to go right to the full enhancement again.
Oh, full enhancement. Oh, look at this.
I don't think that's the case.
Every video he does is like this. The Mars ones are hilarious. He's taking these pictures of Devon Island and trying to make it seem like, oh, here's a good one. Watch this. Mars.
Different or something missing or added.
Right.
Just weird, right?
So
anyway,
weird.
So let me back up to this
Please.
photo here. What caught my eye, again, was these two items. I'm going to put them right here.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to go slowly around with the cursor.
Right. Yeah, I see
And you can
them.
see right here these two items. What are these things sticking out of the ground?
Fake.
I'm not saying that's what this
They're fake.
is
Everything
going
you're
like
saying
this. Underneath that, something tells me this is not quite a rock either.
It's not quite a rock. What does he think it is? You think it's buildings or something? There's buildings with people in there or something? I don't even know. like NASA would send a rover to go take pictures of buildings and then show them to people, but just mask them a little. Why wouldn't you just not show any pictures? Wouldn't that be easier? So funny. Oh, McMurdo Base, Antarctica. Uh-oh, he's going to find some things in Antarctica.
Hold on, I just want to illustrate a little.
What did you
weird
find?
Look,
Oh, look at that.
And try to get all of the
Mm-mm.
manipulation and censoring
No,
around
this
the
is
side
definitely
of it
fake.
here.
This is fake. Look at this. This
You'll
is not
see
real.
what I mean. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Look at there's another one over there.
Check that out. What are we looking at here? It looks like some kind of
Look at
pipe or
this.
something sticking out of this.
Oh, it's a pipe. What is this in the air up here? It's a bird.
Okay. Again, we have this object right here.
Right, that's definitely
Again,
weird.
back out so we can get the whole photo.
Yeah, I want the
So we're
whole
just going
photo.
to keep going to the next level.
Yeah. I got in the
Now
wrong
watch the
profession.
side.
This is really what I should have done. Just lie to people like this all day and then I'm worried. Nobody can even, everybody loves them. Great job, Jaron. You found more findings.
Start to see more
Let
and
me
more
try.
of
I
this
can
stuff.
do it right here. So you can see right here where I circled this ridge. I mean, clearly that's not like a ridge that's coming off of the snow. You can tell it's been set up. It's been added. Basically, somebody went in here with a Photoshop tool and covered what is an opening to this. You can see right here. Look at this right here. You can tell that this has been mirrored over. Oh, see, I removed the footage. I removed the filter. And you can see that this is a covered up cavern where dinosaurs probably live and occasionally dragons. But you can see here, this has all been masked. Look at this here. What is this? A triangle in the middle of the snow? I don't believe it. Can't be. Would never have that. So what you have here is just completely image masking. There's a hole here to the center of the earth, but they don't want us to see, so they covered it up. If I change this level of the histogram, then I get these wavy patterns here. This is clearly fake. Look at, if I put this over the top of it, now we get to see the truth. The truth is that this is all redone. These are woolly mammoth caves and homes. This is actually not even Antarctica. It's like St. Louis, Missouri. And this mountain's been added in. You'll notice here, this is the arches in St. Louis. They just have shrunk it down, pushed it inside here. There you go. This is the Cardinals playing a game right here at the stadium right behind there. They've kind of dumbed it down, put a little filter over it. I could do this. I got it. I got it. We're having a hangout on Thursday where you can come and look at. Look at. I'm showing you here. This has clearly been masked. They buried. There's a house here, but we just put this filter over it. There you go. Look at it in black and white. You can see it for sure. Look at the lines that we're drawing. Those are clear. What is this guy doing? I cannot believe this guy gets any views for that. It's hilarious. Did I see he had a whole bunch of views on this one? Why is this one 29,000 views? What is he saying? What is he saying? Oh, look at this. Road path fractal?
Of these details. Okay. So what I'm interested in, and what we're really going to be taking a look at, is this right here. Above
Trees,
and
it
below,
says trees.
what looks like this roadway.
Oh, above and below.
We're going to be looking
As
at
above,
mostly
so below.
this area here.
Yeah, I can
and
see
some
that.
other objects in here as well. Like, perfect example. Look at this, what looks like a structure right here.
I see it.
Looks like a block
Yep.
structure, meaning square.
Like a house.
Other objects.
Right.
But again, most of this, folks, has been censored.
Right.
And it's just absolutely bizarre.
Whenever I find pictures that have been censored, I try and take them and show you things inside the censored pictures, because clearly if they censored things, they didn't censor at all. They just censored the things were really big things we're not supposed to see. But the structure here, they forgot to censor that. This railroad, they forgot to censor that. Give me a break, guys. Come on, use your heads. How did it become that truthers are sometimes the furthest from the truth? What happened? How could that be the case? People think that if you are a truther, that you found the truth. That's like saying if you're religious, you found God. No, you didn't. You found people who also believe in religion and people who also believe in the same thing you do. That's not finding God. So just because you found the truth community doesn't mean you know the truth. In fact, the truth community just denies everything. That's not the truth. That's the opposite of the truth. If you deny everything, then you don't know any truth. Zero. So that sounds like fun. But that's who the truth community became. When it happened, I don't even know. Because there was an actual true community and an actual truthers. And then they got like cocky because of COVID or something. I'm not really sure where it went wrong. Because we were doing well. COVID, we were right on target. But after that, even a little bit before that, but after that, it's gone south. It really has. It's just not what it used to be. Now it's all about denying. Who's faking all this evidence that's everywhere on Telegram and stuff? Who's doing all the faking? And I would like to say it's not truthers. It's actually, controlled opposition. But the problem is that the truthers are the one who share it and push it and say it's true. So they might as well be the ones who created it, or else the Globers are just really smart. And they're like, oh, let's just put this out and these guys will run with it. Anyway. All right. Well, there's nobody else coming on this show, I don't think. Let's check her super chat. Hey, super chats. We've got some big ones in here. Let me go there. Whoops. Sorry, I messed something up here. Go to Phantom. So tomorrow is the VIP crypto class, 6 to 8. If you want to join, Dave Weiss will be there. You can go to whop.com/Jeranism. And maybe I should give away one pass. You can do one. You gonna do one? Let me think what I want to do. Okay, let me think. I want to do some sort of test question about today's show. Okay, I remember that caller. I'm trying to remember if I can remember any details about some callers. Okay, I remember that. Let me see. I wrote something down. Oh, yeah, let's go with that one. All right, for the winner of the, get ready and get your chat fingers ready. I'm going to give you a question. Whoever answers a question correctly first will win a 1 month VIP. Okay, here we go. Let me see here. That's not a good question. I don't like that either. Okay. No, I don't like that. Is there some question about now? You probably know about either. Where did I write this down here? I just had something I wrote down. Now I can't find it. Is it here? That'll work. I'll just do that. Okay, so the question is, ready? The question is, you have to spell the name correctly. The name correctly. Ready? The question is, what is the name of the show that will be airing next Wednesday at 4:20 p.m. Pacific time on my channel? Wednesday, 9/11, 4:20 p.m. Pacific time. We need the correct spelling for winners. Let's see who's going to win. They're going to win a month free. That's going to go to live chat. Let's see who gets it. Gotta see who gets it. New Moon, beautiful testimony, broski. Wait until he passed 40 years old. No, I found God by myself. I found flat Earth after that, and not sure what the flip. LOL, because other people. Sometimes I deleted all my YouTube video and stopped stream Twitch. We got Tony Coriolis getting a free month. Way to go, Tony. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Is he the first one? I guess we got that wrong last time. Bro, hope all is good. DJ Moon, beautiful testimony. Reefer with a Tony wins. And spelled correctly. All right, Tony, you win. Tony, I'll add a month to your, or 31 days to your WAP. Maybe I'll do it right now while I'm thinking about it, because I'll forget. I'm good at forgetting. Let's go do that right now. 1 second. And you can at me if you want to say anything in the chat, or else I'm going to call it a night. Oops, yeah, this one. Let's go here. Let's go with Hub. Let's go with Jeranism VIP. Yes. And we're going to go with the dashboard. Yes. And we're going with persons, users. Got it. And we're searching for Tony. Tony. Wait. What? Where's Tony? Where's this? Oh, Tony Coriolis. I didn't know your real name. Now I do. All right, Tony, you've got oh, perfect timing for you, man. You renew in 2 days. I'm going to add free. Oops, that was really good. Add free days. There we go. I'll be a nice guy for Tony. We're going to add 62 days. That'll be November 8th. Do you like that date? Is that good? We'll make it end on my anniversary so that you remember it. There'll be 3 more days, 62 to 65. He just won 65 days free. November 11th, 2024 is your next payment, Tony. Congratulations. All right. I wanted to get a new person, not a old person. Let's try one more time. Here's the thing, though. Please do not answer if you are already a VIP. I want to get somebody new in there so they can come check out Sov on Saturday, so they can hang out with Dave tomorrow night, so they can see what we do. Sorry, I've got this weird blood blister on my hand. It's bugging me. All right. Ready for the next test question. Here we go. Congratulations, Tony, by the way. Here we go. You cannot be a VIP already and answer this. Okay, here it comes. Ready, set. Write the date of the next Jeranism show. Ready, go. Write the date. It can be number/year. It can be the written out month, day, year. Just tell me the next Jeranism show. When will that be? When will it be? When shall it be? Who's going to win? That's done there. Can we get there? Oh, we still got it on the screen. Somebody's going to get it right. What date is the next Jeranism show? Tony Coriolis knows the answer, but he can't answer. 9/11 is wrong. 9/13. Paulie! Paulie. He wins, even though it's written differently for me. I don't believe in that kind of writing. Wrong, Ronnie. It's going to be a week late. Nope, tomorrow it's a week after. 9/13, of course. So, Paulie, I don't know if you have do you have Telegram? If you do, reach out at Jeranism. Even if you don't, you need to get it, because that's where the VIP stuff is. You can get all my videos, all my stuff, and very cool. So yeah, I'll just show that real quick and we'll be out of here. So if we go to here, and we're going to go to here, and we're going to move it to where? Over here. And which one is showing there? We've got, will you be able to see this if I put it here? Kind of. A little more. A little bit more. A little bit. All right, so this is the VIP and Telegram, just so you know. So up here, you can't even see the top. Right, so here's live video. Chat, here's the VIP chat. Here's the new videos. So you'll see Reefer Roulette on there. You'll see the rehearsal. All the videos that I do are there. You can just press play, watch them right from your phone or from your PC. Audio, so you got all the audio of every show. So if you want to listen to, there's the Jeranism round 2 of Raw. That will be under here. Health and fitness. We got a health and fitness section. We've got a rules and regulations section. We've got a cryptoism group. We've got a, this is the new Monday Night Raw group. Sucks that I can't scroll here. But Raw is down here somewhere. It's Monday.
Let's get raw. On Monday night.
Good
Raw.
evening,
Anyway.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Okay, that's Monday Night Raw. Every Monday, we'll drop by 3. We've got Cryptoism back classes. So all these are all the back classes we've done. There's over 75 of them at this point, which we do every other Friday night. Sorry. You can just go to any one of these, check who's presenting. If you want to listen to them, you can. This is for single people. I'm going to skip past that quickly. We've got interviews. This is all interviews that I've done in the past. You can find FMX Radio. There's me with Patricia Steer, me with Nathan Stoltman. When I did my presentation at Flat Earth Social. I don't know what this is. Ball Earth Round Skeptic. Think how old this is. This is Matrix Decode, David Weiss, and John LeBon interviewed me. This is the Asylum. This is the R and Raw versus Jaren debate. This is the Sage of Quay I was on. This is the Iron Realm Media I was on. This is the Twisted 10. This is a great podcast. Dave Weiss and I did this one. Oops, I didn't mean to bring that up over there. We had to come up with 10 things that like a list of 10. We did 10 things science should do immediately. How about this? I don't know if Dave Weiss saw this. Dave, how about this? We've got the Flat Earth debate on the map between myself and Larry. Me and you, Dave Weiss, went against Nesbitt and Ferrari. Remember her? Lori Ferrari? Anyway, funny. Look at all these old ones. There's my presentation in Edmonton. There's my presentation in Dallas, I believe. There's a me versus Jesse Kozlowski. This is Ranty and Jaren before Ranty did Turnface. This is me on the Z show. This is me on Mark Sargent's show. This is me on Alex Stein's show. This is me with Bryant. This is me with Contemplating the Cosmos with Charlie Forbes. All kinds. I mean, it goes on and on and on. What better? And then here's vintage videos. So some of the old classics. Hey, how to mail a letter for 2 cents. You can still do that. And then a whole bunch of links with more videos, more stuff. So anyway, it's a great place to be. And you also get access to the Jeranism library, which is this one here, which is just filled with a book that I upload almost every day. Here's the Healing Promise of the Chi. Here's the Transhuman Genocide, the ebook. Here's God Will Work With You, but Not For You. Here's Cracking the Code. Here's Pawns in the Game. Here's so many things. And books in here that I brought it up before. Antonio Fomenko. I'm going to search here for Fomenko. 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 Ah, come on. Can that spell? Wait, I'm searching the wrong place. There we go. Fomenko here. Fomenko. So these books by Anatoly Fomenko, which are now here, I don't know if you can see them. Can you see that? Sorry, I'm going to see what you see. Yeah, good enough. So this is all of his books, 22 different copies. Okay, all are located here, right here, where you see History, Science, Fiction, and Science by Anatoly Fomenko. If you go to Amazon and you look up Amazon, and we're going to look up Fomenko. Fomenko. Spell it right, please. Okay, look at the price of these books. $90, $90. And there's this is just the one version. Number 5, oops, it's the Kindle version. Number 5, here's like this one, number 1, $90. This is one segment. I wonder, oh yeah, $44.95. $115 for the number 7, $44.95, $95. So again, those are all included in the Jeranism VIP. You don't have to buy it once. You can buy it 1 month and you're done. And you can get the Tree of Life, 2nd edition. You can get How to Manifest Your Desires by Neville Goddard. Reality, Creation, and Man, Frederick Dodson. Complete Ascension of Man. Encyclopedia of Mythology. Jewish Pirates by Edward Kisner. Gospel of the Holy 12. Again, this goes on. There's more than 2,700, at least, maybe now it's 2,800 ebooks in here. You're not paying for the books, obviously. You're paying for the organization. I can't sell the books. I didn't write them. All right. We are out of here. See if anybody's got me as a @ Doesn't look like it. Much love to you guys. We are out of here. Hopefully you're going to reach out to me. Tomorrow is not the right answer. I already said that, right? Crazy European date. I don't know why you guys do that. It looks wrong. Just looks wrong. All right. Much love to everybody. I think I covered everything. And just a reminder, become VIP so you can hang out with Sav on Saturday noon. You can also hang out with Dave Weiss tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. As part of the crypto group. We have Glowbusters Sunday. Next week we got Wednesday being the Reefer Roulette. Friday, we've got the Jeranism show debuting. I am going to do it on YouTube, or at least I'm going to do it like a half-hour show on YouTube and then move after that. So that's the plan as of right now. And I believe that's it. All right. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. It was a fun Speaker's Corner for this month. We'll do it again. And I believe that's it. I know I'm forgetting something. Moringa. Please get some Moringa. That'd be awesome. Raw organic Moringa. It is the tree of life. All right. Much love to you guys. I remind you, please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till next time. This has been Jeranism. What is the outro? I don't know. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with
No.
so that they could grow as well. They
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Sharing leaves no doubt. If you know what we
We're back. Sorry, I forgot about super chats. I went there, then I went to something else, and that's rude. Let's go back to super chats. If there's anybody still here, thank you. All right, so we had Charlie. We did Run Boston Bear. Thank you very much. This is Jeranism Club for 13 months. Says if you have time, check out the JRE clip I dropped in the Telegram. Thanks for a great Speaker's Corner. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate that. Run Boston Bear again, trying to get out of third place. It looks like. Keep seeking the truth, and the web of lies may fall away. I follow the Creator, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have faith in the Messiah. After 15 years of trusting Him, all the fruits of the Spirit have grown evenly in my life, while the darkness has fallen away. That's good. I'm glad that I would say the same is true for me, and it might be true for everyone in the world, whoever their God is, right? So I'm sure that people in Japan who worshipped Shinto were good people and felt very enlightened by Shinto. So maybe each person can create whatever God that they want as long as they're good people. That makes more sense. I've worshipped that God before the one that's like, no, you have to follow the right book and you have to, eat the right things and twist the heads off doves right. You're like, well, I don't know about that. $50 from who's that? $5.50 what? Who's that? I don't know. Thank you very much. You've been here for a year. And Run Boston Bear, awesome. You guys are great support. Thank you. It means a lot. I really appreciate it. And again, guys, here's the thing about me. You're just going to get my true opinion. That's all I can promise you. Am I right all the time? No. Will I be right about everything? No. However, you can bet your bottom dollar, your last dollar, that I will be honest with you. I'll be transparent. I'm here to tell the truth. It's surprising because I don't really see it much in the YouTube world. A lot of people will do whatever it takes for views, things like that. It's just not going to be me. If you don't like me for who I am, that's just the way it goes. What am I going to do? So, but I think if you're a guy, you might want to start paying attention to Raw. I think there's going to be a lot of good information coming out there. And I think I can help people if they want to be helped. That's the problem. You have to want to be helped. But anyway, you can just listen to Raw, and that's a fun podcast that I used to do, and it's been brought back. We had our first episode Monday, second episode coming out this coming Monday. And if you're on Rockfin, you get it for free over there at well, sorry, that was wrong to say. If you're a Rockfin member, you can watch it on Rockfin. That's what I meant to say. Or you can become VIP. Either way. Much love to you guys. Now we're playing the outro. I love you. Till next time. This has been Jeranism. And maybe I'm going to change the video real quick because I've already had that one for too long. Let's go fix it real quick. We're going to A. We're going with this one, right? Oh, that's the one that doesn't have see-through. That's all right. We'll do that one. It's more fun. All right. Much love to you guys. Here we go. Do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Till next time. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Sharing leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout. It's never for the cloud, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all on the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You stay spinning, he said out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you passed out. Globers pound, screaming, shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's felt throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Try to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI. All just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI. All just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for. They try to teach you things against the things we taught before. No point in arguing now, they don't wanna talk no more. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies.
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think of people who don't join my VIP club?
Guys, join the VIP club. $15. If you can't afford that, you need to stop watching YouTube and go freaking get